This show, The Church of What's Happening Now, would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time automatically. Go to PetNet, get your PetNet Smart Feeder today, plus free shipping. Go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey. Petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Money.com. Go to Money.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brains, Stronghold, News, Support One, and Showmax.
Oh shit. The church was out the mouth, bitch. Get that muley. Monday, October 17th, the day the devil was buried at sea. Least I am. Rugby man. Uncle Joey. Little Michael Shank.
So much to learn from the knowledge of
Oh shit. Break out those fucking bazookas. Uncle Joe is in your living room tonight. What's happening, beautiful people? I missed you, cocksucker. Robbie May. Everybody, how are you? Same old fucked up crew until Monday night, October 17th. I hope your weekend was fucking tremendous. We had a great weekend in Chicago. So let me take my special to beautiful fucking city, which I've always loved. I finally got laid over that friend of mine who hot beef fucking combo with the fucking green peppers and the onions. Forget about it.
That's what it's like the hot beef with something combo, right?
Combo.
Oh my god, they're crazy. I love it. Which one do you go to?
They got Al's house. Well, there was all the days. There was the World Series.
Yeah, right. You don't want to go up there.
You want to go all the way down. Listen, I'm like fucking around. We would take the night and push it in the afternoon both days. So we just kept it light for Leah and myself. I got the everything worked out and all stuff. It was great. That's the reason why.
That's amazing. It's such a great town. They're great audiences. They're like blue collar but smart. It's a rare thing. They're not shocking your shit. Chicago. Fuck you. Fuck yeah, that's Chicago, man.
Somebody I lost and dropped the out. I got this. Somebody gave me the great fucking out. Rainbow, all the rock and roll. He was sandwiches. I left me downstairs. That night they called me my room. Yeah, we have you out downstairs.
That's great.
Great little city, Chicago. You know, I mean, listen, man. Chicago's one of those places that once you get to the suburbs, just get
Yeah, right.
it's really neat, you know.
I hate that the whole city's being painted as like the old Wild West, you know, I mean, everybody's dying, getting shot, shit like that. There's only certain parts of Chicago. There's nobody gets it. Yeah, man.
There's parts of Chicago that are fucking bad.
Oh my god, so bad, yeah.
Those areas where we used to go from.
Yeah, no way.
You know, this is where we're across the country. Everything we can Oh my God, yeah. You know, it's so crazy because I used to go to St. Louis as a kid, and man, I remember in like '84, they had this whole 4th of July down there. Okay, I mean, for every white guy, there was 2 black guys. Okay, we're all listening to Cool in the Gang, eating fucking hot dogs like Americans. All right, fireworks, everybody was having a blast. I can't believe that town went to what shit is today. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like I've never seen more people having more fun and no racial BS bullshit anywhere than at that fucking 4th of July. It was fucking outstanding. Cool in the Gang. Clarksville, Arkansas. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God. It's like Jackson. Yeah. We go to St. Louis to watch the games, and then we go to Memphis to watch wrestling. And we go to Hot Springs to go to the horse races. My grandfather would get a place. Oh shit! Fuck no! When we saw him on local TV, I mean that's where I first met Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers. Okay, man, Jerry Lawler. I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle, and then like 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, so
How's everybody doing?
it's 3rd tier, but it's legendary. You know what I mean? It was Mid-South, and there's something else. I forget the name of the other one, but I mean, dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was the 2nd world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his 3rd championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. And wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I spit on it, you dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name? Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We were fucked up on suicide cups. That's what you ever have a suicide?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's where you take a coat. All right, you tell them just a little ice, just a little ice, and then you hit every type of coke on the fucking thing. Yeah, that's the suicide. Get all fucking hopped up on that suicide. But like Coke, Dr. Pepper, okay, for the orange, for the orange Sprite, yeah. Oh, that's a suicide. Hot garbage, cough syrup, like the red night pills. Not even the fucking ghetto was the green one.
I used to work at the movie theater, and we had good ones because we had like access to the ices.
Oh yeah.
To make up towards me, like the white icy with Sprite was something. We had green skull, which was the white icy with orange soda. Oh, so good.
Man, that fucking sounds so good right now. A fucking icy. That bong is deadly, by the way. I just want you to know. I was cruising on nothing, and then fucking one hit of that knocked out something. It kicked. The same bar 3 times. We got so high, we take it to the bathroom, throw water, we leave it there, leave it there. I buy the same one because I know it's a real. Listen. I got my first bong. Let's prepare. Yeah, right. I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip and on the car. I like that. Because there was glass. There was plastic complexity. Yeah. But then some jerk off in 1985 or 86 decides to make a bomb that's purple, like dark purple hinges, and it had like a car, like the bottom was flat, but it was like this. She got the little surface there, which I call her wow. That's what it turned
So,
out.
is it not
Plexiglass, okay, so I get this fucking bomb, and I use it when she gives it to me for Christmas. I use it for like Christmas, for like March, and then the bomb is which may be this bomb is, what is it, maybe a foot, guys, 12 inches high, this bomb, maybe.
This chick got measured.
This bomb, 18 inches. Okay. So I used the bomb for about long. She gave it to me 85 for Christmas. I used the bomb pretty much 86. Well, I was clean and sober. I was smoking dope when I was changing the girl. And I was drinking. Compared to what I was doing. I was fucking clean and sober. I'm talking about weed. What we do now times 10 with the fact that you didn't know what you would get yourself in.
And this was clean and sober for you?
This was clean and sober.
There's people in my family who think I need an intervention.
No. Okay, so
You want a number to a good rehab? I got one.
okay, so sure, yeah, right. You gotta assume from, you know, okay, let's take this from here to understand.
Nobody can read when you're fucking high.
I'm just trying to figure it out on paper. I don't have the master scoreboard. That's the we'll have a scoreboard over here so you can see from A to 85. It was always something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not embarrassed to say it was because it went from my mom passed November 79. Before that, I was already a scout, and I don't really think that all this shit already I was doing. I was already
dancing for money in the bar and six.
No, but I had already, by that time when she died, I was already doing this. So acid, I was making a living off an acid, living off of my acid. I had it down to a science, Ralphie. I had it down to such a science. I had a cut a friend of mine in on it. And then the real one, black cuties, I was getting English, right? So I would get $1,000 for $45, but I would sell 100 to $35. So then you sold me one for $1. And you were you saw 40 of them, you were raising your money back then, and you still had 960 of them to do it. There was no, you could, only 11 could lose money on that. I would sell those to wrestlers. Get the cheap. Right. Get the not getting the full numbers. I was getting those numbers.
Walgreens don't get them those numbers.
And just like
These black beauties were fucking solid. I wasn't getting this. Oh my God, I was getting these two chemists that were getting down in fucking in a college in Pennsylvania, East Stroudsburg. And I'm looking towards the end of the whole East Stroudsburg. I was opening them up and just snorting them in two capsules. So you figure, I still had illegally a lot when I go home at night. I think about drug shit. And I think about one particular night when I was selling purple flavored not acid. I probably had, when you sell it late, you do. So remember, you build your resistance. So I might sell you one. You might do one to get fucked up. I got four. And I do walk around like, what's up? You got the best one for me. Sell me $4 a piece. You know, they cost me $1.80. Not even. They were $80. So you walk into a place fucked up and be like, give me what he has. You're going to bars, our kids. We're walking the streets. We've been walking on side streets so we avoid the cops on Kennedy Boulevard. And I'll never forget when I asked about $2 in the morning. As a kid, just roaming the streets of your town. When you were a kid, you go to Kennedy fucking nuts. Hoboken was farther away, but the people locally that would be on those streets and but we St. Joe's was there. And I'm going to them
I've been a member of the church. I might have been the first member. It was just the first member of the church. It was us. And okay, the last time I saw Coco do exactly what because he's talking about the 80s, like he was a demon then. 10 years ago, Christmas, Thanksgiving, pardon me, Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of my weed, drank beers all day long, and then went down and did the Comedy Store and copped. Okay, and that was the last night of evil. Oh, and acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. What? He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay, a quarter ounce. Okay, and then 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all my fucking orange juice. Okay, I had to call the candy store twice to come up and bring more orange juice. Oh, dude.
Are they still there?
Yeah.
Tell them about the sandwich you used to buy.
Okay, I get them to set up fucking chicken salad on toast. Stop. Chicken salad, avocado and tomato.
Jesus, Lee.
Damn, Lee, that was fucking straight chicken food.
Tell them about the time we went to that place. You took me to that place and there was no ants in your sandwich. And you sent it back and she still gave you a bill for half the sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only ants on the one telly.
On one side.
No, wait.
Oh, my God, where the fuck is that spot?
The place next to the Laugh Factory.
Oh, my God, yeah. Yeah.
Take me there every other
Yeah, Greenblatt's. Greenblatt's. The fucking bitch charged me for having a sandwich because they had ants on it.
Listen, I saw him well.
Oh, my God.
And on his arm. And I go, Ralph, why do you have hands? And he looked at the sandwich. What the fuck? He lifted the sandwich. There was like 3 ants.
Yeah.
Also, he put the sandwich down. The waitress always killed like 3 ants because that was in that. She goes, what side was it?
Which side was it?
She fucking picked it up, came back with a half, and Bill put on. It was the most ridiculous fucking thing.
They must hire the dumbest fucking people too. I went there the time before that, and I got a fucking salami and egg sandwich. Okay, that's a strong move. Okay, late at night, boom, had a couple pops, some stoners, boom, that's great. And they fucking fried up the salami, and the goddamn, they left the plastic on the outside, so it burned. It's all toxic. And I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, just send this back. Fuck it, I don't want to eat anything here. And I got high with you. We went back to that Oh my God, nobody gives a shit.
No, you always used to make fun of me because I don't get pepperoni. The reason I haven't had pepperoni in a few months is because they would always leave the plastic on. I'd be eating it and plastic would come off with everybody.
Oh my God.
When you get
Gross. No. I would make sandwiches.
Oh my God, really?
And then everybody would have the ring around it, so I'd have to tell them. I'm like, the store at different rounds. So,
let's get back to something.
yes, I make pepperoni sandwiches.
That's good.
As you're reading it, the string is still on.
Yeah.
I know. I think LA's problem is it's like an airport. You know,
They cut it this way, right?
Yeah, they slice it like
Yeah.
soldier in the lab. Yeah,
Not the fucking plastic.
No, it was the plastic.
It's the
No,
plastic.
so there's a difference between the wrapper of the casing. I'm used to that.
Oh, it's the case.
It was
Yeah.
no, it was like you can't take casing like around it. And this like I've had pepperoni. Trust me, I've had pepperoni before. There's not that. And I've told them, and when you tell them, you can see a difference. But that's why I don't go to like I did something really weird today. I left my cart at Ralph's. I got pissed off because they didn't have what I wanted. Like, the deli counter was full, way full. And I was looking at my cart. No, Magnolia.
Magnolia across from the barbecue.
The DX that has open. Right past like Michelle.
Oh, you got that?
Hello. It's right there over there.
That's the worst one. That's why you get shitty goat guts. They don't have the goat guts.
They don't?
No. What do you do? To the mouse up my fucking
Yeah, the other route. They don't have a slice. They give it to you. No, they have a slice. Yeah, but no, you don't ship it.
Yeah, most of the time.
No, they don't have to do it. You can't go there. You gotta go to line.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
No,
You should have crossed the street from the barbecue place. That dope is a dope. That's where the jackpot box is or something.
Yeah, there's a cross street.
That's where you go to somewhere. That's why you know what it is. That's why you come sucker. I don't think I know, but I know. Okay, I've been there. Now you can't go that way. You gotta go to one of my stories. Underground party, very nice. Turn to the bread, you can cook yourself.
that is
Yeah, what the fuck is that? You look worse. They don't worse.
No, there's a worse one. There's one who came in and drink where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary. That was the worst.
Scariest place you go. What's the word?
used to be John's. John's. Scary, old Russian. Food for less? Oh, yeah. And I wanted to go in there with fucking, like, get a bunch of newspapers, like I'm about to get shanked in the yard. Oh, my God. Right?
Parking was scary. Everything was scary. The funniest jokes about that place is funny. Those are food for less. It's the only place you go that's drug dealers. The house. It's crazy. Like that. It is a fucking
How about
place.
spoons?
Shot at CD in San Jose.
Fuck, it's so good.
DVD in San Jose, whatever, special.
It's fucking funny, man.
He's a great guy. He's doing a great podcast with what's
So I gotta get it.
with my brother Simon Bob. We're gonna get in here to do this podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah.
We're gonna play everything that's always right. This podcast is that's what it is. Listen, we're still on here.
I know.
I just had Willie with me. Rogan's doing his thing.
Man, Joe's doing it big, man. Fuck yeah, yeah.
It's working. It's working. We're still here. I guarantee that nobody listens to me.
No way.
Josh Wolf is serious. He's working.
Any other
I like Hughes. Hughes in the house. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hughes in the house. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh man. Dude, I just hung out with Dougie. He came and stayed with me. And Andy Andrus and fucking Junior Stopka. Alright, they all came and hung out at my house. It was fucking hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my God. If anybody out there is an entertainment, put a camera on those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates. They're all fucking weird. And they're extremely goddamn funny. And they brought over these singers in Bird Club, which are fucking hilarious. They Google Warshin, my big old list. Okay? Yeah, that's a real song. And they passed one of them passed out on my couch. And my dog Biscuits went up on Facebook and like, hey, something wrong with your lipstick, let me touch it up. He had his little pinky down. He's awesome. From 12 to fucking $50 sport shows and put up. And you look at this, watch it when they try to watch it. You listen to the comment. You look at
step inside yourself.
The entire after
About myself, Ralphie May, James Ward knows about to watch our sports show. Wow, that's great.
It's very Oh my God! And I think when I've seen, and everyone on this like sports radio, sports podcast, sports podcast, but they're not. The thing they don't have is personality and entertainment. And I think the big people in ESPN and Fox Sports don't really want that. They want it to be great, but not really. Because comedians have taken over podcasts. It's not even close. It's not even. Some of them are bad. There are a lot of bad ones. But the good ones are good. That's why Jay Moore is he's a comedian. He's entertaining. And sports talk shows are talking about it's awful, and they have the ESPN voice. No one can listen to it. So it's like almost like the athletes when they have those happy interviews and like, oh, we're talking to the next team, whatever they're like saying. It's just a waste of Because he knows so many fucking people. I mean, I don't think people really understand. I was at Fox, and Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh my God," and Brady going up, man. You know, feeling good. doing good.
Positive.
Positive. It's like positive. Definitely. Because I saw it.
I don't see it. I see it, and I'm not even. I'm not even seeing it. Like,
I'm not even close, bro. But he's fucking funny, man.
I wouldn't be like one of those guys that go, oh, look at this guy get away with it. But someone, I'm doing that, bro. He's stealing. And what he does on Periscope,
So funny.
what he does on Periscope, it just, this is what kills me sometimes. You don't want to see that guy. Again, the boy, he goes weights, he goes to baseball games.
Plays the drums for no reason. He's in the middle of traffic, just fucking just beating the shit out of the steering wheel with drumsticks.
It's like, that's fucked up. It's the fuck everyone. Holy shit, I'm in the bush. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to
Where's the cat?
I can't smoke in the house. I don't smoke in the house. There's cats in there every day. I let people fucking entertain everything.
I know. You believe in Jesus. This is hilarious. I remember, I was reading Doug Stanhope's new book, okay? And I remember all the crazy shit we did around fucking Hollywood. I mean, everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack something, okay, that Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there and we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just be, I'd bring over coffee, we fucking go over with jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up because he knew where Doug was. Doug had his door, the screen door open on the Curson apartment. And every time he'd come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor anal fucking gangbang. Okay, this girl had 2 dicks. Okay, all these comes and shit in there. Oh my god, they're horrible. It's like a flip, you can turn it upside down, like. And while mouth was a game, okay, just gurgling comes, it's disgusting. A fucking fly fucking came in, and that fly was there on the inside of her asshole. When the next dick came in, and you could see it going in and out with the fly and the puddle of gums on the end of that guy's dick. And we just be drinking our coffee, and Doug can tell me whatever you do. Don't look over there, don't look nothing. Alright, I don't care what he asks you. 98?
I get in January 29th of 1997.
Right. Okay.
I'm here a year before.
A year. But bro, okay, you gotta understand. Alright?
We were all disciples.
We're all disciples. Everybody who's really been on the road fucking knows Doug Stanhope is fucking the best rocker today.
So when I get here, he's a big shot.
Yeah.
He's a guy from Vegas. That's part-time bodyguard. That's a dunce. He only does that part-time? Like he's just a regular. He wasn't even a bodyguard.
That's a big fat guy, right?
Yeah. So he's a dunce, though. That's a fucking dunce. He's a dunce. So big bodyguard. Big jack. So I get him in the broad with this girl in the trailer. She grows me out with I'm living on the couch or somewhere.
Oh yeah, from fucking
the TV show.
What was that show? Head of the Class.
What the girl would say.
Yeah. She's fucking hot. Gotta give it to her. That fucking redhead was a hot piece of ass. And Dougie was deep into that. Okay, he was like all in.
He used to hang out at coaching horses.
All the time.
I can count on my hands how many times I went to coaching horses. Ladies and gentlemen, how this shit is real. And you felt the pain in there. And I had been in bars like that growing up. With his bars where people went into the afternoon. And there was no light in that. And there were some people who were vampires. And there were some people who were
Georgia's win over Tennessee. I would give them the edge and put them there. But
that was not the place to be if you thought you were going to suck your way.
This shit's not on the class. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the
Dougie was the fucking best. I didn't have a pocket this. And he was like, hey man, I can talk to you. Alright, you're a fucking comic. Let's go over to Coach Horses. Alright. And we just walk over to the Coach Horses. And it was a Bud Light and a Miller Lite for Douglas. And just have a beer. And it was, I remember one night we were at the Coach Horses. And this guy beside us was talking all this shit about faggots, we gotta kill all the faggots. Goddamn fucking motherfucking faggots. Alright, and Doug goes, fuck yeah, Doug's amping him up, okay, and getting him with him like this. And then Doug fucking grabs my head and makes out with me, okay, at the fucking bar, alright. And this guy's, oh my god, what the fuck? Alright, Doug goes, alright, another beer, and a shot. It was a weird maniac. Nobody's like that now.
So yacked up that I walk right back to Josh Wolf's there was sometimes that the car would start, sometimes towards the end.
I had to remind I was just, I had to tell you, it's so funny. Because we're on well with Douglas, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in this Oldsmobile Cutlass, okay? And we were fucking rigged booze, and he was doing the porno fucking closer with the beer all over. So he just smelled like fucking stale beer, cigarettes, right? And it's in Houston in like April. And so when that fucking sun comes up, it's 110. Okay, that's when we both fucking woke up out of our fucking stupor, sweat like pigs, and Doug goes, Rabbi, can I just butt fuck your titty or something like that? I mean, it's really bad. Get out of here, you fucking creep. But that's how it was just fucking bananas. It was bananas. He ate bang bang. That's amazing. Okay, that's deadly.
You don't see him.
Yeah, man.
He's got me on stage. But in June 96, I saw the Bucks man now. I've said this before. That was the most at the program. The first time Doug came in the stable, I had just gotten separated. The first day, I was the house in the seat.
Wow.
And he came out of it. He came back 6 months later. He had to stay with me again. Kept in touch for a while. Disappeared on each other's radar. And then I get to Seattle. And we were talking about this fucking Thursday night. San Francisco, right? This guy's in the country right now. And I'm like, this is a little guy with a head. It's crazy.
By the way, hold on, man. You gotta give him his dues, because the guy who came in second place when Dougie won the San Francisco comedy competition was Dane Cook. Okay? And Dane was a motherfucker on stage. You think he's something now? Holy fuck, that kid lit it up. And I mean, every time Stabby goes, I've seen Mencia get him like that, I've seen Chappelle get him like that, Sam Kinison get him like that. But fucking, I'm telling you, man, that kid's dead, dude. Okay, Dane Cook, and Dougie still beat him.
Yeah, and again, you still
And it was murder.
It was something that way. It was completely different than what was going on at that time. Like at that time, comedy for me was MTV. It was on every channel. VH1 had comedy on Sundays.
Yeah,
TV had
saturated.
The improv was out. The pretty sure comics are the large beginning when you set up everything, all that stuff. So you had all this comedy. The first 2 times I saw stand-up, it was just
They said it's also
I thought it was funny, but nobody got it. That time I saw Rothschild, he said it really fucking left me over. I couldn't even
they can grab
I go back on stage and talk to me fucking ass. I made me feel
keep it up for
day job is how long they that being that
so
good.
it's just like our boss. If you have
The other film I saw actually first time when I worked with kids and when I worked at Ducky and when I worked at Wish. The same thing. What the fuck am I even doing?
You think it's a normal
that's also
Dougie was seasoned. He had a certain racist personality that gave me that I hadn't seen before. Pride was great. Carl was great. I like that time with the Apollo I knew from Young Comic Specials. Check out Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks, I didn't really guard it. Just think, my hands in that room. Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, my dad is sick. I love Hicks. Hicks was great for me. But when I listened to his stuff, it turned basically a little preachy towards the end. And that's why there was one particular tape when, and it doesn't really matter. Once I saw stand-up, it took me 3 days to realize what my next
And right now,
2 days to decide whether I had a day job or I got to some work on it. But I gotta be that guy. I gotta be that loose. I gotta be that free. It's dangerous. You have to be that. You're out there. If I feel like the rest of the fucking habits of the world, he was getting banned from the problem. To the festival from the guy that got in for some shit. He fucked the chick that lost it. And he had to write an apology. It was nice stuff. That's not anything like that. But he just walked into the improv. And the improv, then the comics going like gangsters. They're writers and they get on the side. And they win and shit. Walk into the chair. They don't know. Sunday nights, I can walk in the improv and shit already. That's what, he fucking then he made on himself. He went to 20,000. 20,000 on his term. Yeah, he got his own shade on stage. The chick never remembered. Who shakes his balls? This dude, she had a great picture she has. She lost it just from what I laughed about her getting right. No. If he loves this girl, it's a fucking nightmare.
It's a nightmare. That was like the 30th one, right? Yeah.
Right there, but yeah, the shit was balls at night. You see that somebody got into a car accident.
And here's the stuff. You always, whenever you go on, you like, it's always like this for comedians. Sometimes they stay at back hotels. It's like they stay at back hotels and they actually sell the stolen hotel license. He went to a show one day and he was like, he went to the merchant and they love him, man. His fans love him.
He's the real deal.
He's the real deal, man.
And you gotta. You really have to appreciate that. Especially when you're here, we see all this bullshit. We see people with a nice car and the ripped jeans. They got the agent with them and the whole thing. I understand as a fucking manager. 2 weeks ago was the assistant manager. And he just met him.
He's good.
What's his name? No, I don't know which one is that. You never know what the. The one time the guy had roller papers and beers, he just mattered.
No, that's a different dude. He's a professional.
Really?
Yeah. It cracks me up. This guy's actually got Doug fucking organized and fucking handled.
It's incredible. The guy is great. Bust his ass. He came in, he got Doug all settled in, and fucking found out the ticket counts exactly. Fucking went, did merge, checked in 4 hours before, came back, make sure Doug was alright, had a suit, dressed for him, ready to fucking rock and roll. That's how the tour manager. The guy's in good hands. He doesn't drink. If you gotta go anywhere, he doesn't drink. He always makes sure food's fucking awesome, everything's safe. It's a fucking, he's the cleaner. Okay, he's the fucking wolf. Okay, of the Doug fucking circus. Okay, is this guy's wrangling up. I mean, he used to leave bitches in his wake and women booing, and he's okay, and then boom, he just pop up like once every 3 weeks or some shit.
He disrupted a lot of comedians. He disrupted their thinking.
Yeah, man.
Even at the comedy store, that shit is important. He disrupted a lot of lineups and pretty much
because he looked like a nice guy. That's what made it so deadly.
Destroy so deep. They ruined the show. He destroyed people.
Guys are ruining the show. It's over.
It's over.
It's fucking over.
It's over. The comedians, comedians are actually going.
Yeah, it was deadly.
I live with him. I gotta be honest with you, I used to get up early. He slept late, so I get up and leave. He had an extra car for the comedians.
Yeah.
You gotta put gas in it because you do split the gas meter was early. So you never knew where you stand. So as soon as you get the car,
That was a total scam, right?
Was it?
Yeah, total scam. That's how they only make you hear comedians put gas in start. Yeah, no, the fucking needle works perfect. Okay, he just tell everybody to put it together. It's broken. It's broken. Put some blood into it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It was a total scam. It was a fucking dude. Well, that's on you. You should put gas in it.
That motherfucker was on me at disco. I go in there, I put $10, but it's one of those beers that you go to
Oh, yeah. It was the same. It was the Oldsmobile Supreme.
Fuck yes. They was busted, Jack.
Fucking beat the shit.
I put like $30 on that motherfucker one time and he didn't move. They stayed on me like
I think that car was at like fucking nobody got rid of. I think it's like 400-something thousand miles on that car. That's fucking incredible.
Yeah, I think I even slept in it one night.
Dude.
One night he locked me out. I slept in that motherfucker. That's how dumb that car was.
That was good. I slept in it many times. Doing CW Kindle gigs. Shirley Bonham, she had some good gigs.
Typically speaking,
That was just terrible.
there's things about doesn't
My
get
shit.
it doesn't
I
get
was
it
on the house and I
unless
have the fucking
one of
plate,
the
man.
following
Oh, yeah.
What fucking nut?
if following
Somebody else.
you had him a shoulder that is in a very
$32
dysfunctional
worth of
shoulder,
cocaine in my pocket.
or if you had him a
Yeah.
shoulder with Zara, you
Just
could
smoke
do
fucking
that with
weed.
Zara. I guess
Yeah, I never did blow.
No, it's just
also
no.
Yeah.
the point is things that is with us.
Every time I drive
Rocket,
by,
man.
I don't even go in and out. Nothing. Every time I drive by, my heart stops. I always want to take Lito. I drink like I don't want men.
Don't pull
I'm
that
not
shit.
ready for that yet.
Yeah, right.
Go back in there. You can get a good tamale on Monday night and shit. But I took least to Joe's Pizza. He likes
That's a
that.
big slap in the face. That's up in the burner stuff.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't
I don't think I've been to Joe's.
It's just really weird.
Bravo.
Yeah.
The game is so much different than what it was.
When our life was 2000, man, we were already at the Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
You were already making it happen. I mean, you know, I was over at the store slumming spots. She was giving me spots. I was my only flight home.
Yeah.
When I was there, you know, that fucking dude, cruising down.
I'm working with him in December.
Oh my God, there was so many people at it. So lean, man.
Yeah.
The other one, Jim Drake,
to get me busted.
Jesus Christ.
But at least she didn't, push a turd down my bathroom. Okay, Drake, he was always forgiving. I appreciate that.
I was telling you that ever since I've been a kid, I still remember a fucking story how I love matches. When I was a young kid, I was about 5 or 5.5 or 6. I became a match kid. I went through all these phases because I never did. I was over 15. I would lock myself in my room. And I would take my mother's 45. She would go back from the bar. They always give me back these little things.
Yeah, the singles.
You get the way up there with the things that have the shit catch you in the head. So when I got bored, I said, let me try this. I tried to light them on fire. And they would burn. Like they would burn. I tried to put my water or something. Then they would burn. I couldn't believe it. I was crazy. So when I was about 6, I was 205 West 80th. And if you go to West 205, it's in the issue of our parking lot. People would be in the building, the Amsterdam side, but going towards Broadway to work construction. When we were kids, that was no parking structure. There was a garage that was closed down. There was a sign that said no parking, and that was the basketball thing. I hit that with the ball in the school. But if you went deep down into it, it was just nooks and crannies and paperwork. Time to time, a rap would come out of there, and we beat him up with a stick. It was just a park. It was just a park. Oh, this is wild, man. It was just a parking spot. The parking spot that was empty. You could get to behind of the building. It was alright. You could get to behind the other building. And in those days, I would get fucking all that paper back there by myself. I'll tell you this shit now. I would get all that paper and stuff. I would go down people's stairs. And I would light fucking fires. I would be 6 or 7 of a little fucking pyro. And I kept doing it. People kept fucking, it was Joey Diaz even then. People kept saying, what the fuck is going on? Who keeps lighting these fires? And they got put together that whenever I got there, that's when the fire would start. Like some people used to smoke, and I would go, yeah, it's behind back there. And people would go back and go, holy shit, it's a fire. And I kept doing this shit, and I would do it in different spots on 88th Street, 89th Street. I was fucking crazy, bro.
What did you like about it? Do you remember? I lit some stuff on fire too.
See, I just like that. I just went through this phase where I just like shit. I'm fucking fine, and I would buy cigarettes, I would get cigarettes. That was just one way. And I wouldn't smoke it, I would just light it. And I would breathe on it or something. And I would try to keep it alive, and I would fucking burn little things in newspaper and fan it. I was just crazy, but one time I burned one of those stupid dogs. And there was something going on that fucking stupid up in the fire department had to come. And I stayed in for about a week because I said they had witnesses and shit.
Welcome, how are you?
I took that jacket I had under my fucking bed.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's what stopped me from lighting those fires. And I lit more fires. I got home and I just lit the woods on fire in Jersey. Oh yeah, we were crazy. Once that shit got popular, I was the king of that shit. I loved all that shit. Just get a bunch of stairs lighting fires and sitting there. I wouldn't light fires like the California people, but not these woods like this. This is woods in Jersey. Those ones that we get burned for years, they don't want to shut off. They shut off automatically. You know what I'm saying? Those are Jersey woods. They just shut off. No firemen need to show up.
It's not a onion fire.
That's really crazy then. But it just went away. It was just the phase I was going through. But, I was telling them, they were smoking that flick the fucking ashes, the joints and shit.
Always have me at least one.
Yeah, Leo always looking good when he's nice. You can write that 3 out of 5. And I told him a story about living in cabins. Garrett's at work. I'm on the phone. I'm gonna go fuck yourself. I'm arguing with this guy, trying to get booked in this city, trying to get booked in that city. And you know, sometimes you get somebody on the phone when you're on the road. You know, you're smoking a cigarette, you're smoking a joint. And all it is you're on the road, you're smoking, also I'm smoking a cigarette. The back alley of 1440.
I know this. Come on.
But this is okay. So the window's open. I'm smoking cigarettes like a motherfucker. I'm smoking cigarettes. I'm chasing joints with cigarettes. You know me, though. It's 9:30 in the morning. I'm on the third joint. I'm on a pack of cigarettes and shit, Campbell lights. And I'm throwing these cigarettes out the window, half lit on fire, right? And all of a sudden, I did not know there was anybody out there. I hear, I go, what the fuck? And I keep hearing this, who the fuck lit me on fire? And I'm sitting there going, who lights a man on fire? And I'm like, I did. And I look at the window, there's the guy fucking smoking his shirt or something. His clothes are smoking, the poor fucking guy. I go, I'm home. The cops don't come. Nobody knows nothing. Nobody will come by to that night, get the package. And about 10 o'clock at night, I walk back, and there's the same homeless guy with a blanket on. You see the whole cigarette burn, just going on fire and wet.
You say I'm on fire. I was right across the hall and the fire department did come by. I didn't see anybody. I go, oh, that's that fucking bum. Probably somebody just driving to that fucking alley, flaked it on it. Fuck him. Get that dirty bum the fuck out of our house. It's creeping us out.
A little bit. Once I saw the blanket, I felt a little bad. One time,
You know, no blanket leaves.
I'm looking at a blanket myself. I was snorting my blanket. I had a choice. A blanket. Was
You were my foot on a lot. It was
oh
good.
my God. I had a blanket that I can't believe it's part of a blanket. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, it would.
Let me tell you something. 1983.
It was maroon on one side and tan on the other side.
The one I had.
Yeah, it's my house.
I had the brown one.
Yes.
Okay, let me tell you something about that brown fucking line. Let me tell you
I
something
watched it
about that
like
brown
3
line.
times a week.
I got that brown line. That brown line. I got that brown line. And I came on. May of 1984. That's it. It took me 5 years, but I did. I got my own apartment. I got the apartment on 48th Street, 46th Street, 44th Street. I got a one-bedroom studio on the first floor. I really could see through the front window. It was perfect. I was there for about 4 months. I wasn't there picking up. But right before I moved in there, I wanted to go straight, so I bought this blanket in 1995. I mean, there was no 1999. It was the cheapest fucking thing. I watched that blanket. I got evicted from that place. I was homeless. I went to California, came back. I worked in Miami, came back the whole time. That blanket was at the bottom of my travel bag. I had an army bag. And that fucking thing was at the bottom. Some places I went, they had a blanket. I was using. They always had a blanket, like a blanket. You ever see a blanket?
Yeah, man, they always got a blanket.
I had that fucking blanket. I had that blanket when I was living in the fucking rocket ship. I would take it back to the rocket ship.
That's when cities other than
Take the fucking blanket. When I moved to the
there's a
hotel
skipper right now.
in 84, I was homeless. I got to the hotel. I got that blanket. I beat you out for the 1,500. I had that blanket. I took that blanket with me. That blanket was with me for
All the best things.
desolate time of my life in that rocket ship.
Know the studio.
1990 fucking 9.
Yeah, so the way
Oh, that dude.
the person says an Asian how long is this
That car, that blanket. When I went to prison, I left it in that room. Nobody fucking touched that blanket.
saying
That
not
blanket
that
was
yeah.
$9.95.
So that is a full price roll.
And I had that blanket for $1 15 fucking years. And that blanket was one of the warmest blankets I ever had. It was a bear. Okay, the inside was the bear with brown and yellow. And the outside it was the bear with yellow and brown. You follow me? And then the outside of it was fucking brown. So for $9.95 it fucking came on. I bought a blanket that went through fucking hell with me. Jack, a marriage, a divorce. We were married. She wanted to throw it away. I don't know if it looked in heaven. I don't have fucking thing away. That thing was in Miami. I slept by the fucking McDonald's with that thing. Because in those days, I would just take the fucking clothes out of the army bag and take the fucking blanket out, put the clothes back in, because there's a pillow, and put that blanket on top of the jeep. That was an all-purpose army bag. I had a little water, I had a razor blade for blow, I had a fucking wrench in there, I had to break a window for a car. Oh no, man, that fucking blanket was there with me, and that blanket, I would just watch it. All that blanket wanted was my love, and I lost it to that fucking fuck. I told you, man, it was in the truck of that fucking blanket. That blanket was on the road with me all those years on Triple Arch. Whenever I got a hotel room, that blanket came into the hotel room. I threw the blanket all the way. That fucking blanket. The same blanket. It wouldn't be the same way. Well, I want the same blanket. It wouldn't be the same. That blanket was fucking when I lost that car, that was the hardest thing about that dog. Once I got that dog, that car got towed.
Is that the car that I got my car towed to get all your shit out? There wasn't that a time.
Wow.
This was a part of that baby named Joshua.
Yeah. I got you.
I love my shit out of it.
What a beautiful man. This guy has like 10 touchdowns.
All I can get was his back seat.
Oh, five.
Boxing gloves, blankets, fucking pictures when I was a kid. I had shit in that fucking car they took. And sometimes, to this day, I was just thinking of that blanket. Going, Jesus Christ, how long do I have that goddamn blanket? So I wish that blanket, fuck, I would have taken it to the next eternity. That's what that was. Let me tell you how deep that blanket went. In 1985, February 1985, I went to that blanket one day. There was a sunroom in that blanket. There were crabs on that blanket. I had crabs. They ate the blanket. I was stabbing. Who the fuck gives crabs to that blanket? I did. Where's Tony?
For more than a sixth of the market value. It's a good purchase, but the seller has to keep that sale. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a third. So when it comes to brothers, it's exactly how it is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then you can say, no, it's less than a short. I don't want to. But send an agent, I'm pretty sure there's people that live out. That's the hard. Another variance is anytime you divide up the property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count.
After 400% of this song still doesn't end the same way it did.
Then you measure the buckle to less than a foot. You know what he wants. Then real estate. Because you don't have one percent of sold something with a measuring stick, divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to get that. Lord knows it's how long the king doesn't fire. We're not showing the messenger to bring down somebody's house. Say, the sender has to go. Because the children get the fire later. Somebody else will get other things. Therefore, the person doing this act is going to never said that. But the reason exception to the rule, there's a number of exceptions. One exception to the rule is the person uses money from the distribution of the he's hired a credit. He sends a messenger. Then the messenger is not hired. One exception. Why don't we learn the whole thing? It's sort of.
respect for something. You gotta let it count. You gotta do something. You know what I'm saying? Next thing he's sucking dick and out. Fucking De Niro and with De Niro and fucking Angel Heart. Fucking this shit.
Someone posted that scene today from Casino. I forget the actor's name.
He's responsible for being
Can't have your money back. I'm just telling you what I thought. That whole scene. Keep killing it.
The guy who played De Niro's attorney, representing him in Vegas, okay, was played by the actual attorney, okay, that went on to be the mayor of Las Vegas. And he was apparently shady as hell. I mean, you'd have to wonder he'd sue the gross, you know. I don't know. It was pretty incredible. A little shady. A mob lawyer. I love it. That's really. Maybe I watched the DVD extras too. Well, I'm in town doing a benefit tomorrow. Actually, two of them. Doing that Wounded Warriors one at the Comedy Store early, and then my show at 10 o'clock on Tuesday is called Rockin' the Reds, and 100% all the comedians are donating their time, and we got Dan Cook, we've got Margaret Cho, we've got Gerard Carmichael, myself, Adrian, a real actual native comedian, okay, all right, and all the money goes to pay for propane in North Dakota at these reservations where they're allowed to freeze basically every year. People see their kids die, see their old people die. You know, Indians, they keep their old people with them, okay? White folks ship them away, put them in a box, okay? Feed them them happy pills until they fucking die, you know? That's what happens. But Indians keep them close. And so every year people die, and this is keeping people warm. We really need it. And so, you know, I'm happy to donate my time. And I think it's going to be a fucking great show. This weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the new Levity Live in the mall, apparently. I don't know. I've never been there. It's brand spanking. I bet it is, man. They don't really fuck around, dude. Those guys kind of got their shit together. You know, I mean, they're always phenomenal venues. And then when they make it, like, everyone is like, let me top the last one. Okay, like, fucking Irvine was fucking amazing when they redid it. Okay, you got a mom's burger in there, that's a fucking deadly cheeseburger, Jack. Alright, and then, boom, this one is the fourth one in Southern California, and it's the newest one. They had to do something bigger and better than Irvine. You know, they got to step up, so they got another Copper Blues in there, which is fucking like 100 beers on tap. It was fucking like 300 of the places. No, but it's great. It's fun.
16 people before the show starts. Bartender sits in there like he's got the hip. We supposed to talk for 3 hours. After the show, I was like, whoa, they fucking leave. I'm telling you the truth. They're gonna be all fucked up. I hate those copper cows. They always gotta give a bang.
I like a cover band.
No, I'm talking about on stage. Like I hear Black Dog.
Oh, yeah, fuck
like
yeah.
some fucking dude singing Black Dog and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm on the other side. There's too many things on the fucking menu. It's don't make from Joy like simplicity. They would not be an Oxnard. June 8th of December.
Oh, yeah.
The mic is shit.
Phenomenal.
Fucking Wednesday after Christmas. You know, I don't fuck around.
I know. It's good for you guys to be in town.
Yeah, no, you gotta stay in town. That's just the plays down. These are gonna start taking plays now with fucking what do you call those pictures?
A fucking 50 cal, Barrett 50 cal. It'll take down an airplane. Oh yeah, drones are gonna be knocking shit out of the sky.
Why are you people anxiety now? Like, you're being anxiety.
Flies wanted me and fucking around for me. You with your anxiety.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna. Honestly, I think they're gonna attack Comedy Club. And then, like, blasphemous assholes like us, Joe Rogan, somebody gonna get shot. One of us gonna get shot on stage. I'm calling the shot. It's gonna be horrific. I hope it's me, because at least I can take 42 9mm rounds to the torso without fucking stopping. I'll get over there and fucking Johnny blow up and fucking got him with a Budweiser bottle. I'm a hero.
That's what it is. Shots, shit.
That's gonna happen. God forbid, exactly. No, never. It's horrible. When are people still turn
I watched this shit. A couple weeks ago in New York City in Central Park. I'm like, how much security if I go to a place that has like that? And I see 10 machine guns. I was telling somebody that I was supposed to be in New York. But see, so I had a bunch of meetings tomorrow. I had one that I couldn't do it. But I was kind of relieved I couldn't do it. I can't lie to anybody. Last time I went to New York, God, I had a great time. I saw my family, I saw my friends. Flowers, I'm like, oh, this is great. But I'll tell you something. Maybe it's my age. Maybe it's when I become kind of a pussy and all that stuff. I haven't grown up yet to be used to going to a stadium. Once Alex Jones crazy, man. He said something when I saw him in the UFC 5 years ago. He said that in 10 years, PSA and Parks. Shit. And I can't see it right now, especially if you're going to get shut up. Kind of blow on that arm, but you were down.
Yeah, Lock State, Tennessee guy.
I heard security or cops on the weekend.
So what I'm trying to say is what your reality is. Right? Every time I see a fucking plan, every time I see a fucking plan, right when I go to my time, I sit down and I see I go, what would stop right now? So I just really have one grenade. You have to think that way too much. You ever been? I always want to get my job out. When come to my home, anything else, I like just surprise, not surprise.
I tell people like the shit on PSA. Like maybe I'm over thing on me, but it's I got felt up both ways. I had to stand and look at their an angle to one of the things up there. It was terrible. But it happened both times. Did you get a boner? No.
TSA makes me relax. For 7 or 8 minutes a day, but the reality is that it's like this whole second Russia right now. They can't avoid it. They can't focus on it. They gotta do some drug use. Right? You see that shit on that geo. They show these people that skin fools right now. You gotta go get gasoline, explosives. This whole people find a different angle. There's people trying to put a bomb in the sneak. TSA don't be so good, they do a good job, they can do that. So you can't really all this attacks, whatever.
My guys in that shit are so fucking everybody says hello. They have to go do all the pat downs and stuff. And they just like, what's happening? High five everybody and walk the fuck on. I mean, these guys are easy breezy, it's just easy. Those guys are the greatest. And they just breeze you right through. I fucking love the guys at that show.
Listen, man, I love Burbank and stuff, but these are
Burbank's a good one, dude.
These are fucking realities, people. I dread taking my daughter somewhere like crazy, like a fucking crazy airport or Disney or anything. But this ain't You have to live life. You can't live like a fucking human down there living in the corner. You have to live your life, man. That's why you live in America. Those in down, they bomb the shit out of them over there. That's how they retaliate, man. Blow up planes and shit. Once you start fucking with them over there right now, they were shooting papers on them. World News tonight. Now we're going to saw him. Where we go? I saw him along in America. What's the other one? He likes that out of both. No, he's not on it. He only substitutes. I'll watch him. I'll watch him.
I like that guy.
Yeah, me too. He's not
George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, I'll watch him. He was like some White House aide.
Yeah, he was good.
I give some fucking quick shout out to my man. It was great seeing the Lingus family in Chicago. I love you motherfuckers. The old man came out. He knows I love him. It was great seeing Peter Greek. It was great seeing Josh. 10 motherfucking planet. He took us over the house and stuff. You know, I want to really thank the club, the manager and the staff. They were great all week. I want to thank my man, Shaman, Fred Nasser, Roscoe, Raymond Mayer, Gary Buckle, Nikolai Zepper, Sean Charles, Jason Jackson. I want to thank you boys down there in Austin, Crystal and my man. And I'm excited to see my boy in motherfucking Las Vegas next week. Larry, a.k.a. the Toki motherfucking Land. Next week is the South Point Casino with my man Larry. He'll be there Friday night fucking working. We'll eat a little something. Then I'll go to bed at 10 o'clock.
I'm feeling good, man. Wednesday, I'll wake up at radio at 7 o'clock up in Fresno. And my coffee and just go inside to my show. I really don't like the morning because I got that LASIK eye surgery and I have to wear sunglasses in the morning. Otherwise, it gives me a migraine headache now because I'm under stress. And I get a fucking bad headache. I think it's because of that surgery. So I have to wear shades and look like a douche in front of people. And it's like so annoying that I have to explain myself. I can't look like a douche thing that too. Just wish my eyes would away. Yeah, man, you know, I'm 2010. When I got I was 2020, the next day was 2015. The day after everything was healed up, and it was 2010. I forget that I'm like 40 something, I'm terrible. I can't see for shit. Oh, really? Yeah.
I can't see big either, so, you know, now I can see little things. I know this shit is. I can't see Twitter. I can't see my feet. I can't see. That's crazy. That's the reality. That's what happened.
You really post fun shit, man. I mean, you gotta be very eclectic taste in music, but they're always jams, like the crush genres. You know, it's really fucking, you put out good vibes. I love it.
What the fuck is that? Like I went to bed last night, maybe 10 o'clock, because I haven't had it from the weekend. I slept a little bit after. I got those off with the plan. I got 2 hours before I got up. So that's not enough. 3 a.m. That's not enough. 3 a.m. is not enough. I laid there for like 7 minutes. 6 hours. I'm going to go back to bed. I want to be. I went in the office and I think 5 minutes. Fuck me, I was on the computer. So it was cracked a lot. I pulled out one of my notebooks. I wrote my agenda for the day and my week ready. Right when he was like, it's fucking amazing. How do you make coffee? I didn't even make coffee. I don't give up It's even enough.
It's a no.
Nothing.
You're actually fucking
We're
going
gonna
to
be on coming back to that. I have a question.
people say, no,
Five o'clock, we're not getting there. We're not really saying. It was crazy. I took that t-shirt off my days came out. Let's sleep at the fast like I slept till that fucking alarm went off at 10 after 7. And I would have slept till 9, trust me. I would have gotten paid with the put your questions. Sorry.
My question was for about Saturday. Because you like we talked after you were really after. I was just saying I never knew that. What did it feel like? What did you do? It's a great question.
You know, I wanted to take my shirt off my shoes. I wasn't getting anxiety, it's something else. It's a different feeling. I'm on TV and I'm trying to get interrupted by the TV at 3 o'clock. Nothing really mattered. So I got up out of the shower. I put the shower on as hot as I could. I just sat down at the fucking water. I couldn't take it anymore because I let the water cool off and I stretched my back. I put shorts on and went right there like that.
You just passed out.
Just passed out. Whatever, I'm confused. Shit, I need to go in the shower. I just go in the shower with it run up my head. And let it out. Water fucking rejuvenate my brain fucking cells and shit.
Usually, Dr. Hey, how's everybody doing?
Welcome
Welcome to the show.
All about us.
What about a case
And even
where
your early ones were all more made great grandmother. This is Joey's first. So look, go back to your first. Think about like what that
passed on to the next world?
Well, I've been running those goddamn jokes for like 5 years straight. I mean, I had laughs every 4 to 5 seconds. And the album went platinum because people thought I got fucked out last time. We sold like 1.4 million. And it was a big deal. And it was just out of the Laugh Factory. But the feeling afterwards, like you're like, God, there's like, oh my God, there's a like.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
Right? And then you really take it in, and then it'll come if it hasn't already. The panic that you can't do those jokes no more because people are going to see all that shit coming, and you're not the type, because Joey's a real comedian. He won't allow himself. He'll beat himself up to dig deeper and go realer. Okay, and that's what this is gonna do. It's gonna act as a catalyst to spur his writing. And in a fucking year, he'll have an hour and a half. And, that's how it is. But for like the next month, it's gonna be a little bit of training. Right? And good. Let it breathe.
What's that?
Because I know the whole fucking thing.
No, I'm in the state of it all came down to this. I enjoyed doing it. I want to definitely do another one. I know exactly what I want to do. I know exactly where I want to do. Which time I want to take. I know how to do it now.
So you're ready with a whole nother special.
My daughter is
I'm ready with doing this special.
her father's daughter getting engaged because probably makes a conduit
I have
for the
minus 10
next 5
minutes for the special. You know what I'm saying?
But
You know what I'm saying? When you're at that point, I'm not worried about that.
one is probably
I'm going to take this week off and then start next week.
therefore, in that case, that a father marries
I'm
off
going to go to Vegas, take a week off.
so the other daughter, you don't even need to
I'm still going to have some material put together for these tours until you start to learn like Johnny Jackson. When Johnny Jackson starts a tour, she lives in. She's got to party and start to move and sing at the same time. So you start 90% fucking lip sync. By the end of the tour, you're not 10% lip sync because
there's a couple that are big
fucking
argument.
cardio. You You don't
The
need
father
somebody saying,
wanted
I'm
his
going to do the
daughter
same shit
to
that
marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are
Let's try.
wife says, no, my relatives. I want her to marry.
I'm in no rush.
And then the day the father
Close the doors
about
before
to
the
There's a lot of things.
let her marry your
City,
relatives.
you're in a rush.
During the party, the father went ahead and
I did my special when I was 11 years in. And I had my first special. And I'm 12 years in.
let's marry off our daughter to your family.
And so when I hit, I knew what I was doing.
Don't lie like that.
You know, I've been headlining all over the South for years.
When you get through it already.
I had an hour and a half
You know
for
that
ride.
Like that night and the next night. You come tonight, tomorrow, you're going to see two different fucking animals. No experience takes the animal. I'm not worried about the material. I'm not worried about any of this shit. This
the girl
experience
was patient and be married
might not
the
have
hustle without the
anything in
father.
me.
Everybody,
Keep getting on
she's died,
stage.
the hustle together.
And you keep taking this and
Stays in
keep pushing yourself
Got
out.
the place. However, the choice is whether
You start getting after the place, you forgot this attachment.
she marries a
Try to
child.
show them the
So
school.
the
She
right
started fucking
so anyway, once
She's not going to start a fucking
take her
ticker.
out. Let's
She
see
going
what
to take
there's
her
that when the father comes back and he
$2
comes
for pretty fucking
But this agrees this marriage, and that's why we put in a lot of
works. It's really amazing how
There he
when
is.
the mother once told me that everything works in layers. I didn't know what the fuck that meant.
or their mother.
That meant that everything
You don't need
bills.
siblings for
Well,
that.
those don't meant that
Because
one day
although
all
he's
bills
quiet,
two
you know, he's quiet,
mental.
he's curious, he's
All
angry.
those little things that
Other
you
learners
shit.
know.
They really
Why?
don't. I'm seeing it with 20 people. I've seen it with 20 fucking people. From Ralphie May to fucking Ari to Ali Wong, I've seen
What it says.
bills
Now we're
all
going to say
fucking night like
good.
nothing happened.
There's
So
nobody's quiet.
stand up is real. I can't
Things like that.
imagine being
And the
in
reason
one.
why he's quiet is
I
not
can't
his
imagine
choice.
being any shoe. I can't
The whole
imagine
thing.
being Louis C.K.
Go inside.
Because those guys ain't
What was
big ratings. They put them out there. And these guys can't write fast enough. These guys can't write fast enough. You know, you get to that level, you're doing 80 other things. It's not you in the fucking room anymore.
Yeah, you're not doing bong hits with your friends and drinking coffee.
Now it's all different.
It's all different.
It's all different now. So we
It's
can't
not
adjust
involved.
that.
How's everybody
I was
doing?
telling
Welcome.
Leah one of the most important things is grounding.
We're
No matter what Ralphie had
dedicated
around
to
me
the
all
father
the
and
time,
time.
the 6 8 thing, I was always talking about the phone, making him laugh, keeping him grounded. So he would buy into the fucking bullshit. You don't buy it, they're gonna hit you with bullshit. That's it. That's it. There's a ton of bullshit that comes in. Keep your friends around. You don't want to around with that real game fun. You see that? When that agent tells you that you're really, we love you're taking all the shit. More stories than they showed before we felt it. See what they're
Oh my
doing.
God, you hear that? Oh, I wish one of them loud boys would come and rip his fucking head off. He shows up with dressed up like fucking Dracula. Yeah, dressed up like fucking Dracula. What about that? The two women, the one was the other one. Oh my God.
Those girls want to shoot themselves right now.
Breaks it up.
Those girls who change their hair color, they quit saying I can join that. They fucking switched up themselves to girls.
Our generation had those chicks. Those chicks, you're so fucking hot. Okay, it was a good song, good singing.
basic same formula. One is good singer, good song. Okay, if they just had a good singer and a good song, it would be great.
Music at that time was like everything. The better your video was on TV, the more tickets you sold. It really wasn't about the music. The music was good. The visual effects for the fucking videos, 83 and 84, were fucking brilliant. Sledgehammer,
Thriller.
those really, that's what sold the tickets in those times. That video, lights out, you know what he's talking about? You know what he's talking about? All the things that TV music right now. Pull out rock. There's people who do goddamn. That's why it's a time for the mushroom cap. You know what? There's 10 videos of different things to copy this. But I think this guy was the first guy. I don't know if that's why I don't want to say for sure. This is the first guy I saw do it that really made an impact on me. You never saw this.
Oh my God, seriously? I wish I was
Watch this.
So the more he's gonna forward traffic. He's gonna forget. He's not gonna realize that what the slow movement I is more power. Power is added to his own personal power. He's gonna make bread out of it.
Look at this shit, Lisa.
Slow. It was fine. It's Rabbi Rothschild from flour. Everybody knows it's supposed to be from flour. Oh no, that's just making it easy, but it's fine. But it's from flour. Don't take it from riches are research. Flour is only given from the dough.
Listen to his sound. Nobody's got fun. Everybody's got a sound with
doesn't have a hole in the bottom. Hold it to the measure of the rice. Or if he say truma, go ahead and truma again, like non-perforated class. It's different. Let's understand the mistake. So one that's high, one that's low. There's one bowl of flour. It's going to be not going to want to take it. It takes a sour, spoiled watermelon. Here we say, yes, sir, you should take a second truma. But in fact, the rice of truma, you have one side, have a wonderful, also beautiful of the.
Question mark for the quarterback, CJ Carr won the battle.
Welcome back, David. I'm really excited for this start that you just went down. These are Hashem. How about myself? Set this confusion to myself or everybody else do it. So please join me on this journey. And you know, David Adas is about the synopsis, the main points of the job. If you're interested in a little more, there's a full share that lasts about 40 minutes, especially when you're on the half speed, the more charts, animation, stories, jokes, etc. So let's get into it. And of course, I always appreciate feedback. Let me know what you think. The Mishnah tells us that a woman is making up the sholish drachim. A woman is acquiring two ways. Kesef, shtar, via. Money, a document, money in the document would say, hurry after the dentures, and right hurry after the dentures, from the Raven, and the woman, and the relations, as long as it even succeed, or a woman acquired herself back, married once, three to ways. Again, the death of her husband, the death of his about how much is money, how much money you have to give the woman in order to acquire how much value of things, the shaman, the value of a dinner, the value of the Yibama. That's a woman who lost her husband and didn't have children together. Her brother-in-law either marries her or she forms Khalid. So the only way to marry her is the deal, which is a relation. Although that she brings, she's not acquire with money, that's minor, so that's only to make her usher on the other brothers, not to make an actual penis. How does she acquire herself? She's supposed to marry anybody she wants with Khalid by removing children's shoes, the whole process, and with the death of the other. In fact, if the seal of the primer, which is money or style, yes, it only makes her tussle on the rest of the day. Now, we want to go into the luck. But 4 words here, we want to know why were those words chosen. It says, Aisha was talking about the man, Nicholas was about the second pattern, Shalom was a Russian, and Keva usually the third speaks in the Russian software. And why does it say the word Russian instead of Bari? So we'll start with the word meekness. It says the word meekness, which is a Russian that right, so that's how the prayer speaks. Yeah, Isha. We're going to take Shabbat people. That's right. That a woman can be acquired from money. And the word people that the prayer uses is actually a Russian of king. So that's why our Mishnah talks about here. The second pair, Yeshua Abed, is a Russian Chacham. Egyptian is a Russian Chacham that makes his wife usher on the rest of the world right paper. Why do our Mishnah use a Russian of China? And gives her over to herself, because one of the ways that a woman acquires herself is not of her husband. And that the husband doesn't do. He's not giving her anything, he's not giving her a gift. Another reason why it says to teach us that a woman can only be acquired with her will, with Daito, and not Batar. Now let's move on to the word Sholish. Sholish is a Russian Neseva. And the rest of the third is Russian Zahar. Most of the third shows the word was essentially the definition of the word the way. And there is a Russian Neseva when we talk about the prayer itself, when we think about it. Well, for instance, when we talk about divorce, it's the way that so there we use the prayer when we talk about a son, it's also that suffer check how the person becomes up is only possible by now, why doesn't the tradition use the Russian brother? Brother is also a Russian brother. And we're explaining further about the relations that is called Sarah and Test and Shad are there to achieve another chart you were saying is because it's the way of the man to go look for a wife to go very soon. Was like a goal. So a man looks for his wife. For his wife. Yeah, we finished the very first time. The boys, I have a wonderful day. See you tomorrow later.
Ingesting all this information. Oh my God. Not really, to be honest, very well.
Monday night, this is 17th of October, ain't nothing going on.
Okay.
I was supposed to have something 11, but it's not gonna happen. So I'm just gonna fucking do it.
Welcome back to another
nice.
Last time, oh my God, you learned a lot.
Congratulations to you, Bob.
More words.
That's nice.
Nah, you do. Like I said, it's a pleasure to see your growth, I was always happy with all your success. You see all these guys, they all came up and they were great success down there. I don't listen, man. I don't want to sit in the fucking outside with me. What's stuff 82 hours a day. The last couple of weeks, he was contacting. I don't want to fucking TMZ ever question me about something. I don't ever want to be one of those guys. I just want to be there.
Man, I get that shit so much, bro.
That's it. I don't believe no I exist. I would never want to be an Navy shooter. God forbid. I would never want to gamble or see everything get so aggressive.
Because you can't develop it.
It's too rough. No, it's too rough because what is it?
Oh, everything.
So it's too rough to even know that. So you don't want to be in that particular spotlight. If you're going to be in that spotlight, you have to have a free writers that write, material that's
great.
policy friendly. I'd rather shoot myself in the fucking head. Your next topic. Cocksucker fuck. You smoking weed? What was going on? You were jumping jacks a little. Ready for another mushroom? I found some acid under one of the albums and shit. I have a piece. Oh my God. Break on break time.
Oh my God. Alright, Lee, the sofa is a safety safe, okay? Lee, okay? If anything, if you feel anything weird, okay? We go to the safety safe, okay, Lee? Just write it out, okay? You want to take a shower, take a big shit. That's what it goes. Yeah.
He's a soldier. I love
it.
What is your more finish?
It's over.
It's over. That's it. In Jewish house.
Hanukkah, maybe? I don't know, maybe there's something between other people need.
Well, we gotta get one more before we got Halloween. Halloween, we gotta be fun.
Next year.
Natural. You know, how is that legendary?
I'm gonna head out real size candy bars. Everybody goes to that. Well, you know those fun size candy bars? There's nothing fun about them. Unless you just get started and they're done. Fuck that. I get whole candy bars. I go to Sam's and get fucking cases of them.
You know, man,
Sit out there and fucking just go there. Right? Like, I appreciate children. You know, don't talk back in my house. You know what I mean? I'm your man. Okay, we're down. Okay, you know you pick the neighborhood. It says the way you pick a fence, we get fucked up. Okay, you know what I mean? Just pay it forward a little bit. Okay, the mom will come up. I hand them 3. Or which one you like, Reese? Okay, well, Snickers is bomb too. Oh, you want the Milky Way? This is all caramel. Okay, that's all I got. I'm sorry. All right, but I mean, I go through probably $300 worth of candy. But it just, I mean, kids just light up and I get toys and stuff.
Yeah, this right size work, but you're right. Things, what happens is, like me this week with the Butterfingers, I use one of the Butterfingers. I still everything 22 of them, which meant I ate 3 of those life-size ones. If I would just stay the life-size one, I don't know why I stand. All right, that's it. You don't have to control the fucking savage. I could say, fuck it, that's it. I had to get those Butterfingers. I saw all the time you were tearing shit up this week. I was not tearing shit up, which I'm proud of you. I'm proud. Listen, you know me, though. I ain't no slim chick, but I don't give a fuck. I want you to be healthy. But don't sit there. Look me in the fucking eye. I need no kids. I was on stage for 2 hours. I come back, you see him with a big brother in his face. He is fucked.
No, they were veggie inside.
There was no veggie pizza.
They were all veggie
I was strangling. I was eating it without veggie.
I wondered how it
with cheese and prosciutto.
Not backstage.
Backstage. It was prosciutto.
know when I got back there, ask Willie. When I got back there, I had no pizza. It was just veggie. Ask Willie. Get Willie on the phone.
Wait a second. When I got back there, it was straight. Please stop. So,
I wasn't in the state, folks.
he said that, man, look, let's go back. It was one fucking
I ate 3 slices in the big room. I did. I ate 3 slices.
That was later.
Yes.
No. Somebody ate the one.
Not me.
Well, it was a pizza and a fucking half.
I was sitting at the table.
No, I wasn't looking at
I wasn't there. I was in Portland.
Yeah, but Ralphie,
there was a whole pizza that was Willie's. There was a pizza. I took 2 little.
I'll leave. Okay, I got me out.
Fucking pan pizza. It was 2 little strips extra left. 2 little slices around that. I took both. He ate one. I watched him. And he ate a chicken nugget. And he was eating them. He said, "Look at the jumbo box."
there were no veggie.
Stop with the fucking pizza. Next thing you know, I come back and there's no pizza. And I sit down on the ground, high as fuck. Like, I don't know what's going on. Makes sense. Chicken covered Parmesan. His wife just got sick eating shit on the road. And also, I'm wondering if you go.
Did you know? You're talking about 2 different nights now. Are we talking about Saturday or Friday?
Where'd you go Friday night?
Friday night, chicken coffee.
French fries.
No pasta.
Pasta.
Yeah.
Great pasta.
Just a little bit of that. I love it.
He always eats a little bit.
The reason why I didn't was because the cheese cookie was the pasta. Saturday, because I had like 2 slices and he was fucking edible.
Listen to me.
Yeah, a ton of pizza.
Listen, your Gatorades are always good.
Yeah.
Dude,
I had 3 slices. I had 3 slices.
Lost to 15 slices.
No, but that's not the pizza. I was talking to the photographer and asked him.
That's the whole country looking at your fingers.
No, it's not. Ladies and gentlemen, record.
He's sitting there listening to everybody was pizza. And he was like me in the 80s with cocaine. Cocaine landed right here. I'd be sitting next to him, making believe it wasn't there. No, it's that cocaine. That's not mine. That's what he was sitting there. At one time, we had 3 fucking boxes of pizza. Sitting there like Sinatra, mingling with the boxes of pizza.
You yell at me all the time for eating garbage pizza. Finally, some of very good pizza.
Yeah, he did.
I want to take them home. I want to take them home. You say no.
No, I didn't say no.
You did too say no.
No, I did not. I go, here, pizza.
What was going to have a slice of split them or something?
He always likes to make the pizza.
No, I went to the front desk.
Oh, so the pizza was the front fucking.
Well, at least me and Ethan, they would recommend the pizza.
What was the brand?
I remember it.
Yeah.
That's what I looked to it before. I got like the smallest one. It was so depressing. It was like 8 inches.
Fucking. Don't put a fucking dome on the thing.
We had a sticker between us. We almost jumped out of the plane. We were recording in the land of retaliation. I love farting on planes.
You didn't fart on the way there. That was all
I
right.
don't know.
You sound like a half a fag.
So funny.
Pull this guy out the first time. My back was bothering me. I went over this way to fart. That's a little out of my back. I felt the back of the and I sit back, and within 2 minutes, I see Leo look at me, making it look like he's doing sign language, and he's nailing that fart. Because the filter of the plane is on the least feet. That's why you never take a window seat. Because everything that comes goes right into the window. If I sneeze, it goes to the window. If I blow my nose, it goes to the window if I fart. So he gets the first dose of the fart. This this guy gets a second dose, like that hurricane last week was supposed to come back. This far comes back. This far comes deep and it breaks. It's like a wave, right? It's like a wave that breaks like this. Half of it goes least direct, the other half it ricochets right in this guy's mouth. You understand? I know how to fart. It was the first time I was doing it. That's fucking years. I started on the road. That's the first time. That's first class. That's Turkey. You gotta catch him when he's sleeping. You don't have to be around him. Roman would sleep by the window with his mouth face up. That's tough to catch him with a fucking fart up time. You don't fuck around and say nothing. On the way back, I got upgraded to first class. Sunday flight on the way home. I was gonna upgrade. I walked back to chicken wings. Killing it. And then we started the flight at 7:30 a.m. with 200 milligrams of that. Enjoyed it the whole time. Oh yeah, we don't fuck around. And we had just gone to bed. 3 hours before. 3 hours before. The whole week. Kurt Michael was there the whole fucking year. Everybody's fucking smoking dope outside. And we get on that plane. I get upgraded. He goes back to 14th dealing. And the night was really dungeon. They charge you for those seats now for 14 $50. Not they put you in the fucking dungeon, dog. And let me tell you something. You fly anything now from 16 back. You're gonna get sick. You're gonna get sick. You're gonna get Abu Dhabi. It's something in that 28th row by the bathroom. Hell, that furious. Because people are back there farting and the heart's got nowhere to go. You're gonna sleep with a blanket on your head and a straw coming out of that shit. You think I'm kidding? Listen, you don't get anything from 24 to 28. When you go to take a shower, you can't even fucking go out with your friends and hang out. Because you got this fucking layer of airplane. Trust me, though. You sit in the back of the plane. Those are the cheapest seats. Those are the ones that when you go on there late, they give you a cheap seat for $189.
I just had my tickets for Boston. I'm sitting like 21 and 24. And nothing less than like $100 a ticket. Which is going to happen. So, I'm sitting in the back.
So, by
No,
us,
JetBlue.
Yeah. But don't you have to go out to Long Beach? No, that's awesome.
find something to
I thought that was down in Long Beach. But anyways,
Water
checking out and tell you this one.
You were married.
You were checking out.
Oh yeah, we're back there. I was born there. So that's the chick on my little nephew. He's sitting back there with a smile on his face. And he's just at the bottom. He's got his shoes off.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
First of all, I talked about you. I understand when we get the security. He's a fucking I get stuck in shoes. You know, just to keep going. Right, because I got the pre-check. This fucking guy walking around with me. They go, we straight up. Plus, he has 19 bags. He's going to serve. He's going to have a surgery. He's going to be doing the games in there. And God knows what other shit he's got. God knows what other shit he's got. Don't belong. I got 2 things on my feet. I got 2 things in my trunk. I got a sleep apnea machine. And
You're the one that throws the attention.
no, I don't take none of the words. I haven't taken that computer out in 20 years. They just have a laptop. I haven't taken it out long. That's how I run. I don't take nothing. Leave it in there. Show your bio. Take your stickers off. Take your fucking belt off. Take the tickets out of your pocket. Take your cell phone and put it in your right shoe. And take your wallet and put it in your fucking left shoe. So they can't rob you. Cocksuckers. You shake it down. Your shit's all the way over there. You understand? So guys like you with the shit white shirt on, looking around with the shit white shirt on today. Smooth. You have to fucking do this shit for me, rob you. Those TSA guys will rob you. Oh my God, your wallet go missing. You have to run the tape. Don't get rid of the tape. It's conspiracy. Trump keeps saying the media. It's like,
that's why he gets the $99, but he shouldn't deserve
into the airport.
That's why I need a fucking
I was gonna wait for him. He ran the house. He waited for him. His breakfast waiting for him. He fucking goes to security, it takes them an hour, they search him, they bring the fucking bug, the door, they brought the donkey, everybody's speaking. I go to that fucking macaroni grill, I get a place sausage platter with eggs and potatoes and sausages. He gets out of security, gets over there, boom, he's gonna wake up with a fucking Diet Coke. Yeah, perfect. Like a fucking doctor. I gave him 6 minutes to eat because we gotta get on the fucking plane first. This motherfucker don't work out. Let's just station. I gotta get on there first and get off that motherfucker. So I took this thing and did what I could do. When he went to the back, it was cool. It was a good little flight. It was a good little fucking trip, man. I like I simplified traveling in the way out. I had to yell at a guy with a Volvo. Classic. Because he tried to play the white fucking Supreme game on me that he was ready to take him 2 hours. So I played this fucking card and the guy fell apart at the seams. At the parking window, even the black ladies were laughing at him, dog. It was fucking embarrassing. He wouldn't pull up, he wouldn't open his window. It was the worst thing ever. Police scared the shit out of me. Go fuck your mother. It was hysterical.
Funny shit. I don't know.
Welcome back to the 8th job.
Yes.
Right.
One of my sports is on the white love the I'm bringing butter that you want to see. I love that. I love because the products are fucking solid. At least the products that I use are solid. It's the fucking shrimp export. It's the hemp force protein, the chocolate, and it's the alpha brain. That's my studies right there. Listen, my kidneys going in so much. I think blood pressure medication, CBD oil, reefer cocaine for 30 years. They ain't got much left, so I gotta be careful what I'm fucking putting in my fucking thing. I believe it. Yesterday when I got home, right before I take a flight, I take that fucking alpha brain. That's why I don't fall asleep on a plane when I get off. I sleep 2-3 hours. I got no jet lag. It's alpha brain. Do me a favor. Go to Hard.com right now. Look at the great selection of supplements they have. If there's anything you like, go to the card. Go in there, press it. CHURCH. Get 10% off your first order. Delivered to your door, okay? If you like what you get, you want to stay on the program. They deliver to your door on the first of every month. Alright? Go to Hard.com and press it. And get 10% off your first order. Number 2, I want to introduce you to a new product that we're putting on the podcast I fucking love. When I left, they said they were going to send it to me, and I got back, they sent it to me, and I asked my wife, what do you think? And she loved it. I mean, so far so good. I mean, I got cats, man. And you gotta feed the fucking cats. And the cat might be eating their own goddamn schedule. If you have one cat, that's great. You get to on that schedule. You have a couple cats. That rules too. That rules too. You don't know what you're eating. So sometimes you might feed. You get Friskies eating. The Friskies really not eating. It's fucking Lulu that's eating everything. So every time you put a thing out, Frisky don't eat. So Lulu eats 6 fucking times. You work for 2 days. And Frisky looks like that fucking cat with flies all over that fucking like it's fucking hungry and shit. So do you ever wonder if you'll feed your pet? Sure, it's not a show. Feed your pet the right amount every day. But how do you know you're feeding your pet the right amount of food every day, you know? I mean, this is one way. Introducing the PetNet Smart Feeder, the new smartphone control automatic pet feeder that personalizes your pet's daily calorie intake using the age, weight, activity level, and food type. With the PetNet app, you can schedule and monitor your pet's meals from your smartphone. Get me? Are you listening to me? Meaning your pet is always fed, even when you're running a little late, okay? Stop worrying about feeding your pet the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every day, automatically. Listen, we all love our pets. The PetNet Smart Feeder is the best way for you to make sure you're feeding them the right amount every single day. But these things are positive. This is the PetNet Smart Feeder is produced in a limited quantity each month You need to get yours before they sell out. At petnet.com/Joey today. Plus, you'll get free shipping also. I'm gonna test it again this week because I just got back on Sunday. I saw it was there. I asked my wife what she thought. She loves the whole full control thing. That's the money. It comes with an app, and you got it right there. When, how, that's the whole control. And if you're running late, maybe you got a specific diet, maybe you have certain dietary needs. This is for you. So, that smart feed. So do me a favor. Go to petnet.com/Joey today. And you're going to get free shipping. What I'm going to do is this. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey. Again, petnet.com/Joey. This is the future, okay? Right now, PetNet Smart Feeder is the best way for you to make sure you feed your cat the right way, the right amount, every single day. So again, get your PetNet Smart Feeder plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. What do you think about that concept?
I love it. Strong, too. Keys on your dog, too.
Dog, cat, whatever.
Also, my man Biscuits, he is fucking the greatest. English bulldog puppy, he's fucking the greatest. And that dog is on a regimen thing. I would love to be able to hook that up to my cameras and be able to feed it, make sure he gets exactly what he's supposed to get, and then shut it off.
Go to petnet.com/Joey. Look at it, see the options you got. I guarantee you love it. This will be a travel platform. We back Wednesday night, Ralphie Ray. Always a pleasure to have you around. Always a pleasure to see you. You make me happy. Skies are set. Nobody knows it. Much I love.
Get to hang out
Vegas next weekend. Where you at, Vegas? Oxnard this Friday, Saturday, Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and man, and then off for a week, thank God. I mean, I've been on 8 state run so far.
Atrocities,
Come on, exactly. It's easier, you got a bus. How much I love you.
Yo, what up, Tedify?
Native Americans get profane, keep people alive in North Dakota. I swear to God. They said, real dogs, they're nice people. Alright, you don't deserve that shit. I remember we used to have fucking holes in the walls that weren't the windows. You know?
What says it said, I read Kelsey, and it also. One has a suffix, it says, you had this thing, you had this, it's Russi, that's Russi. These are all the shoyness that are in the Torah, Salossi, Russi, Nafti, Usasi, Karufasi, Bishipon, and reference to Ish. This is that works only. Yuda, in Paul, in Arusa, or Harufa. According to the Lama that says that Shippa Harufa is referring to the sort of Kiva, it's possible that in every place that Lashon of Harufa is going. The king is talking to a woman about prostitution. You're going to get. And then he gives her a ring without explaining to her what it is. She is a Kodesh. Well, if you don't see, you won't actually say I read the Kodesh in the middle of discussing according to the Muslims, the Indian with Indian, but also one that went off to speak about how much money there is involved and how much this, and then he gives the ring, then she is a big picture. And the Gemara tells us that we have to notify the Yanim about this halacha. Because the halacha is that if you don't know about the Kedushin, the halachas, all the halachas, you shouldn't be in the Sadi Kedushin or the Sadi Kedushin. This is one of the halachas, they have to know the halacha of Yosi, because it is common for someone to talk to a woman about Kedushin and then giving her a ring without saying, I read the Kedushin. If a person tells his wife, I read Batzfari, which is a lashon that you use for a shivcha, it doesn't work right away. If a person says, where's the full Allah? He says this is about shivcha, it also doesn't work because shivcha is possible for it's not what you do. A person says, I read La'atzmi, it works by a woman, because he meant you are completely to yourself. And the more learns that out from a prayer connection. The person says, I have nothing to do with you, I'm not dealing with you. That works by a slave. If a person tells a slave, he is in the fuck, I have nothing to do with you, he means that it's completely free. Now for the classic Sugya, Abai says, if a man loaned a woman money, and then he used the loan, that's not enough for Kedushin. He says, with the benefit, the enjoyment you have, she is, Mark explains, Arba specific. The Hanoah that lengthened the loan, that would cost her money to otherwise, that Hanoah, and it's also do so because it's a romance. It looks as if you're trying to get around the
The Church of What's Happening Now is presented by Onyx. The days are back. The Church of What's Happening Now is proud to introduce you to HelloTushy.com. HelloTushy.com makes portable devices that spray your butt clean with water. Go to HelloTushy.com/church right now to get 10% off. That's HelloTushy.com/church.
Oh shit. Here we go, cocksuckers. This is what I'm talking about. What is when he gets in the White House every night? The Obama's left.
Next time,
Here you go, cocksuckers. The Church of What's Happening Now. Wednesday, February 8th. What's better than this? Check that out this week.
I give you this. Manta, the sugar, you look it up.
Oh shit.
It looks like that.
This was just a hot
There's
a fucking
party
Here we go, black people jump up and down. Come on, Mexicans jump up and down. Let's go, Sticks. Armenian, do your thing. Oh, werewolf for jump. Wiggle, cocksucker, wiggle. Here we go, the intensity. Oh shit. There's a white chick suck black dicks in the 70s. Fuck yeah. Here we go. Hey.
welcome back.
Oh shit. What the fuck? What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here, the Church of What's Happening Now. It's a beautiful motherfucking night. I'm happy you get to join us. Lisa Ann's here. And yes, again, my brother, Mr. Ralphie May. Hi, everybody. If he's in town, we bump motherfuckers for Ralphie May. I had to tell somebody to something happened. Fucking story. Don't burn down. I'll call you next week. Somehow I'm sure I got playing. Oh, you always get to play. I always call me flying too. I'm sorry about the periscope this morning. What happened was this. Let me explain to you what I did. How I was. Okay. Joe is my brother, love to death, but he gets a lot of creepy fucking people. Yeah, that listen to him and the creepy people. But when they can't get through to him, they start going down the line. So they go to Duncan. When Duncan tells them to fuck off, they go to Ari. When Ari tells them to fuck off, they'll come to me when I tell them to fuck off. They'll run crying. my fucking sleep apnea machine breaks. At 6 o'clock at night, I'm fucking wild, man. So already I go to bed. I got radio on Thursday. I gotta be there. I'm not gonna go to fucking Simpsons and let me not deal with this. It's up to eat with these dudes from LA that want to play with me. I go, and I'll come back and I'll deal with this shit. And I'll figure it out. I'll scotch tape it. I'll do something, you know. I go, I eat with these two guys. It's cold out. They walk me back to the hotel in Cleveland. We just I walk in and there's these two people. I don't think about nothing. You know, I just see two people. That's all my job is. Talking to these two guys, and all of a sudden they're looking over at us. And they keep looking. And as soon as I try to tell, I go, they're here for a fucking picture. God damn it. I know. And next thing you know, I go real loud. I go, listen, my sleep apnea machine broke. To the guys, I go, let me go upstairs and deal with this. I turn around. The guy chases me with the girl. They come up to me. I go, listen. We got your present. It's in our car. Right away, that's not gonna happen. Right. We didn't know we'd see you and then listen. I'm not walking to no car. You come to the show, would you like me to leave you tickets for the show? That's nice. Yes, we would. I mean, that's how fast it was. I'm in a rush, guy. I gotta go figure out the sleep apnea fucking thing. So if you want tickets for the show, we took a picture. While we're taking the picture, that's when he starts his shit together. About fucking going to fucking some country jungle of Amazon, doing fucking ayahuasca, and all this shit that I don't even dirty. I don't need to hear this shit. This is not for me. You want to take a chance, go to the Bronx and get a 3 hours back at Heroin. You don't need to go all the way to fucking what hell, you know. Listen, before you move to LA, you see how these fucking idiots work. And you've been watching TV, and you're trying to lose weight. You're working real hard. You're doing jumping jacks.
How old are you?
We do this. These motherfuckers always got the next day.
How old are you? How old?
That was the answer. You motherfuckers are still living off the 70s. Every TV show, every fucking movie. You guys are living off the fucking 70s, okay?
How old are you?
It's like Quaaludes are great. They became ecstasy. Yeah, that's what happens. They become ecstasy, but it's the same cousin to the fucking Quaaludes. It's the same thing. They're just evolved. Me, listen, you want the answer? Take a head of acid. When my mother was dead, 3-4 months, I think I recovered from the pain. I ate acid every fucking night. And that breaks down whatever problem you have. You don't need to go to ayahuasca in the jungle and have a shaman around you breathing. Stinky, dirty. Yeah, all you need is a $3 hit of some good fucking window banging. But I'm like Sabbath, fucking Sabbath, Sabbath. The answer to your question will come to you. I don't care if you put the Beatles help on. The answers to your question will come to you. I'm telling you this as a man because this is what I did for fucking years when I was recovering on the biggest pain you could possibly have in your fucking life. So don't fucking tell me my fucking job, okay? This, and I'm gonna tell you in front of somebody just so you guys know what he's gonna tell you. This November, I'm gonna be clean off coke for 10 years, bro. 10 fucking years. Can you believe that? Fuck yes. Did I go to get rubber game? Did I go to Brazil? No. Did I go get hugs? Did I go to rehab? No, I need to go to fucking rehab. You know, all these people in LA go to rehab to get clean. But 2 weeks later, they go to a doctor and they go stretcher pills. And also they have all these symptoms, these fake fucking symptoms. And they're giving you pills, so you just drugged up on pills, but you're still going to people telling them you're on AA. Yeah. And enough for nothing. I was there the last night. You had a great fucking run, and that was a great last night to go out on. That was a great fucking 27-year-old fucking ball. Yeah, but I was there at the fucking finish line, dude. That means, dude, you smoked an ounce of my fucking Mezzo G weed. An ounce, okay? After eating like 4 dinners. It was terrific food, alright? And we're laughing our butts off. And then I bring out mushrooms after dinner, fucking get you started, let the day go. Let's remember the Indians, natives. Alright? And we put them out there. Hey, I love the Indians. Are you kidding me? Don't bring the fucking Indians up. I love them. The last time I brought Indians up, you had to do benefits. I still do it with a tomahawk somewhere. Fuck yeah. No, I know. I sent that kid to camp. Space camp. I'm helping out in natives. I'm fucking saving them. Somebody's got to do it. Anyway, listen to this guy. We did it. I bring out an ounce of fucking great mushrooms. Hawaiian ones. Have you ever had the Hawaiian ones? Yeah, that's him. Okay, the regular ones are a little bit bigger. The Hawaiians are smaller and the cap's thicker. Alright? And I brought out a fucking ounce of the most deadly fucking
thankful. All right, he did all of that over the course of like 6 hours. Okay, and
I
then
went to the comedy store to the set. On the over.
pow, zoom straight to the moon.
And the fucking lights in there were turning purple. The whole original room was purple, and I'm in there telling jokes on stage. I thought I was the only one in the room. I couldn't even see the audience members. I got my fucking car.
So funny.
And I got the fuck out of there with with no drama. No, oh my god, I feel like doing what's that? What's the word they use?
Relapse.
Fucking talk.
Here's how you quit. I ain't doing that no more. That's all you did, guys. Doing no 12 steps.
There's no 12 steps.
Go to the escalator.
No fucking.
I ain't gonna do no more.
I want this poor girl I'm with to find me on the floor dead. I don't want her to walk out of the bedroom and see fat little legs in the kitchen. It's purple because I want to do blow in front of her. I can't do it no more. And that's pretty much the fucking end of it.
Dude, that was real shit, man.
But it's like, we had so much drama to get me high. Like, I like to just roll a joint. No, you gotta roll a joint, do a matchbook, put a filter. Filter, you talk. What filter are you talking? A matchbook cover? You gotta be quiet. You want to be fucking cool. I'm too cool. Right. I didn't play that game. I didn't play that cool game. You were just fucking either you were cool or you didn't. Nobody teaches you. You putting on a t-shirt doesn't make you cool. You putting a goatee and shaving it real tight. You know, like a fucking half a fag. That don't make you fucking. You know what I'm saying?
But it does tickle my balls.
Yes, thank you. Everybody in LA wants to be cool. Shut the fuck up. Just take a listen. If you're not gonna do it in ass, so take a $3 bag of heroin. Just leave me the fuck alone. It's not my world. It's not my world. I don't even want to listen to that kind of talk. I never did.
There's a reason people are just hearing about it now. It's fucking stupid.
I know. Listen, it helps people with opiate addictions. It helps all these type of people and shit like this. Take it to somebody else. Alright? I'm going to fucking guy. And that's the way I'm gonna go out. That's it. Leave me have conversations every day we with something. Because he knows I don't give a fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. You want an adventure? Go to Boogie Down Blocks. I'm sorry, but 20 black guys and 3 Puerto Ricans. And that's an adventure right there. You need to make sure you can tell your friends at Starbucks. I went to Brazil. Oh my God, you're so strong and valiant. Shut the fuck up.
Go fuck yourself.
People that were going to Canada when fucking Trump became president. It gets old.
No shit,
It's
dude.
fucking old. I come from a different fucking society of people. Men act like men. You know, I'm not gonna turn the fucking TV on until I get protesting again. I'm gonna tell you, there's no future. Protesting.
There's not.
There's no future.
Oh, you learn how to bitch.
They go down there and fucking with a hole in their chest. Just do drugs like I did. You don't have to mingle with them to be cool. Some people go, oh my God, you're marching. Fuck you. Fuck you. I got better things to do with my time.
Yeah,
It's called life.
Yeah, you're creating traffic. I know you don't like Trump, but go fuck yourself. You're fucking making traffic, you cunt. I hope you fucking AIDS in your mouth. Fuck you. Alright, they're a bunch of dicks. Okay? I got stuck in one of that goddamn woman march, and I didn't know why they were bitching. Okay? Alright, you don't like Trump. Hey, guess what? Maybe you should have marched your ass to the fucking voting booth. Alright, because he told you 3 weeks before, hey, I'm gonna grab you by the pussy. And you know what? Most of America was like, I'm cool with that. That's alright. I can overlook that.
Nobody likes fucking Trump. Everybody's mad at fucking Trump.
Yeah. Well, they should have done something when they had the job. Okay? You know what mentions me about being a Democrat is fucking. You have until the end of the game to win the fucking game, Coco. You have until the end of fucking last play. Alright? Like fucking.
New England on Sunday.
Yeah, New England on Sunday. You thought it was over? No, we got overtime. No, we're gonna settle it. Okay? Alright? And instead, alright, these assholes, these little fucking Democrat pussies are all fucking crying. I want a recount. I want a fucking recount. I want to get the electoral college to do this. You lose on Sunday. You don't wake up. Nobody from the Falcons woke up on Monday and go, man, you know, everybody, I know we lost yesterday in the biggest, you know, fucking choke you could ever lose. But we really wanted to win. So now if everybody just agrees that we won, that's cool,
together is
at night.
they had Bernie Sanders.
Whatever it is that
They had Joe Biden, a man.
You had Bernie Sanders, but you drank the fucking juice of being cool with a woman president. You jumped up and down like a fucking bullboy. You know, you fooled the country one time. I'm not saying fooled the country, but Obama was one of those weird presidencies. It wasn't gonna happen twice, bro. You know, the who said it best, we won't get fooled again. We won't get fooled again with the fucking smoking mirrors and the Priuses. You know, I know people buying clothes to go to Hillary parties on the west side. Like, it's all fucking embarrassing. You got like, and they had to sit there and watch that fucking teleprompter. You know me, I don't give a fuck. I think we were doing a podcast.
Yeah, we were with the Trump.
With the talk, yeah.
Oh man, it was a little Nicky. Oh man, you didn't give a fuck two dicks about nothing.
You know, if you know how hard we worked in our lives and what we went through, there wasn't a president there to help us stop that fucking time.
I love Obama. He never gave me the fucking last
I still remember when I got thrown out of the business, they fucking Reagan got shot. You think when he was laying down on the floor, he was on the Joe Hair. Yeah, fuck no, Reagan, fucking reach out. That's why I learned about bureaucracy. So I want to die. That's where I really learned what this country's all about. It's we'll give you money because we need to pay this money. It's like what they do now, cold spring. To tell them that you have no problem. They put you on home so long, you just hang up and pay $40. My time is work, you know what I'm saying? With bureaucracy. With my mother, I wake up and I go down there every other week. Oh, you want to bring the mortgage? Well, I'm fucking 16. Who got the mortgage book from the fucking house? My mother's dead. What mortgage book? Every week it was like more and more shit. And I was taking a bus out to Newark. Sometimes I get a ride, but most of the times I take a bus at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and come back at 7, 8 o'clock at night. I learned about bureaucracy and our government the hard fucking way. Because you need something, it's regular for paperwork. And more paperwork to come back 3 weeks from Thursday. You know, it's like you get hurt on the job. It takes you 3 weeks for your disability to kick in. Most American families,
they can't wait 3 weeks. They ain't gonna fucking 3 weeks.
Fucking 3 weeks. There's a fucking by the way.
Everything. That's why it takes this fucking week. That's why I took the place at Harris. I got offered a bigger place that would have to charge more for tickets, and I said no. My fans can't do that, and I won't do that to them. Okay? You want to fucking go pay $120 and laugh at fucking sock jokes from Jerry Seinfeld? Hey, there it is. If you want $35, me banging you in the face and talking about teabagging bitches, I got you covered. I'll give you way more fucking laughs than he will. But if you want to spend that money, it's there. But man, my fans are coming from everywhere, dude. Dude, the church people, you guys are fucking showing up like nobody's business. Like nobody's business. They drive. Dude, they go. And they're coming out. And because of all the love you showed me my first 2 weeks, church, we're gonna do a giveaway, all right, where I'll be talking to Lee. Let's fucking get all of you fucking the real deal motherfuckers, okay? All right? And you fucking win. You start tweeting about me and Mad Flavor and the Flying Jew.
Tammy's the official winner. She's the first one.
Oh, yeah. Boogie Spooky. Oh, yeah. She's already fucking done. Yeah, she's good. She's won. That's no problem. We gotta get some more.
Larry out there just cultivating. He hasn't even got to the show.
Well, Noble D, I'm bringing. Okay, so I'm bringing Darren from Colorado. So I got that party going. All right, I'm gonna bring George out under the auspices that it might be a sports show. So, of course, George from fucking Jersey. He ain't going nowhere, right? I know he's got a girl, he's got this little thing. He'll fuck you up, George. Hey, bring me the chicken francese, lemon francese pizza, and just keep it like that. All right? Yeah, it's okay.
Did you guys see what Young Romero wrote today? I was alive for 10 minutes.
He's always busy fighting him.
I think it's the next fight. I don't know if it's full and announced yet, but I guess it's against this podcast tomorrow night. Oh, yeah. And I know you love it. listening. I love listening too, but just like that, I love trash talk. So just he made a GoFundMe page for his future medical bills, and I think that's why I like mine. But it's just funny.
It's so fucking funny. That MMA is getting fucking funnier and fucking funnier. My fucking Irish brother, Conor McGregor, suck my big Irish balls. Oh, crying. I want that on my phone, on t-shirts. I want that on everything. Suck my big Irish balls. Yeah. Who knew we had a church in Ireland? Me and you.
I think what's going on with that? You know what's going on with that? Last 2 weeks, I saw that today, and I said, wow, that's the first time I've seen anything on MMA.
Yeah, there's a fight this week. Yeah, it's Brooklyn. That's Anderson Silva. I placed money on him.
Nobody even knows nothing. Nobody said anything. Nobody's called. That's why I didn't know. I'm like, what the fuck's on the MMA? And also, I seen the fucking thing today. There's a fight this weekend. Nobody's talking about this fucking fight. What about New York? Nobody in Chicago. I haven't heard one fucking thing.
I don't know what would be a better fight. The one in the ring, in the octagon, or the one with the people leaving. Okay, that's going to be a great fight. Right outside, all these guys get all fucked up on Red Bull and Brooklyn.
It's not going to be. It's just going to be. I think it's going to be hard. They're going up there because they can charge a little more. That's Jay-Z's. They're shit, right? So it's not the ball that we left 30 years ago. I'm going to take each other. It's a new civilized also, you know, Stevie is a drink. Somebody says join up on those things. Now they look at you like if you're Hitler.
Yeah.
Did you know that, man? Especially in New York. I can't believe when I grew up in New York. I used to smoke everywhere in New York. What a joint down there.
People walk on the other side of the street and look at you. They take pictures of you on their fucking phone.
There's a lot of cities I go and I travel. People get mad at me, you know, Periscope. Listen, guys, it ain't the same. It ain't the same. I know you can Periscope, I know you can. There's some places you can sit behind outside, smoke a joint, put the phone on a fence and nobody sees me. There's some places they're watching. You stick out like a fucking sore thumb. They're watching you. What's the matter, Lee?
Nothing's the matter.
Is everybody going through changes?
I started this sweat start. Oh my god. It's
what do you mean sweat start?
It's just
obviously it's shiny.
I don't know what it is. Does it make you sweat too?
What are you talking about?
The sugar cubes make you sweat.
The sugar?
It's not the sugar cubes.
It's not the sugar
cubes. It's what's in the motherfucking sugar cubes that makes you sweat.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Look at your fingers. Are they getting all wavy?
Yeah, the fingers are good. Everything
I'm
else.
gonna do you a favor, but my daughter, she made this for me, and I'm gonna wear it, alright? I just want you looking at it every now and then, okay? It's gonna be a safe place for you, alright, Lee? Alright, if you need to look at anything, you know, look at that. Focus on the yellow, okay? Just find me the yellow. Alright, I got the yellow.
When you were a kid, people spoke about acid. What did you think?
It's not even that I was scared of acid.
What drugs are people talking about when you were a teen in high school?
Weed and drinking and maybe some pills. I don't know, I was a nerd, so maybe they were doing it. I just wasn't invited, but I didn't see any of this. Maybe some mushrooms. I think some ecstasy.
Ecstasy, coke, pills.
Yeah, I didn't see coke till I got out here.
When did you see coke on the first time?
Party of a guy I work with. I didn't even really see it. I saw them in the room putting it in. That's why I told you. The only reason I have a Volkswagen is because I like this key. I looked in and it's this is the key that we use. I was like 22 or something.
Oh, they're doing key bumps on that?
Yeah.
A little Volkswagen key thing.
And it's it was pretty much. Yeah, I just like the button. But
flipping dude, right?
Yeah, there was mostly just that. I never really. I think my introduction to like psychedelics is the podcast, but like you talking about it or Robin talking about it. I never even dreamed of it.
Let me tell you, at 12, we were fucking doing mushrooms every weekend. Every weekend in Clarksville, Arkansas. Alright, Boy Scout camp. Didn't fuck fucking matter. Fucking anything camping, deer hunting, fucking didn't matter. Fucking shrooms were on the menu. Everywhere. Cow pastures, everybody. You just go pick, keep them dry so you don't get milled up. Alright, and you're done, okay? And then there was like the creepy guys who were like over the 21, who were always trying to fuck our high school girls, who had parties like the Red Cup party, bonfires. And that's when I first smoked a joint, was there at that party. My buddy Joel, goddamn it, I forget about it. Joel's cool motherfucker. He had long hair, hippie motherfucker. Dad was a Vietnam vet. Joe Penny, I knew I'd get it. Joe Penny, rolling fucking pinners. That's where I thought that name came from. The little pinner joints was from Joe Penny, because he rolled little joints. Alright, and he saw me because that guy wouldn't, he thought I didn't pay for my Red Cup, and I'm like, you dumb fuck, was a wise ass. I was like, you fucking dumb fuck. Like, I'm just walking around the woods with a big Red Cup, and I just happened to fucking bump into you, you fucking dummy. Alright, and he wouldn't fucking give me any beer, that fucking cocksucker. So Joe saw it, and then when we were leaving, by the way, I smoked, he was like, this is marijuana, is it gonna kill me? He's like, no. And he was right, Coco. He was fucking right. Jack, I smoked 5 joints that night of that Mexican dirt weed. Okay, we even played that game where you load up one joint with a big ass seed, and everybody takes a joint. We all power smoke until the seed blows up and blows their face. Take those little cigars. That's the greatest weed game. Nobody can play it now because there's no fucking seeds or seeds in the weed. All right, and we did mushrooms and you know, we save up your money for wine cooters so you could try to finger bang girls. Alright, that was our fucking move. Finger banging the chicks with the Bartles and James Mountain Berry was the business of resistance. That's what it is. Oh, you were getting slightly. Oh my god.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, fuck now.
Yeah, you can take some breathe out of your nose.
Hey, Lee, while you're on the Twitter right there, because I'm not on mine, put it on to, just to the full face so people can see this about the church, because I didn't know the church's Twitter handle. Alright, and Ben, before you get too fucked up, text Aaron to send it out. Okay, yeah, up the ass. I want everybody to know, because I want all my fans. If you ain't down with the church, you need to be. Okay? Alright? That's number one. Alright? You gotta get down with the church. Alright? And number two, I want everybody to have more chances to win a free vacation. To come to fucking Las Vegas, Nevada, Jack. Alright? And we'll have a fucking blast. I like it.
I'm excited, Lee. All right.
It's
Good breathe out of your nose. Another cheap one, chew it.
it really hasn't started kicking in. It really hasn't.
So what are you smoking from?
That's the
inside. You're thinking about it.
I'm not thinking about it.
I can see it in your face.
I can see it too. He's right.
I'm not thinking. It's just.
Dude, your face is so fucking red. Shut up. You're not thinking about it. You're thinking about it.
You sit there and you fucking boiling it until, you know.
Yeah, that's how you get that chips. I swear to God, you look at the yellow. Look at the yellow.
On the fucking yellow. Right?
Look at the fucking yellow. All right, good man. I know. He's all right. Yeah, he's doing it.
How's every shirt I have a shirt like church?
Come on. That's your street name, Suge White. Okay, Suge White. He's bad. He's bad.
So, what's the trip over there? On Friday night.
Man, no, dude. I think I'm the first one to have.
George Wallace isn't there.
George Wallace isn't there anymore. They got that piece of shit. Vinny Favorito is got some. The Orleans or something. I don't even know where he is. Fucking piece of shit ass is. That guy is the worst fucking human ever to get behind a microphone and call himself a comedian. I hope he gets 3 types of cancer in his ass and his mouth. Not the fast kind, the slow kind. So they think they can cure it. Alright, he's a fucking pestilence on fucking humanity. Fuck that shit. I'm sorry. I get overhated by that Vinny Favorito. It's a piece of shit.
Alright, pay this dude. He paid his fucking
He didn't pay his bookies. He didn't pay his fucking bookies. I tell you that. Fucking guy walks so fast too. And you fucking, and people taking action for him still. You dumb fucks. Okay? How about ask all those Boston comics who got fucked out all that money? He fucked them off with. Alright? To teach a comedy class. Dumb suckers, they should have known. You either have it or you don't. You don't go to class. You don't go to focus on the yellow. Focus on the yellow. It's like, now you see it, right?
I can feel it. I'm not freaking out though. I can feel it. It's definitely kicking in. I like it. It's not like it's just. I saw it.
It's a comparable picture.
Yellow, man. That's all I'm thinking about. Just yellow, right? That's it.
Stay in the man. Stay in the zone.
It's funny how I got the comedy. Especially when I came out here, I go, how long was it going to take for me to fucking, like, how long was it going to take for me to get somebody in a chair or grab all these comedy clubs, you know? Because you can just sit there and get 10,000 so long before you have to stress the motherfucker.
If it was anybody else's wedding, if they only knew.
It's so crazy how we sit here, we fuck around, we crack jokes, but I'm sad to sit there like, keep preaching to fucking what they used to.
Oh, yeah?
Like Ozzy Osbourne's out with everybody, and he's still doing well with Bill. She's trying to dump him 2 months ago because he was still getting fucking high and fucking the hairdresser. How old is this guy? They don't stop. What people don't realize is,
I just figured this out too. Me and my tour around Japan, we were talking about this. How the fuck can Ozzy, you not understand a goddamn word he says, but sings like a fucking bird? How the fuck did that ever happen?
Grammars and English people, that's what they do.
They're fucking bad as the bone, Jack. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I was just thinking about how he's being around. I sit here and go, how the fuck did I live with the used to? Like, especially during the Martel cartel day.
Yeah.
And I always felt bad. I never knew when the trust was going to end. Like, I never knew at what point. I didn't know if I was going to be on the road with Roy Babbitt one day.
Dude, I heard he's lost all his teeth.
Yeah, my friend, he used to book these shows. Carlos and what's his name was still very hot. What's the Mexican guy that's the Rodriguez?
And George Lopez, yeah.
I mean, that was, Roy Babbitt was driving back to Texas with 30, 40 G in cash.
Yeah.
Because he was like, he would take the money from the safe at the lab stop and use it to finance his tours. She was had a millionaire. She said, she's still alive.
No. He bought it. I mean, he didn't buy it. He didn't buy it. It was an old lady who. No. You're thinking of the Austin woman. Okay.
Because he was a stepson or something.
Yeah. And she owned a bunch of country bars, but she just thought it was a good manager, and she bought it from Sandy Martins, okay, and Sandy and her husband are the ones who started the lifestyle, and then Sandy sold it when she wanted to get out to this lady who was a multi-millionaire, probably worth $150 million more, because she owned like the men's club, she owned the biggest country bars, she had a majority of things in Gillies when Gillies was on, and fucking the Urban Cowboy. This woman had so much fucking money, and this was just one of her things, and she liked comedy, but she wouldn't even come in, and that's how she got beat in that. But before me, man, with 3 hands, Warren Babbitt was taking money out of that place.
He was taking the money out of the bank and selling. He was balling what I was doing as a kid. Borrowed 25 grand on Friday. I was only giving back Monday before the bank opens. Gave him back 30 grand. Because I had a friend who worked on the bank in the early 80s. That was the deal. Friday at 3, Monday at 9. But I had my money to put back in that fucking bank vault. I'm getting 5 grand off the top. He did it every fucking week, this kid.
Yeah.
But he could never be light on a Monday. He only
And that's very interesting. First says,
You couldn't do that now.
but
No fucking way. No fucking way you can do that now.
you say,
Kids I'm talking about particular. I grew up with. One time when my mom died, we were in the bank. And I was telling the younger brother, I got these checks, I got this credit card. He goes, talk to my brother. So I called the brother, I met him, I gave the two checks, the credit cards. He called me 2 days later. Give me index. So it's, my mother had just died. They had just been shot gentlemen.
Oh, wow.
ready
She was the week when they shot gentlemen. Like they shot gentlemen. I picked up an envelope. I gave him those checks on Saturday. The next day, I was in school. His brother came up and said, call my brother. He wants to talk to you. Call him because meet me at the next 8 o'clock. I went up there, he gave me an envelope that was 4 inches deep. All my fucking bills were $100. My mom was dead, but we'll take care of one of the things for a while. So I got that money. I put it away. I moved in with this family. I put that money under my underwear. And they would never fucking know. I was just, it was like a real ATM machine. Like I had my jeans on top of it, and I would just dip my hands in and take $100 bill and go out at night. Like that's how small that was. Like that. Oh yeah, I'm not saving it.
Yeah, investing. Go fuck yourself.
I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
Investing what?
Get a blowjob for fucking that girl.
Gabby, that's what I'm investing with. There's no investments. You took that to the bar, and you invested.
You want to hear something for fucked up, Lee? Is that not only did he just say, oh, that was fine, he was still working, right? Him and his buddies, they would drop out of trees on unsuspecting gay guys. We don't like gorillas till one factory. Oh,
You know, we're unsuspecting gay guys. They were perverts and pedophiles.
Listen, man, those guys would drop out of the fucking trees like gorillas. Okay.
My friend just went to May's bar to my buddy's bar. Yeah, he's done. My friend just went to my buddy's bar on Friday with Erie.
Yeah.
Had his first ball on Friday, so they found him a ticket. He's a commissioner, he's an assemblyman. And he told me that the guy we used for bait his kids was there. I go, how does he look? He goes, bro, that dude has AIDS. No fucking day. He said he stole us like an Italian model.
Oh, wow.
We used to take this kid, and the reason why we used him was because he had a connection. I know that if we ever got arrested, the shit would get watched at the end. Right before they really press charges, this kid had too much juice. That's the reason why he used to take him. It's the 50-50 right down the middle. But all he had to do was just bait. That's all we had to do. We did the fucking bait.
So just explain to him, okay? So he be out there.
Dark, fun, time. Someday when you guys would be friendly, that was a terrible, horrible, fun time in my life. It was that dark and terrible. Like if I think about it now, it was dark. Like even the daytime, it was dark. There was no sunlight in my life then. And it was still it was like my junior year. It started my sophomore summer going into junior year. We were on wings. There was this Davy Thomas, Thomas family. And they were the kings of the on wings. They were the they were the first ones, that 64th Street crew were the first ones that started going up over east. That's when the word started getting out to make some money. And people drive lifts.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's how it was then. Like that's how sold it was.
That's a record.
It was crazy when I read the Iceman. I read the Iceman.
Yeah.
The Iceman used to live in West New York, New Jersey. And he said that in the 60s he would just kill people for pregnancy. On Boulevard East. Get the fucking book. Because I really couldn't give an actual count of how many people I killed. Because it was 3 years I was just practicing. Because I go to a bar on the west side and tell a guy I was gay or whatever, and he'd follow me to Jersey. I go on the Jersey side. Just to practice control tactics. This guy was doing a fucking deal.
Why do you read this book? This book sounds like a terrible
No, it's fascinating.
It was very fascinating.
Let me tell you something.
Why do you look at tigers in the zoo?
When the Iceman popped up 10, 15 years ago, like people called it the next day.
Yeah.
It was fucking disturbing.
Yeah.
It was disturbing. I tell you, the first time I watched it, like,
Because you live near her, or just
no. It was disturbing that I always thought that he kicked somebody in the stomach and he had some fun with all the cocksucker. This guy had it to a complete different level.
what was he doing?
He was a hitman that I forget the whole fucking story. He was working on a porno thing.
Yeah, he was editing, he was making porno.
That's right. Editing films.
And the guy wouldn't pay him. And she fucking whacked him. And then he was
His brother raped a 12-year-old girl, killed him, and then he took the girl off the wall. The whole family's rotten.
Oh my God.
The family was rotten.
The court.
When you read the book, there's times you read the book, you have to shut the book and go right.
Oh my God,
His first wife dumped him, he cut her nipples off.
Yeah, I remember you told me that story.
He cut her nipples off. And he used to live right there where the coal factory, on the Kansas, that was it. We were behind the coal factory. If you go to the coal factory today and vacuum it, you're going to find grams of coke from the 80s till I wish I was kidding. It was every night. You knew that if you were going to come over, you wanted to get coke, you was coming from the city, go to the coal factory, there'd be 4 cars there, and somebody in that car, somewhere, or in a tree, or in the dumpster, somewhere in this area, there's an ounce of fucking coke. Yeah, the first interview with the Iceman was very fascinating. What happened was, Lee, that people took that interview, sucked it in, and then started hearing other things, and all of a sudden put them together. And they were all really tied together.
All like different stories.
All the mafia hits were tied together. Yeah. He began doing hits for one family, and they kept going to different families, and ready for different captains, and nobody knew what the fuck he was doing. Then he got really crazy. The third phase of this, he got really crazy. And he started saying that he was there and every murder. Like the guy got shot up in the corner.
Yeah, right.
When a guy from the fucking Monados got shot at Joe Mary's restaurant. He says he had one of the tables that he was doing backup shooters. If the original shooters fucked up, that's a lie. You know what I'm saying? That was a family thing. That wasn't going to get a fucking pole up. Just stepping on that. There was just a lot of things he claimed. But at the end, he said something. But I've said on here, all these people like conspiracies. You know, like last week, Eddie Bob was my dog. He loves conspiracies. He, on his last name, said that he shot a cop in Westwood, New Jersey. So watch the fucking thing on HBO. It's on YouTube. Got me on YouTube. All 3 of them on YouTube. But he tells a story on that very nonchalant about that he got to kill a cop. Paul thinking of something, and he shot the guy who gave the other side of the road. Right there was a vet watching that. And part of the fucking witness relocation thing is they never shot a cop or ever contracted a murder on a cop. In their statement, they read through the statement, Sammy never contacted that hit. You follow what I'm saying? Like they figured out that Sammy never told them. By this point, they had so many people coming in telling their stories, and they were throwing them out because they were going, "You're a liar. Sammy told us something different." But one day they figured out after 8 people came in, he was lying to us. This motherfucker, you know, Sammy was genius because he turned himself in first. So they're going to believe the story before anybody. He knew the nuts and bolts. He wasn't no Henry Hill faker. He knew the nuts and bolts of what was going on. So when he went in there, they brought his story up on the second. They got so blinded, they didn't care what he told them. They just wanted John Gotti. They got so blinded by getting John Gotti that they took whatever. Oh, you killed 24 people, don't worry about it. Oh my God, 24 was when he killed them 1 year.
Yeah.
You know, when he was responsible for it, 1
fucking year. Jesus Christ. So they put it all together, and because of that documentary on HBO, Rothschild was already in jail for the ecstasy with the fucking neo-Nazis in Phoenix. They picked him up, and they put him under the fucking jail in Denver.
That Superman.
Supermax with his community. Iceman died mysteriously in his jail cell with women. You know, people like conspiracies. There you go, guys. Let's take that to the moon.
Yeah, right.
Take that to the fucking moon and back.
I love it.
How you feeling about it? I'm at the moon. The whole thing is helping, though. You know that would help.
No, because it's a common effect. It's a common effect. But I'm not talking to guys who've done acid like a lot. Okay, and you gotta have focus or something.
10 years, that yellow won't do dick for you.
No, but now,
Face, you know what I'm saying?
but now,
Tonight, you'll need that yellow.
yeah, like it's helping. Yeah, man, it's helping, man.
Don't even turn the lights off for the rest of the podcast and just talk to each other in the camera. We come up with stuff here. That's a little shiny.
Oh my god, I just announced I can't stop sweating.
I can feel it.
See, this is and I'm not like last time when I did this, I was freaking out at this point. This is now I'm still a little nervous.
He's like, okay.
It helps. It's burning straight through.
What do you have tomorrow?
Never now. We're powered by Team and Chips.
Transmission fluid. We can't keep doing this to ourselves.
That's what I'm saying, but then next time one day we'll be back here, fucking 18-year-olds coming with
We lost that strip of acid. We lost that. Machine of acid.
Oh my god.
That's the shit. That goes all the way back to London, that acid. Jim gave me that. It was a chip. That's the shit that Big Floyd took when he quit the band. That's the shit. That's the cousin to the acid.
Yeah.
Take a piece of paper home and you give it to the hotel room. I come in today. We're talking about the acid, I'm about to shop. The acid on that shelf right there. So that's it.
See, people, I don't see it.
Sticking. I thought he clipped it so he never heard it.
See, if I was smart enough, I would have done that, and I wouldn't have signed it.
I thought he clipped it so on his bed.
Oh my god, I should have. How you doing? Can you open it for me? I know you need help.
That was the beginning of his downfall.
Oh my god, yeah.
He was a great cat. And those cookies.
Oh, they're so kind,
They're
yeah.
so kind cookies.
No, you know what? I don't even make those no more, do they?
Oh, they don't come up here. Maybe so kind still on. They just don't
I
come
don't
up here.
know. Cheap and chips everywhere, though. Man, and it is fucking good. I was like, fucking having a hard time with this too. I just went to the
We don't do nothing on it. Cheap and Chews is still a great product.
Yes.
Misty, that one was delicious. It's like a fucking Tootsie Roll.
200 milligrams. Fucking, you know.
Only 5 of those today, being late. What is it? Cigarette? It's not here.
I'm finding out what I'm gonna eat that, so yeah.
You're not gonna eat it?
No, give me one like you gave me. I will eat it. Just give me one. Fuck yourself, Lee. You made me open it. You're eating it. I'm gonna eat it, but it's got, you don't want me to pick up and see me. No, I don't want you to pick up me, motherfucker. You better not if you got
Spare t-shirts here tonight. We got spare.
yeah, you got spare t-shirts for me, motherfucker. Great. I'll use one of those size fucking medium. I'll wipe my titty, fucking body.
Two strings around those pillows. This shit. What the fuck? The fifth position. This is a
Every time I come here, I gotta tell you this. The other day, I was turning on my TV, and I got this new fucking cable in Nashville where you just, I call it Stevie TV. It's like from Xfinity, but you just hold on to it and you say it, and I go, outlaw Josie Wells, boom, outlaw Josie Wells, anytime I fucking want it, boom, for free. All right, listen to me. When he's talking to fucking 10 bags, and he's talking about, that's the most, okay, go fuck yourself, these people today, all right, you Kevin Costners and all these assholes, go fuck yourself. You want to take acting roles to where the level for what they do. It's fucking amazing. To what it's, the people now make a big deal about it. They never gave police any credit. Watch that scene. Oh, piece of shit. When he's talking about Tin Bears and about their fucking, you know, his walk on the jerk beef every spring, but man, motherfucker, talk about I want to be an actor. If it's on, I have a 15, 20 minutes. I can't turn it off. What else comes on? It stays on for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Right. But the last 3 weeks, the part's been coming on. My all-time favorite with the kids bleeding. Oh, yeah? And he goes, give him the bucket. No. Give him the bucket. Where's the bucket? Over there. Give him the bucket. He's starting to see the devil. He cuts the rope. Yellow. You didn't contribute. I'm trying to right now. No, that's why you get sick. Yeah. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Podcast. 10 years. He's fucking drugs. And what says about silence? No, there's never no silence for you. There's always going to be a noise. There's always a grunt. There's always a book. Stop giving me all this fucking drug. Oh, yeah. You're the only guy who complains about it. Don't give me all the weed. Don't give me all those free drugs. He loves it. I'm having a great time. There's nothing so good. I'm telling you. Yeah, my daughter was helping it. It's helping a lot. She's a good girl. Whenever I see that fucking scene, I always watch. Listen, whenever Gavin catching the other scene, I go for a stretch like in 3 months where every time I turn on, it's a scene where everybody sees the young bucks. He goes down there, and gets the sign of the whole thing. That whole fucking spiel, like I said, that's an acting class. That's it. And the Godfather is all you need to watch. If you don't get it after that, I cannot help you. When Bob Bradshaw is at the meeting, about his son, I'm not a superstitious man. All that stuff, something should happen. Listen, all that stuff, that's an acting. That's acting 101. That's as good as you fucking get to my world. It wasn't until this moment I knew it was Barzini the whole time. Oh my God, that's so deadly. When you watch that, you just get shivers. The Godfather still owns. They still talk shit about it. HBO is doing another thing about it. It just released the other day, just so HBO was watching HBO. They said, moving on to HBO, Francis Ford Coppola, HBO teaming up again to do this. The unseen foot, just a ton of shit. Wow. The movies, that's fucking interesting. Look, man, I never knew I'm blanking out because of those drugs. When get the cannolis, okay, then he goes in and sits down and has a whole spaghetti dinner. Alright, he's like, guys, I'll be right back. He goes in, alright, and he sits down, eats a whole huge plate of pasta. Alright, he was Bruno Kirby's guy in one, remember? And he gets the cannolis and everything, and has a meatball and fucking all this shit, and this guys are waiting on him like it's some big transaction. He's having fucking dinner before dinner. I was crying. He makes them all go. The guys keep their eyes open. Alright, I'm gonna go in and see these people. He walks in, it's the back of the kitchen. He takes his jacket off, he hangs it up and shit. There's a little table waiting for him. He sits there. It's a fucking 3-course meal. Meanwhile, they think the mafia's coming. They're out there with guns. Blazing. He comes out 20 minutes later after a good meal, man. It was an acting meeting.
to call and everything.
They come for you.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. But
Why'd you get here?
I don't know. I need another sugar.
No more sugar.
No more sugar cubes here, Lee. Not tonight.
Another sugar cube, man.
Not tonight.
Shut the fucking zoo, lady. We gotta do a tree and shit.
That would be hilarious. You gotta take a picture.
No one wants to see me like
No, drink hanging down. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Listen, let's go years without doing this shit. I've been with millions since we didn't know anything about this. I get busted off. Until someday somebody actually brought one
Yeah.
to the show. Like, we talked about it earlier. We talked about mushrooms. Somebody should have been showing chocolate covered mushrooms.
Yeah.
You know, it's always fucking something at those shows. You know, and I'm not gonna say no. What the fuck? I bring them back to the experiment and we try them out. I was just breaking those balls with the acid. Also, people started showing up only with acid. People started showing up.
You know, I hadn't heard of that acid. Acid was making a huge comeback. Because there for like 10, 15 years, acid was real fucking big.
But once again, the name of it is acid.
Yeah, right.
Not such a negative fucking thing when you acid. You're like,
It's so funny. We got the same thing. God damn, we've been friends for 20 years now.
That's a 13 or 14-year-old. You're like, I've never done that shit. And all of a sudden, you're at a Rolling Stone concert.
You're like, fucking start me up.
What the fuck? It's my life. There was one, but there was one night that was horrible. Like this cold nights and this cold nights and this alcohol nights. There was two assholes. Yeah, that's not good.
It was good to then. It was good to then.
Right up until they all start sneaking around.
Don't allow the word that is relative.
Less than one down. Okay, good.
This thing got
Oh, Jesus Christ.
at least I had it was my 17th birthday party. Right. It was my 17th birthday party. And we broke into my house. The one where I lived as a kid. It was on Monday afternoon. Walked in there at like 2 in the afternoon. No heat. No electricity.
Happy birthday's coming.
2 in the afternoon, I gets up in the attic, we're drinking fucking beer, we can hear the mice running around, the electricity was on. We started, you know, Mike was done into acid, man. We started popping, probably like 3 of them each. We were gone. We walked in there, and the sun was out. When we walked out of there, it was dark. And people were tripping and balls rolling. I was wondering.
Yeah, you're fucking on house. Oh, yeah.
They broke into my house.
I know.
I was looking at the business. There was a party. But one thing I remember, I was tripping so hard. I went for changes, ladies and gentlemen. I went downstairs to pee and moved
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
I got left back and I practiced all summer, so I got good with David Boys. And we had this great fucking team. I forget who all had come in Michelle and Chucky McBreen. That's how big we were. That's how big we were with Chucky. 7 fucking grand. What was it? was the first birthday without my mom. I was cracked. I was cracked. And I walked into that red house. And they were like, hey, you want dinner and stuff? And they were I'm on fire. I see wings on fire. I see everything. I see like the subway. It's 7 o'clock at night. I fucking go with that bed. I like myself in there. Lock myself in there like I'm out of and the fucking phone starts ringing. People that have phones in their rooms, cell phones. You gotta actually leave your room. Go downstairs. Lisa Ann has the beauty. They had a mirror right in front of the phone. And I'm like, oh, when I start hitting them, they're like, when I heard you were going, yeah, I looked at the mirror. All of a sudden, my face started to melt in the mirror. And I'm like, hold on, I gotta call you for the order. Forget that's my tripping right there. That's when you like fucking walk around. Yeah. And you just go in your room, you don't even look at mentally. Because everything you look at starts shifting.
That's where I am right now, and it's just a little bit. That's what I was saying on Monday. It's just because I can't even close my eyes. Because then you close your eyes. No, because then you come, the colors start moving to it, doesn't it? Just like this. There's a 20-minute period where I'm fucked. So I'm in it right now. So it's just.
I was starting to see little dragons. I just saw a little fucking thing behind your head. It was a little bad theater. It was a little line, but it was a real tiny one. And then it was everywhere it was. Like a floor in there, nobody believed it was true. It's like a half hour. I watched this boy just talk mentally to death.
I didn't even know it was there.
I mean, so, it was no fucking matter.
I just saw that. Oh my god.
It was a lot.
Oh, okay. Alright. And back in Houston. Alright, and this was like late night. We did acid, and Mitch Hedberg was over at the house, and it was like me and John Wesley and one other person, and dude, we did acid, and the fucking greatest time of my life. But one guy was nervous that the fucking dragon was going to kill him, alright, and you had to tell him, no, there's no sense in dragons. They're not real. They're not even real. They're not even real. They saying dragons are not real. No, but pterodactyls, they were real. Oh, they were real. They were. Oh my god, I'm tired. I can't get rid of dragons. That's what my tour manager's like, no, fuck that. He just took church communion over here for the first time. My tour manager Ben.
You loosen up a little bit? Yeah, loosen up.
Yeah, right. He's smoking a cigarette, drinking water. You know how I'm feeling about it.
I'm sure Ben and I got the same bro.
Don't wander nowhere. Stay where you are. Right? I'm responsible. They always are the first time. They don't know. Find a couch. Let life come to you, motherfucker. Yeah. It's like, hey, when Willie Wonka took me to the chocolate factory, he didn't take on acid. They got on the fucking boat and fucking just hit it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's so bro. That 170 North is close by. You get lost out there. It's all over those. They won't find it. They're showing you what that shit is.
It's every day here. It's international today. What about this stupid fucking white guy? That was a stupid white guy in the white minivan today. They pulled a bunch of cops and he had a gun in the car and then took him on a fucking 8 mile around the world. Slow chase like he's got OJ on there. And then gets out there just a guy with a camera walks up to him and like, hey, why are you running from the cops? And they hit the camera. The guy supposedly said he got a gun. And you're fucking away with a camera, you dumb fuck. And where were the cops? If a fucking fat ass with a beta cam can get right there by the guy, what kind of cop goes, hey, what the fuck out the cop? Alright, please, can we just stop this? Yeah, let's see when I said the cameraman literally, he must have been following.
We almost took him time on all officers.
The helicopter. I think it's like, oh yeah, they will. Yeah, I can plan for everything in this city. They're all what I'm planning for.
We'll pick up everyone up.
What we're talking about, we're just talking about
The fucking people want to run from the cops.
oh yeah. I never saw that. Everyone's faces are moving now. I never saw that anywhere else in my whole life. Running from the cops. Fuck no. Really? I haven't run from anything. Let's say
That's strong, man. That's what they said. Fucking I ain't run from anybody.
I have short legs. I can't even walk next to you.
You took all fucking the greatest of all time. I don't run from anything. And I got short legs. I'm a dumpy too. Okay, I got some dumpy short legs.
Chase some kid with some great thing.
Fuck no.
Like the fire at the park and something like, hey, you little bastards, you run away, nothing.
No. I guess my tail is super white as it is, but I was like the whitest of the white.
Nobody would ever want to light a fire or fucking cat on fire, nothing. Those kids are
It's a campfire. We would set like little fires in our yards or the driveways.
What about the bullfrogs with the firecrackers?
No, we didn't do that.
Oh man, okay, well y'all ain't from the south, because let me tell you what, you got some of them straight from fucking Tijuana M80s, alright? Put straight up a fucking bullfrog on that motherfucker. Oh my god. Boom, bitch, get out the way. Are you kidding me? Those things went off. They're like a quarter stick of dynamite, you know?
oh my god.
Oh my god, Lee.
We have to do shows for Peter.
Frog just went everywhere. Just went everywhere. Well, they're not endangered. Come on, we're friends of love. Hey, we're feeding the other animals.
Bro, you never know. Not today's world. It might show up with something. It might show up with something.
Shit. That frog, you motherfucker.
Frog, you killed me. I get frogs. When I was a New York City kid, I was out of Miami.
There's frogs in there. Fucking dead.
Bro, Miami, I couldn't sleep at night.
That's the thing. They're lavish, man.
Listen, I don't want them around me. I don't want to eat them. Not even close. Not even by mistake. Not even when I want to look at that thing. When you tell me that it's going to go on the table, I should have myself.
Fucking stressy, right? So we just said, I mean,
I've been
seriously.
saying it for 20 years. Nobody listens.
You never had it in my house. There's always blue cheese in my house. Fucking always blue cheese in my house.
I respect it.
Oh my god. You're fucking synchronizing. Oh my god. Fucking little shout out to Buffalo. Fuck those and the ankle bar.
They don't really go to change. Want to put some Black Sabbath? Nope. Black Sabbath.
It's okay.
To really take it to the next level.
Oh man, great acid music. Yeah. Fucking Led Zeppelin. You need.
No, you're scared. You're scared. Like I think you would be outrageous. I went to the hospital. Don't want the. This ain't a good neighborhood to wander.
No.
That train, they'll take you downtown and so on. I hear the protest next week. It's like a neighborhood train. It's like free to fucking go notice. What's up, Lee?
It just hits me strong. I'm enjoying it. I just enjoy listening to you guys. Okay.
I did it when you were smoking before. I did smoke.
Oh yeah.
I put something in burn. Like something's on fucking fire, building. I'm like, this seems like the smoking shit.
I like the music with it. It gets my heartbeat. My heart's going. I'm wild with it right now.
Then you need some of that stuff right now. Because let tempo let you go high and then it'll slow it down. You know, and then it'll high and then it'll
But they do the bass and it fucking gets your heart going.
that's when them drums kick in, when that fucking them horse tranquilizer fucking drums in. That's when the shit's over, Dick. You gotta be ready. You gotta be on the train or you're led to the station. That's all I'm saying. Right? Come on.
We didn't know it was going to be easy that time.
Come on, listen.
This is training week. It's like Shark Week.
Oh
killed shakes.
That's never gonna fucking happen.
It's all right. Now it's okay. All right. Now we have 3 kinds of acid. All right, let's see what. Yeah, right.
Listen, we're gonna start selling from all over the world now.
Without a doubt.
We're gonna have so much acid stuff. It's all over.
You have ISIS acid. Okay, they're gonna make you fucking. You gotta take it. You gotta point towards the neck when you drop it.
Oh my God.
They're gonna flavor your falafel. All right, they're gonna give you that shit straight from fucking Hebron, or whatever that is. That fucking. Where's your people from? Over there in Israel. Come on.
I'm from Russia.
Oh, you're a dirty Russian?
Yeah, I'm a dirty Russian.
Oh, Christ. Thank God you're a Jew. I wouldn't even stand near you. Oh, my God. I ain't never gambled with you, Lee. I love you. But if you're a Russian, I can't gamble. It didn't work out for fucking Denzel. It ain't gonna work out for me. You know what I'm saying?
I want to see John Wick too.
I haven't seen it yet. It comes out this week, right?
I don't know.
I think it comes out this week.
So I'm happy because the guy trained is he put him in as a cab driver. He gave him a job. So
Dude, how strong was what was that place we used to go at breakfast on Sunset? Not Pat's.
the place
The diner that we call it on down the strip by the rocks. And Keanu would just all the time just roll right in. Cool looking motherfucker. Dukes. And he was always cool as shit.
French fries, cheese omelets,
Stop. Dead.
Coca-Cola. If you want to be fat, lean.
Dukes.
I need the fucking, and I tell him, forget those whole fries, give me all the regular fries. At 7 in the morning, you can switch up the regular fries, leave them better than you.
That's fucking awesome.
I did it at Denny's.
Wait, in the morning, at 7 in the morning?
I don't really go. I mean, if I get the sandwiches, yeah, I fucking know I catch up.
Oh, God damn. They have a son and you spit in my face. You don't like hash browns. Danny Tadron's got AIDS.
Yeah, that's
Okay, Danny Tadron's got AIDS. Alright, but you come down and I'll put you on some hash browns. Oh, sure. I'll bring you to Jesus. That's how. I'll take you past you right to
Sour cream with fucking cheddar cheese.
Oh, stop, cream. Oh my God, I'll turn that thing to fucking 1,000.
This motherfucker's like an animal.
It wasn't me.
Okay, this is
That means to keep it at you. If I'm about to get blamed for it, bitch, your fucking sweet ass, it came out of Joey's ass. Alright, but you're the one who first said something, so eventually it's gonna come to me, and you're gonna fucking hit me like you did at fucking El Paso with your best shot on payback. Birthday? That was your birthday? Yeah, it was your birthday. We were in El Paso working, we had the Red Devil with us giving shit to Mencia. Okay, and we fucking
That was 99.
99, and we fucking went and saw Payback, and because me and Joey both wanted to fuck Lucy Lou, and she's throwing sidekicks and that little Asian pussy just looking at you, just winking. You see that little pussy just winking. Oh my God, dude. And Jack, and they got quiet, and Joe did, you fucking let out a fart. That was tremendous. As a man to a man, I gotta tell you, and I've had phenomenal farts. And Ben's been a witness.
They ricochet off the chair in between the two lines.
So we're operating the knee.
He said his line, and right before Mel Gibson was about to spit his line, it went everybody fucking heard it. Everybody heard it in the movie theater.
I was shocked. Everybody was shocked.
I'm howling because they look like Ralph.
Yeah, and then he started, God damn it, Ralphie, why did you do this? And everybody's fucking looking at me, and I'm like, God damn it, Jesus.
I don't know, it's 99.
Oh my God. We all are.
Now we're getting really fucking old now.
How's everybody doing?
Jay?
It's on a snake right now, so it's okay.
It's like,
That's it, brother.
fucking touched your phone. Concentrate on the yellow. He says concentrate on the yellow. It says his thing's moving. Last 20 minutes, like, I've been doing this. He's like, oh my God. And it's snake.
I get tortured. Everything you're going to in your life. I said, I'm happy with my one person. You're glad that dude was I'm shut up. That game is on risk. That's what it's do. You understand me? I can take a motherfucker real life and torment them.
That's what you couldn't do. That's what you're doing to me. On a daily basis. God. I'm so fucking hurt. I act now. Oh, yeah. Dragon fire, do you? Fucking dragon. Hilarious. Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. I know. That's what makes you great. If you tried, you wouldn't make nearly this funny. Holy shit. Oh my God, before we leave.
I'm surprised that I brought you back.
I throw a snake at somebody. Look at the That's the first one I like it's like a fight club. First thing about it is you don't touch snakes. No snakes, no fucking lizards. This is pterodactyls.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the thing that this is when you did when you were 16. You dropped the LMS when you went to somebody's garage. You know, and this is it for 4 or 5 hours. It's a constant and have a blast fest. Torture this poor kid. They torture me. Did your mother call? My mother's dead. Why would you? Never ends. You know, that's what you do. I'm a dog. Like I said, I'm the master.
Oh my God. All right. I was going to tell you this one time. This is how much I got it before you got it.
What's my background? It's hard to somewhere the fucking 2017.
Oh my God. Come on, here's how I tell you. You got me in 1,000 seconds. No worries. Dude. This shit was so fun. Coco would drink all the juice, and then would come out and go, who fucking drank all the juice? Where the fuck is the juice? And I'm like, God damn, Coco, I just made some juice, I thought. Oh, fuck, I got one more can. I make that juice up, stir it up, and fucking, I swear to God, be watching a movie. Hey, Rob, you want something for the kitchen? Get a glass of water. He drank all that ton of juice. Okay, you were vitamin C, you were orange, you were Trump before Trump. Yeah, right, you gotta get in. Oh, my God, and then you're like, what the fuck was the fuck?
That's this guy who drank the alcohol. It's solid. There's no purple walls. We just shut the podcast down 10 minutes. We're going to put music on. Put the purple lights on for you the whole day.
Yeah, right.
Play the guitar.
Play some cream, white rum.
Play some funk. Smoke some cigars and shit. You know how we do it.
Yeah, nice. Easy for you. If you're going to acid, go cream. What? The band Cream? All right.
Give my music out. You'll jump off the balcony. Then we gotta talk about it.
No. You gotta talk to the cops for hours. We're gonna be killed.
I like this girl.
I'll get 2 years as fast as I did that in Dublin when you ate that Coke Rock in the fucking refrigerator.
I like this. I'm fine, so I'll hold the satellite and fucking look in the sky. There won't be no footage on Google Maps. Nobody. If they're really looking for you, they found you.
Yeah, they got you.
If there's a murder on 1482 Smith Street at 10 o'clock, all they gotta do is get that Google Maps, zoom it, turn it back 10 minutes, and see who walked in the fuck out of there.
It's crazy, dude.
You do see that fluff. How's everybody doing? I'm here with my Rebbe, my Tamusa. Ezer Hashem is going to take over once in a while. Hopefully, he's once a week. This is cool. And Rabbi Rothschild, here he is. Rabbi Kramer. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Rabbi Rothschild. Look,
We're doing it
all
with
those
the camera phone.
one.
Your camera.
Yeah, the head of the
Sure.
NSA before. I don't even do it, but the head of the
So,
NSA before. So
today,
they
Bezos Hashem, we're
put
going to do
tape
the
over
fun.
the cameras or like.
Oh yeah, they watch.
Fuck
So,
it.
Matthew Tech.
I'll go over there, dance in front of them, and just have the camera on for another. I can dance.
The point is whether the father needs to
Fuck yeah, like I don't give a shit. Fuck you.
But the logo is a blanket, whether
Listen, bullshit.
At this point, they got everything.
not allowed to
Everything
sell
they pushed on you
women.
is
What
consumed for
is
you to
the
give them a
seller
credit
his
card.
father?
Yeah, right.
Why? No,
You can put any credit card
Sell
that
it
they
to
slot
your father.
that's boring. It sucks. It looks like it's mean.
You know what's creepy? I had an issue where
Welcome.
I had an issue where
Hey, where's your beard, asshole?
had the numbers changed.
You have a really great beard. Psych, you look like a fucking child. Hey, let's celebrate. I'm a grandfather. Alright, you little dude. Yes, athleticism. Chum's fault.
I guess it's
Go
okay.
fuck yourself.
As if the bank is working against you.
Yo, dog, what is this? Are you fucking doing a thing with your other before you got a
It's just weird
pee?
that like they were giving my
This is
information
the
to the
worst.
gym, and then it was.
Citizen.
It's weird every time I get a
Oh, I
card
want
from Bank of
Citizen.
America, it somehow magically gets stolen.
I want
Every time. Like, I don't even get it. I don't even open
You
it.
just heard about Bank of America.
Fiducian? Oh, like douche?
What happened? No.
Douche, douche. Fiducian. Douche to me.
Where you watch
You
it,
should
watch
have
it,
a
right?
phone.
Oh, what is this bullshit? Dog, ask what's the vote this fucking software. It's
Oh yeah,
fucking
artificial.
bullshit.
You open all these
Hey,
accounts,
Liz.
and they charge you, and you didn't even have
I
these
don't hear about
accounts,
that
and people
fucking
weren't
cat,
fucking,
the daughter
and
of
they
the
weren't
black
even fucking
cat.
going through.
The black cat, it's the daughter of the black cat.
They were pulling kinky shit.
That
Yeah, man.
you gotta see his afterbirth and burn it and put it on your eyes. Why?
You know what? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm fucking
Smoky look.
tired of hearing people. But
Smoky eye
if
look.
we can't,
Travis
we'll shoot a
Clay.
white guy who stole fucking ham sandwich, okay?
My
But we didn't do anything else,
tears,
cocksucking bankers. All right, and now Trump's got them all in the cabinet. Those
my
cocksuckers should be in jail. They're fucking bigger things
out
than
there
any of
going.
us.
My
They're bigger things than
tears,
any of us.
sweat.
And
My
they just fucking
tears,
stole. And we just
sweat.
let them. Motherfuckers. All right, they call us some fucking criminals and outlaws. We smoke reefer. You know what I didn't do? Take your grandma's fucking yum-yum money. Okay, I didn't do that. All right? I didn't make sure that you're fucking, oh shit, where you go?
Look at this, the legislature. What is that bullshit?
I love it, Lee. You need to take a hit. Sure, I know you did.
How you think about it? All your information is gone. It's gone, though.
It's all gone, dude.
It's all gone.
It's all gone, man.
It's all gone. And it's sad to think. I don't mean to, put anybody in a bad mood, but it's the reality.
Yeah.
Once you bought those parachutes, or you got those fucking that plane ticket online and you use your Amex, that's it.
Yeah.
They got everything. When you call the phone company, when you call the airline already, they're so high tech that while you're talking to them, your phone number and stuff, everything comes up.
Right.
Everything comes up. They already know what card you're gonna use.
Which is it pisses me off when they make you go through the whole system and they already know.
Yeah.
They already know. I don't know what the whole fucking. Sorry.
No, man, we're fascinated.
I'm with you. I'm over here too fucking burning up. I just know how to cover it up, Lisa. I'm not seeing fucking ghosts or, spirits and shit.
Take a minute, though. Like, come
I'm
on.
high as fuck.
I don't know what. For some reason, whenever I do this, I can't take a deep breath.
I'm off this week, bro. I always seem to forget that. Like, when I go to Nashville, when I go to these cities, when you work, man.
Yeah.
I'm a grown fucking man. I get tired. Those fucking early morning flights kill me. So when I'm fucking off, I'm off.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
write jokes and I send my emails. I take care of my business.
But I'm off.
I'm not training camp. I'm not taking a shoot anything, a tape or anything. That's the most distant thing from my fucking mind. I'm off. I'm just doing a podcast on a Wednesday night with two fucking savages. That's it. Let me give some shout outs before I forget real quick. To some bad motherfuckers. Jessica Jones, Brandy Lynn. I'll see you in Minneapolis in 2 weeks. Trapper Weldon, Gravity King, Minnie Moreno, Jay Unito, Spooky, our girl, Ryan Scott, and Fernando Zorilla. What's up with you bad motherfuckers? There you go. That's it.
Well, hey, okay, good. Because I gotta tell them about the thing. I want to
fucking forget. I just want to give them some shout outs.
I love these guys, man. My buddy Enforcer, he's Paul Marsh down in Little Rock, fucking, he's a member of the church. Okay, he's deep in love. Alright, wants to give you moonshine and watch you fucking get all fucked up on that. Okay. Like Paul's fucking great people. Also, I heard today from Ricky Cruz down in Florida. His boy's out of the hospital. His boy had a sinus infection, and they took it to the ER. The doctor said, "Oh, it's a virus," and the sinus infection got so bad that there was an abscess in the little boy's sinuses. All right, this little boy's 7 years old. God bless. All right, and so the little boy he was in ICU for like 9 days. Had to have surgery. Okay. And he does all this, and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, "Look, Mikey, what can I get you? Are you okay? You know, I said everything for kids, okay?" And he goes, "Uncle Ralphie, have you like Legos or something?" I said, "That kid every kind of Lego they have." I said him everything. The kid goes to that, all he wants is a Lego. God damn it, you got heart, kid. You almost died. All right, because 9 days, dude, the abscess got so close, the little bones, and they're so close to the brain. And these dumb fucking ER doctors who don't give it two shits, all right, to look, take 5 minutes, look at a kid, all right, what's the color of the snot, okay? You know what? Hey, he's 7. Let's give him antibiotics anyway, just to make sure he's okay, all right? It's fucking Miami, trust me. He'll need extra antibiotics for something, all right? He's only 7, but he'll still need it, okay? And it's like, and that little boy, and Ricky and I were working together. We're in West Palm, and he left every day and every night. And it was like his wife was like, I took him to the ER. He had a fever, and spiked, and oh my god, it's horrible. It's horrible. But God bless him. Yeah, he's okay now. Thank God. I know, thank God. But Ricky's a brother. Ricky's family. Old school family. 1440.
I still remember being Joe Chadwick and Ricky was playing. Ricky was like, "You can't do that. Fuck him. He pays us $3 the most."
Fuck you. Chadwick.
He worked at MC and I told him to send me the plane ticket.
Yeah.
He sent me cash. I just said, "Fuck it, I broke down in Vegas." I'm like, and me and Ricky split the dub. Motherfuckers with the blades.
Oh, yeah. They're coming for Lane because he's on acid. Jesus Christ. They're probably looking at all them pterodactyls.
Look at this. It's really impressive, man.
What's happening, Lane?
Sounds like a pterodactyl's coming up.
What causes dust?
If I didn't have court drama, I think so. Save me some of the shit that fucking ISIS is like.
I don't think they're making this stuff. First off, my tolerance is off the chain.
Yeah, what the fuck?
My tolerance is off the fucking chain.
They talk about it now.
They got a cup of coffee. Like,
But I think sometimes people are not in the mood to hear about it. That's what some people say, Rabbi, just don't talk about it. And then other people said, Rabbi, how can you not talk about it? It's by far the biggest topic about it. It's by far the number one issue on people's minds. And if we talk about it last week, and we talk about it this week, there's still room to talk about it next week. So we're going to try to talk about the topic that was requested of us by some of the rabbis that we addressed tonight.
So fucking
And we'll
funny.
talk about it, I hope, in a way that is clear and understanding, general and specific at the same time. What we're talking about tonight is technology. And like I said, what some people will say, keep talking about it. And there's a few people right now who are thinking, how do I get out of this? Our hope is that by the time we're done, both sides of the room will feel that the lesson was tangible and
Oh, what is this?
I'm going to start by reading a Gemara.
No, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking?
It's one of the most unique sounding stories you've ever heard in your life.
Are you fucking serious?
At some point,
God. Dog. 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 No one fucking cares. You could be in Boynton Beach, Florida, or fucking Brooklyn, or fucking
yeah, all the time.
Beijing. No one gives a flying fuck about you right now. The only thing about which anybody cares is whether I can find this fucking Shabbos playlist and get it to play in the right order. So don't see these other fucking jackasses. No one gives a shit about you. They just care about this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Walked into Philippe's, tripping up balls on the.
Prepare. How about you go fuck yourself? When you don't tell me what to do. Now, like, motherfucker. Dog.
Give us a tag. We're out of here because I want boxes flop. No. We got on the train. We went to his house and we ended up watching something on TV. Oh,
What in the fuck? Dog, this is the worst. Worst stream ever.
He was the black dude in what's the big movie we was Del Lindo? Not Pulp Fiction. What the fuck was he in?
Look at the athleticism. You got footwork. I think I just tore my ACL and my MCL. MCL cafeteria, girls. Why?
Yeah, he was great in that Get Shorty.
That's the thing.
No,
but you get me mesmerized by which black guy is in.
What is this bullshit? Look, Eli Straczynski, no one gives a shit about you and your baby face. The only thing about which they care is this motherfucker. Why? Look at his body, girls. Oh, slight sound of the bird. What about the fucking black cat that's the daughter of a black cat? What about the fucking afterbirth of a black cat that's the daughter of the black cat? And burning that shit up and putting it on your house and let smoke you out. Worst stream ever. Why? It's the worst. Terrible stream. Coverage will resume shortly. The lie detector determined that was a lie. Dog. What should we call you? Pimp? That's what it should be. Pimp? By default, pimp? Yo, dog, no one gives a shit about your fucking car or Popeyes. No one gives a shit about Popeyes. Motherfuckers at Popeye should make Popeye a fucking mascot. Why haven't they done that? Why isn't Popeye the Popeye's mascot? Popeye instead does fucking spinach. Like, if the spinach company can fucking afford him, why can't Popeye's the fucking chicken company? No one knows. What is Popeye? What does that mean? Is it like a motherfucker like this? What is Popeye's? Like, what is this? A nickname for somebody with bulging eyes? What does Popeye mean? Exophthalmia. Micronesian, a deep sea fish. Popeye. Popeye the Sailor. Why is it called Popeyes? Louisiana Kitchen. This motherfucker have an optical issue?
What is the fucking deal? Alright, what are you gonna do? You're gonna tell stories about you go to Gavin's, the producers apartment.
Why is it called Popeyes? Dog, it should just say why. Why doesn't this shit work? Why is it called Popeyes? Jimmy Popeye Doyle, a fictional New York City detective portrayed by Gene Hackman in the 1971 film The French Connection. Are you fucking serious? The chicken place is inspired by The French Connection. Worst name ever. Just get the fucking Sailor. Doug, do you know how many people would eat more fucking chicken if they got that fucking Sailor? Instead of making a spinach, he just ate fucking chicken legs? You should see my father eat chicken legs. It's dumb. It's embarrassing. He makes a pair of them. It's the worst. What is this bullshit? Love that chicken from Popeyes. Oh, Popeye. Bet that has to do with like the South or something, or a sailor. No, the movie, the 1970 movie, The French Connection. Huh? Does that movie even take place in fucking New Orleans? Dude, Popeyes did have the fucking Sailor until 2012, and then they fucked up. That whole fucking chain is off the fucking just bonkers. Oh, we're not gonna have an posture because I can't afford it. Huh? Worst name ever. I can just see that fucking boardroom. All right. So we got a chicken place. Yeah. Cool. What's it called? Popeyes. Why? Have you ever seen the movie The French Connection? No. Okay, well, there's a detective in it. And he's like Popeye. Huh? Well, you see, the founder of this fucking business, who was just off his rocker, apparently, thought that That name, Popeye, encompassed the hard-nosed, gritty attitude of our chicken establishment, which used to be known as Chicken on the Run. So you're named after a fucking detective? Yeah. All right, well, guess what? There's like this super popular cartoon named Popeye. He eats spinach, but we could change that around. I never saw Popeye eating chicken, but they could make it that way. Put it everywhere. They got fucking people to sell their children for fucking sandwiches. Anyway, get this. We move away from Popeye, the sailor, and we go with nothing. Oh, yeah. And we can't afford the apostrophe, apparently. So we just look cheap as fuck. Oh, this motherfucker is gone. This is an ass kicking. Oh. Yeah, couldn't put a fucking dome on that in the fucking stadium. So now I don't even get to see that fucking game. This is the worst. Throwing business. I can't believe I've become a bigger NFL fan than I am college football simply because of fantasy football. But I have. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Now, if they made fantasy college football, that would be baller. Chance Dragon in, get a strong egg roll. Be what? 2x dot. Yeah, Rabbi, why did you choose 2x dot? Why not, girl? Worst stream ever. Hey, Rabbi. What's up, baby? Hey, I saw your Twitter, and I thought it was amazing. Thanks, girl. Yoo-hoo. Fuck you, Lisa. It is just chocolate water. But it's amazing, and I don't understand why you can't. Welcome. That's Brandon. What up, baby? I don't understand why you can't get Yoo-hoo in a fucking fountain drink. Seems like science should have figured that out by now. Oh, what do we got going on here? What?
I did everything. That was before one of the hatchways had the mom. Okay, but Mama still came in and great rice pudding, and then that was my first time at Hatchways. This is how cool this place was. 6 months later, 8 months later, I'm going through and going, fuck it. I don't know any place. I'm going to go out of the city. I don't know any place. I want to park over there. I'm going to fucking JFK Boulevard. Fuck it, man. I'll get off. Right before going to the tunnel, I go up JFK, and then boom, go right into Hatchways. I gotta say hello. I gotta tell Coco they said hello. And then Mama Hatchway, not only did I get my roast beef sandwich, she made me an extra one. And then she goes, I heard you love my little rice pudding. So here, take a bigger of that. And she gave me extra rice pudding. And what are those, what's the chips that they had there? Wise chips. With the owl, right? That's the ones. That's the fucking ones. It's like we had a conversation years ago. We were talking about that pizza ball in your neighborhood. Right, yeah. That is the best pizza in the world. What I tell you, like, when you go home, no matter what anybody says, you gotta go to Jeremy's on 5th Street, you still go there. And it still tastes as good as it did when you were a fucking kid. That was Hatchways. The one with the yelling and screaming. People giving gossip, Man, how about that heart attack on a roll in the morning, that white sandwich? That shit make us. Oh my God, you picked up 2 of those. I started eating that. You gotta figure in 1975. Dog, Raphael wrote that. I
I was a downtown kid, and I went up there. The word on the street was if you want to get better at basketball, you can't play the rough game in the daytime. When this kid Julio Pagliario, he was the catcher on the baseball team by mistake, slammed me. And he goes, man, I'm sorry, you know. So he got me a roast beef on fry, one Swiss cheese, thin shake lettuce. Let me tell you something, I bet after that, it was all over. I had never tasted anything like that in my life. I went there every day after that, too. I fucking couldn't get it.
Well, they have the documentary. Yeah, absolutely.
That's I remember he going that time. It was right at 2 o'clock. It was right out of there.
Yeah, right.
You know,
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It was to be done at 10 in the morning.
Earlier.
Earlier, I can eat the roast beef. So it's like when they first got that first bounce check. The first time they got the bounce check, they're like, oh, I did deposit the funds. That first bounce check, it's the boogie with nickel. It's only going to get worse after that. That first basketball means run. Even they give you, even they don't catch you right away to make themselves look solid. What's going on?
I don't know. No wonder. One day more the fucking he's gonna go down, he'll be fine. He just goes down some stairs, who has, you know, who has it?
It's so very interesting. I have no idea what happened.
I think we had fun, man. I know that football, so. And fucking when he said I got the scared with the snake. That was tremendous. You gotta say that for the fucking high rail.
The only one I'll forgive you, Ralph, is I get a $10,000 steak and go Red Harris with the blackjack table.
10,000. I'll get you. I'll come on. We'll sit there. I'll give you.
Rub-a-toe. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Play with me. I'll give you money. I'll keep you there. Oh my God. The snake. Yeah, finally, it's so funny.
If this motherfucker's gone, I would have been gone.
Yo, what's that show I'm watching? Yo, that's a DA waiting on you.
Just so everyone else knows, this isn't for him. Listening to the podcast isn't just for him. He's just putting that in my head. He's going to call me in 3 hours. He's inside. Don't answer the door.
Ooh, there's some delicious involved.
This guy's got everybody might somebody.
The flake. That's what I was the flake. It's yellow.
Chinese people.
It's yellow.
Come on, Billy, how much you gonna have? Just get over
Okay, the fucking was like was funny. But when Joey doesn't like somebody, that's either funny or torture. Okay, alright. How about telling the story
What the fuck is
how
happening?
you torture my Jack Wilson? Alright, remember when he was tweeting about the cross?
course, you know someone named Blackjack wants to come in and throw it.
What's it big?
She said when today was the kid's father. At the time, we still should think about big
I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything.
Nothing. I was sitting there going, and I see the dude.
Yeah.
Walking around. I feel like saying, what happened to him? Why? Maybe
They rock close.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
And the chef is only the person.
So funny. Coco, when you don't like somebody, folks, you'll find out where they work. Call them and somebody was complaining. I was at the 9 o'clock show. Our show started at 7. Then it was the 7 o'clock show. And you just be so mad. And then, okay, hang up, call. Right? And then like an hour later, you pick the phone back up. And call the guy who hates. Really hates. What's going on? Hey man, nothing but the club just called me and asked me if I wanted to come in and do your weird. Oh my God, they did. Let me talk to them. So he would make sure that they would talk to the club. And then he's like, yeah, we heard some complaints. Okay, some complaints. So the guy gets scared. Hey, yeah, man, they already got me at the fucking airport. All right, you're gonna lose your job. All right, they're good. All right, hey, come pick me up and I'll let you feature. All right, you did that twice. But the best of the best you ever done is when you used to fuck Pete. From the last stop. Out of that fucking airfare money. I want to say from like 10, 15 times. You done beat up fucking airline money. Like, hey, red's tight. Hey, Pete, fly me down. I need the money now, though. So, here, send me the money. I'm about to take it. I'll be there. I swear to God, I'll be there. You had Pete at the fucking Continental Airport waiting on a Continental flight. And you're like, no. He's like, Joey, you hear these later messages? And Joey can hear baggage from Phoenix. He's like, Carousel 3 for Phoenix. And you can hear this. And then that's what makes you laugh. You're like, wait, listen to this. And we're in my apartment, smoking weed. It's like you're just supposed to be at the last time. Fuck them. I'll beat them at 800. Listen to this. And when you keep on hearing this baggage to the Carousel 8. Hey, I'm here. I'm in. No! That's a 60-mile fucking trip.
And when you get the holiday, I'm like,
No, fuck.
I said, where are you right now? Wait a second. Let me call you back in 5 minutes. That's a good talent. And then again,
we were in my kitchen table. You know what this is? And I go, what? It's Pete driving home from the airport.
I said that the 3 different airports. You got 3 airports. Yeah, you go all the way down to the small airport. But you got to take down like cheap fucking Puerto Rican ticket service.
Yeah.
It's like 45 a.m. But no, I'll tell you, you got to get all the way down there at 8:45 again. And they put you on additional. Let me tell you something. It's like putting you on a plane from Hollywood to North Hollywood.
Yeah, shut up. When you fucking get into people, and you don't even, you play nice, like nothing. Them clinics should be calling you, giving you booties, like, all you need is his phone number. All right, if we find out how much fuck a fat guy on his bed. Or so fucking cyber attacking. Let Coco have like a number. Which one?
Very small.
Does it mean like one string? Oh, okay.
We always talk. We talk once a month.
Even though you're looking at it
We talk extremely
because the trunk of the tree is more important. And the branch is actually the trunk.
When he gets off
The
the phone,
branch is supported by
take all
the branch
that.
is another one. Then it says,
Then we go back
we're a person
how
who
many
goes
years
to
ago I know this
flourishes around another
This relationship started by him.
one highway to another highway,
My gun.
traveling over
I stole it from 14th floor. It was a piece that was thick.
Piece of apartment.
There we go. This motherfucker gonna work now, son.
Top shelf. He has another protection. Plus, I want like 10 minutes of love. You know what I'm saying? Just to keep me alive, I get that gun. A couple fucking rounds in.
Passes over to the
But now we've been friends.
So what happened was they had a half
That's how long I know the brothers. 97. I was fucking with them. And I'm still friends with them today. And when I did this, I used to torture him. I used to tell him, come to the store. Hurry up. Bring Jack is here. Everything's still cooked. Get on down.
You also had a lot of credibility because you also knew Bobby fucking Brown and Whitney Houston. Alright. That's all you shit.
That was none of them, but they never came to the store.
No.
But I get that completely. Nobody even knew he existed. But it was funny how that's how I would get this particular guy down there. Because I always owed him $1,000.
Yeah.
He'd go, why am I not coming down there? You owe me money. You got my money? Fuck no, man. I got a $15 check for you. But I'm telling you to come down here. Because you can sell a fucking house down here. Everybody's here. Rick James is here. Rick James is dead. He's here. I'm telling you. Just always looking for fucking That's how I would make him go down there. I would make him go down with the police. I would make him go down there. And he would go, where's all the drug deals? Where's everybody? Well, they just left. Oh, I got you. Give me a 60 for the one. You know how many times I did that, Tom?
Are you serious? You would bring up,
I would make him come down. I wanted to tell him at least I answer with a fucking
stack 100.
stack 100.
Two bitches who are not hungry.
Even if I just held on to that one skinny, just give him 20. A 20. That's better than none. Don't forget what I hold on to that 60 till tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I got shit happening. The producer's calling tomorrow. I gotta go.
I gotta go to the laundry room at 1440.
I gotta go home. Wait for the mailman to pick up this shit. Don't tell me that I don't have my first day from Filipino.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Let's get a refill.
We're out there. Okay, we're outside of our apartment complex.
You would tell me if I had a check.
Yeah.
Like an hour before you, I had a check. Come back, that make money. You heard the fucking guy. Now, Lee, at that time, you could have been a check for $3. Well, you could have been a check for $3,000. Nobody knew, but in my mind, it was $3,000. Same time, like, you know, learn something right here, what? And I would just say, $6. Jesus Christ. I know I'm far away from Jesus. We actually checked the whole house. It's a $1.50. It's going to go 23 and change. It's still stop my heart, but it's going to be 20 shots to make $3 a cup. But it's $2 for a dip for a water.
Yeah, man. We were set up. We did that jive so well. We used to be sitting out there, pimping, would be playing around. And, it wasn't before that day. Well, no, we still knew that. Yeah, easy. Why did you move out? When did you move in? Nigga, when did you move in? He didn't move in. He just opened the door. Can I stay here? Yes. Well,
He was on the road. The door was open. There was always a cigarette. Something was going to happen in that fucking building. Everyone kept us alive for 2 or 3 years.
bro,
I'm sorry, bro.
What happened? You're fine. What you see?
Nothing. It just
What you hear?
but that's
Listen, it's 2017. Three pages to
We did a season of these. We can pull up Byron out. We can pull up Byron out.
who's gonna last a season of these things?
Yeah, but shut him up 3 days.
for 3 days.
You're not gonna pay me anyway.
We'll go to Portos, we'll get some sandwiches. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
No, leave me. It'll take a year. I'm not gonna go to the hotel.
I can't believe you. Hopefully a little floating.
It's like our mascot, man. It's like what we always needed.
Fucking see.
What do you mean you don't want me to see anything?
You want me to read some of this shit too?
HelloDushy.com. Listen, nobody ever talks about washing your little muffler, right? Everybody talks about slinging dick, getting gonorrhea, using condoms. Nobody ever says, you know what? I washed my muffler so fucking good last night. It was your business. Pick it up late.
No one says that anymore.
HelloDushy's trying to do this. HelloDushy, everything that's a fucking headset in you. It's working. Everybody loves their asshole. You scratch your asshole, sniff it, and say, Jesus Christ, why do I live with myself? It comes out of my ass. I can even right now for a fact. I can't even imagine my little muffler. I took a shower like 7:30, but walking around raw ass. Since 7:30, took 2 shits, you ain't on this. 10 o'clock, you know your asshole. It smells like Arby's. That's what they do. Like, right now, if you're walking down the street by yourself, walking to a bus stop, a van will pull over. These incognito guys, they rip you in, and they cut your asshole up, and they have like an Arby's sticker around the house, and they...
I don't even know Ralphie not to say anything. Ralphie not to say anything.
I'm thinking this is a great thing for women to fucking buy their guy, because it's February, you have to suck some dick, so you might as well have a clean asshole down there.
They got a fucking Valentine's Day thing.
Really?
Buy 2 shit.
That's what you need.
HelloDushy's and get free shipping. Bang it out. He gets a clean muffler, and Mama gets a clean muffler. Because Mama's muffler doesn't need to get clean. Just a little water. That's the one. But again, I don't want it too clean. Just a little bit of water, like just a little bit of spit in it. I don't want you to get the fucking fungi out of it. I want you to attack. You know what I'm saying? We are, you dirty animal.
HelloDushy have that option. That's it.
That's right. And it's one. And it's a 60-day money-back guarantee. No, what is it? What is it? A 60-day money-back guarantee?
I don't even know. We don't need it. I think it's 30-60. Who cares?
60-90. It don't matter.
You won't need the money back.
If it's lasted fucking 4 months in my house at the size of my ass, the size of my shit, and the amount of water it takes to wash that little brown muffler, you'll do wonders for your little Dushy. Listen, please spit it out, cocksucker.
Yes.
You know, HelloDushy.com right now. Press in church. CHURCH. And get roughly
10% off.
And if you order 2 of them, you get free shipping. Boom, right to the fucking house. And your muffler's clean. You can feel confident. You won't get that stink coming out of your back. You know what I'm saying? You can wear shorts again. It's a different experience. HelloDushy.com. Go to HelloDushy.com right now. And book them your day.
HelloDushy.com/church.
All right, get 10% off. 2 of them for
Valentine's Day special. Listen, maybe there's somebody at work. You ever look at somebody, you know what? I guarantee that guy's asshole smells like that feet. Okay. That guy there just put it in his chair for Happy Valentine's Day. Like, he doesn't have a Valentine. You and I both know this. Buy one for him. Go to HelloTushy.com right now and press in church. Bam, and get your 10% off. That's right. HelloTushy.com. Right now. I want to thank HelloTushy.com. I want to thank Ralphie May. I want to thank the Flying Jew. This was a hell of a podcast.
Hell of a podcast.
Starting to see things too.
Carlos is not a dirty right, so it's just the question is, this person is doing a stopover. It would be kind of wrong because or perhaps you don't feel walking by the Carlos and stopover and ignore completely. According to Ben Azai, he's potter, and according to Hafam, now it's very easy to understand the Nazai. Nazai holds the Mahalef Kohen. The person who's walking is as if he's standing still. Every time he puts his foot down on the ground for a millisecond, that millisecond is in a standing position. Therefore, this person is potter because he walked in the Rosh Hashanah, stopped completely in the Carlos, and then continued on his journey to the Rosh Hashanah. Since he stopped in the Carlos, that causes him to be potter. Versus, we need to understand where do Chachamim see that the person makes a stopover, even though Chachamim hold the Aleph is not considered the shot, the person walks from Carlos.
Dropping rap knowledge. Ralphie May is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. This is our guest. He's very described by the world of rap music. This show and all shows are sponsored by the Fleshlight. Ralphie, have you ever felt the Fleshlight, sir? No one's fucked this, but a lot of people figured it out. That's why you know. This Fleshlight is not a virgin. It's like a slutty, angry high school girl. You can figure it out. Isn't that amazing? It feels great, right? It's way better than just regular jerking off.
The best thing is somebody else hold it and fuck you and you can work attached to strokes. This so it feels like actually sex and you know that you can't take it also hold the flashlight for you and talk you
That's a tough boy. Why is he holding it? It's like Johnson was here, Johnson. Girls have to give you a hand job nowadays. Hey, give me a hand job with the flashlight instead. It's way better than regular hand job. He's right.
What's wrong with it?
Can you come for girls giving you hand jobs over here?
I know.
more stimulation.
I need some pussy. Okay, I've never
There's such a
What?
dude.
I know.
I say, wow, Ralph, it's so weird. I just hang out with blood. It's the way girls are blowing you too. They really just like this.
It's great. That's the option. I like all that shit.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that he shouldn't be.
Oh yeah, man. Yes, I would. Horrible blowjob. Let's be honest. There's a dad to it. You know, they have a couple of money, they get great kids.
Those Jewish girls, that was the reputation that they liked to blowjobs.
That's what
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Never heard of that one. Never. That's some shit you can take. Yeah, I've heard that. Hanukkah. Finally, something good for the Jews. I light a candle just for that one. We got a minority we've had for seriously 9 years, 10 years. I found it in the garage. I went and got a candle. Alright, the kids just go sing happy birthday. All I know, I don't know any songs. I don't know anything about it. My wife had a good shape. Alright, but I'm lighting the candle just for that one. Just let my daughter know she's got a good rep.
I always heard that Jewish women are just the craziest in bed. Anything, they're just this crazy sex machine.
And she did fuck me, so that makes her fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm just black chicks.
I need to try it once.
Never tried to look her now.
There was this like a big node. You might get the Nero and see it, and I'm into white chicks anymore. I might start talking about it. There's this pound that needs to be come on, baby. No, there's a black chick in the 30s last night. Her next move was so beautiful. Dude, you do keep going. Where I live, you're some film that way.
Black chicks. Embrace your inner love for black chicks. That's the next move for you, sir. Some hard-ass black chick that fucks the shit out of you and tells all your ex-girlfriends to step.
Sounds like little candle.
Well, so you don't need issues with ex-girlfriends if you're scared of that bitch. That girl's right there. They want nails.
The girl at the BW3s in Irving, the bartender, they are cute.
Whoa, man, are you a fucking 5-year-old? Don't tell her first. It's just a faggotry. I don't even know where you are.
Check on yourself.
I wanted to take you to the Olive Garden.
She's great. That's sponsored.
How dare you? How dare you come off like a 12-year-old on the show? I like you. Do you like me?
Check one, yes, no.
Please AIM me. Just give out your AIM. I know you got one. Here's a fucking weirdo. Here's the Facebook. Ralphie May rocks it so old school. He doesn't even have a Twitter. How do you like M-apples? What's up with that?
It's almost non-existent. I do it once in a while. Yeah, I'm sick of
Ralph, you gotta get on the Twitter. There's people out there, Ralphie, that want to talk to you, man. You're on the show.
they go to my shows and they say, what's up? Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people, actually. Today, I got a lot of photo messages. People saying,
Desert is considered just around.
My training around it while I'm looking at you. The podcast stand, folks. The microphone stand. Yeah, so you gotta use the Twitter. It's very important. There's a lot of people that want to talk to you.
Not only is it good for promotion, it's great for writing comedy. You can have to talk to shit about things. It's fun.
Yeah, but I've noticed that I would become too exposed.
What are you talking about?
And, I would become too exposed.
Describe the food that made the food
You know what I mean? Am I gonna? I write hours of material. Right now, I have 3 shows. I have 12 hours of quotation.
So we're saying that because Carlos, but on the other hand, the mission tells us
All different stuff, and it's all the same basic things. I found myself
in the summer,
I noticed that I was
And in the winter, some parties really expensive. And when it comes to football, the winter is considered summer is considered nice football. I love it. It's that way. It's and why is that? You have to
if you watch your videos, she's one of the very hot young porn star with a wonderful personality. She gets sick. She gets sick.
and that's why
It's weird, man. We've talked about this a lot.
very large field. What's the price? The price is
I watched that. About women's ass kicking.
Jay and I were on the first TV show I ever did. I think it was 92.
Those days, in the middle of the highway, there would have a
Cafe, it's a weird show in New York.
Goes out to sell.
Jay was on.
Says the area of these pillars is considered permanent. It's difficult to maneuver.
And he got last time standing. I'm like, wow, here goes. We had people and people start
Benches
recognizing
that are
at the comedy store.
pillars, they are considered permanent. But the beams are
You
not.
have done the best of anybody of capitalizing on that last comedy stand crowd and running with it. You ran with that shit. There's a lot of guys who like John Heflin ran with it pretty well too. But I think he ran with it even
We're
better.
discussing
Prolific.
It highlighted you more than anyone. Now, you were the only person on that show that when I watched when it was really funny, I saw you blow up on you just destroyed on that show. You were like a regular last comic standing person. You were tearing up rooms. And told me and showed me the minutes from NBC meeting. Okay? And keep up the shit. And it told me that they were nervous about having someone my size on NBC.
Then it becomes about
No, just the image. It was good. They were embarrassed about my size. And
it's higher
because
because
it's
it's
discretion.
landed on top.
I use it as motivation. And he goes the only way they're not
Now,
going to
what about sports that are less than?
get you off
People like the Super Bowl.
is if
Cancel
you
out which is around.
get a standing
Not
ovation.
quite the tomorrow.
That's the only way they
What
get
about weights?
It's because
No one
we
wants
can't
that.
retake that
Dog
tape.
weights.
And
The Gemara
he
is
goes, we
considered by
won't be
most
able to
as a
every joke
However,
killer, we
Rav
won't be able to show you why.
Can't start canceling out versus rather when you feel like it.
It's
Inside of
because
this
every joke of yours
and
kills.
therefore it says
We
anything
won't
that's
be
less
able
than
to show
high
that you bombed.
is multiple versus rather.
To tell you that you
Part
lost.
of
To
it
show the audience that
doesn't
you
cancel
lost. You know, you have to get a standing
Where it
ovation
says
every show. And every joke be your hardest that you've ever delivered.
they told the
That's
best
the only way
from
these
the
people
other
are going to get you
and
out
then
of here.
who I love from this round. And they brought in the term. And they said, let's make this a young
You out
special
for
love
the
that
big
the
game
Lord
because
uses
of the way you
Yeah.
Wow.
So soon, the kind of
Yeah,
house
when
getting
you look at shows on TV, NBC is the biggest loser.
Well, for those folks who don't listen on iTunes, so you don't know from the underground for graphics, how
Right now, I'm 418.
Anything above that
418 pounds. That's down from over 700.
wow.
And I lost the whole fucking fat guy. I'm still fat.
After that,
Still got that much of a selfish
it's still considered.
Yeah, man.
Organization
Back in the comedy
person
store.
has a house.
and you wanted to take me to the strip joint just to see skinny girl get near my dick? Alright, and you wanted to do me in your after and there was no fucking getting in? It was sick, it was a sick car, but there was no way I was getting in there. And I'm like, I love you too, Rosie. I love your heart. I love your heart.
You have to be careful about what cars you get in, huh?
And you have
Not anymore. No, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, that's a ridiculous $600,000 Mercedes Benz.
$600,000 for a Mercedes.
Yeah, it's a convertible and it's like 700 horsepower. And it's
I know what you're talking about.
it's like AMG. Some shit, you know, but it's Mercedes Benz, and my friend, the comedian, is the sales manager there, Ron Robinson. It's 649, 200-inch plasma TVs in the trunk. It's so bad, but totally the most uncomfortable car I've ever driven. Yeah, but my favorite, I got a 650 convertible. It's fun.
What about shelves?
Ralphie says no problem.
I know the comfort ever since I got my new car. It's like the biggest mom car ever. It's a 40 heads, but you know, it's so good.
It's a good car. It's fucking comfortable and it's so tanky. Like, yeah, you know, it's fucking everything about shit. I love it. I'm telling you what, American cars are fucking making a comeback. Big time, man.
It's not like
Shit.
brother asked
Take a feel the fatigue and the love.
Everybody wants to
Anytime you want, stop on the gas, the car goes sideways.
Sideways, right?
Just start spinning wheels.
Now, going back to that case,
550.
Yeah,
Low engine, tiny car. It's lightweight, it's got a live rear axle, so it can't hit shit. But it's fun. Just stop on the gas. It's a pure American experience, car like that. Like,
Yeah,
it's not sophisticated. It's not the best way to get around, the best handling, but god damn, that shit is fun. Yeah, you stop on the gas. It's 550 horsepower and it's supercharged. So it's, you get a supercharged.
There you go, baby.
The V8, with the wine in here.
That's getting it done, man.
Dude, it's like a different thing. It's not just driving. It's not just getting in your fucking Yukon and, you know,
They're all working,
going to
man.
the supermarket. There's something extra fun.
Fine.
Of course there is, man. It's like James Bond. Like some dangerous shit could happen anytime.
It's just fun. It's just fun. Even if you're not speeding, it's fun. It's no virtual.
Just the combo, dude. You feel the power of those cars.
I should hear my turn signal when I go around the city.
It's just awesome.
Learn a little bit
It's
more.
like, those are cars, fucking, man. You're alright, Brian. You're making yourself over. Turn it on me, you know. You're moving the Glendale. You got the weird.
Is that next month, Glendale?
Well, my beard says yes. I want to go to the beach. I just can't do it anymore. I need to go to the beach. Something that's on. Yeah, I just the vibe. The vibe is evil, man. And when everyone is totally right. Santa Monica. Both sides. White people, it's a way you want to know homeless people. The homeless person that's there as white people. As always say that.
Bullshit. I'm tired of bullshit. Man, this shit with fucking Arizona is bullshit. Shit get away from bad things.
Yeah, the real problem is they don't need to kill these fucking crazy assholes. They're just down for cocaine.
Dude, 28,000 since 2005.
They got a bad problem down there, and it's totally
All Iraq, U.S. slots, 5,000. Let's put it in perspective.
Yeah,
That's crazy, and that's the ones they know about. That's not the heads of the desert. Lots of that shit.
There's a lot of that shit going on.
Mexico's dangerous.
Yeah, it's the border towns especially. It's really crazy right now. Most Americans are blissfully unaware of nuttiness down there.
They have no idea, man. If you go to like Laredo, Texas, man, fuck that. You go out to the door. It used to be nice. You used to go across the border. You go down to like Apple Weekend in San Antonio on that Sunday night. Go down there. Laredo, get a great deal, like a regular hotel. Holiday in there. It was safe. It was nice. You go to New Laredo, across the bridge, bring back glass, plates, and stuff like that. Man, it was awesome living. My wife lived there. It was awesome. It was just great river valley in town, smoking cigars everywhere. It would smell like Christmas cigars. You know, you can feel cigars out. Some candy. That one white smells like cigars. He told me one time to bring weed, and I'm like, you're the only guy ever to ask anyone to bring weed to Mexico. What are you talking about? We'll talk to somebody. Bring weed to Mexico. Yeah, sounds like a terrible idea. We too were back from Mexico. Sounds like a terrible idea. Taking weed into Guam's a bad idea. Let's hear that story. So this is a Ralphie classic that's making the rounds, and I don't know all the details, so I want to hear the whole deal. You got arrested somewhere. Yeah, I got stopped in Guam for weed. I didn't know I had it. Alright. And I took out of my bag 3.5 ounces of weed, 4 ounces of keef, and about 20 grams of hash. That's what I took out.
He took it out before he went to the airport. He wants support.
Yeah, I like to get down. I like to ride it, you know. I mean, you look at me, no fucking control. Okay, anything. Look at me, it's a fucking mess. Okay, yeah, man.
Control of your loads.
Yeah,
Sounds like you have control.
The one thing I got for me, but I'm a mess. I mean, I've got no sense. Plus, I get tons of heavy handshakes. I mean, and these guys aren't throwing an ounce, they're throwing an eighth. Right. Quarter, you know. And I tell them how I was stoned and saw the miracle on the heights that happened. Just afterwards, okay, we were down there at Chelsea Piers, and people were running. I saw a fucking cop on a horse. I'm stoned out of my fucking mind. I hit my act. I said I'm stoned like a biblical horse, and I'm fucking wasted, and I'm like walking seriously. I'm fucking up. Like if it wasn't like 29 degrees and sunny, I would have passed the fuck out. I was that high. I had a big thing of hash, and I put that in the middle of it. Joey Diaz Cuban sandwich. I with the OGs on the sativa on the top, and then a big fucking chunk of hash, about over a gram, and an OG finish. Okay, yeah, I was one of the most fucked up I've ever been. And I'm walking, and it was slow motion. I'm seeing people run from the end of the pier to the edge. Overhead helicopters, and see the cop on the fucking horse. And I'm like, and he was within 20 feet of me, and I'm like, where the fuck are you going, Sundance? I mean, you're on a pier, okay? You're on a fucking pier. There's people all around, you know, my kids and my wife's arms, you know. Okay? And we went down there to go see the aviation butt. And the AR, what was it, the Blackbird spy plane? The AR-71, I think it was. It's the fastest plane we ever built, you know, that we told everyone about. And it's fucking cool as shit because on its last voyage, it flew from New York to LA, or LA to New York, like 38 minutes. It's insane speed. It's time traveling. That's how fun that real. Look at the AR-17, you know,
AR-17 Blackbird.
SR-71. SR-71. No, SR-71 is a Blackbird spy plane. Check that fucker out. And it was the last declassified flight of it. It was the only one that showed the speed. And
What happens if you
retire this
have, let's take an object,
Why would you ever retire this thing? Can you put it up there, bro?
and it's in the drive, it puts it,
You're amazing. I got an iPad. What are you doing?
This thing goes 2,000 miles an hour.
what it says,
So then it couldn't have gone from, it couldn't have been
This is what they did in 1 hour and 54 minutes. They went from New York to London. That's the 6-hour flight. The 6-hour flight, they went in an hour and 54
They
minutes.
went from the last one that flew, the one that did the battleship there. Was the tripping? Okay. Down in Chelsea Piers. Right, that's what I wanted to go see. I wanted to be high and be close to that fucking jet. That's almost time travel. You understand? I mean, that's fucking mind-blowing. 2 hours, you can leave London. You can have tea in London and lunch and dinner in New York City. And up with some fucking beat, bro. That's amazing. That's transporter shit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
You know what's really crazy is they used to have that Concorde flight in Europe.
yeah, fucking cool shit.
It used to go super high. It was like way higher than regular planes. So we were like, you're on the border of fucking space. Border of space going to the speed of sound.
Fucking hey, man. Stop and think about a plane that goes as fast as fucking sound. You're sitting there, bitch. That's fucking yeah. You don't feel the G-force because they don't make any sudden moves and they just slowly amp it up.
It's fucking
Insane. It just goes straight up and straight down.
It's the speed of sound, man. The speed of sound in a fucking plane. But it kept killing too many rich folks. Boy,
With the altitude.
they fucked up, and I think the last one, was a really dumb fuck up too. It's like someone hit a tire that was left on the track. The Concorde hit it, and fucking caused a gigantic explosion. Everybody died. Yeah, and you know, when those people are dying, they're dying. These are people that are paying like $10,000 for a ticket. More than that for first class, right? Yeah, right. But so $10,000 is like regular, right?
Yeah, for the economy.
Economy is $10,000, and it's just to save a few hours of your time. That's really what it is. It's the novelty effect of it.
I remember I was watching some talk show as a kid, and there was an actor. So the coolest thing he'd ever done was take that Concorde and then stand on the seat so he was the highest person in the world.
What are we dealing with?
That's hilarious.
And he's right. He was the highest alive person. No, there was no astronauts in the orbit at that time. There was nothing going on.
Still figuring out just how to get here in this metal tube that's 30,000 feet in the air. You're sitting there chilling and looking at your iPad, and you're
Thinking like atoms are holding us up. Invincible atoms.
disconnected from the ground. That's where I'm going to be looking at the ground where it's safe.
I get a lot of anxiety with the flight.
What do you think they have that we don't know about? What is something that is our 71 to the fastest plane that we have that we know about?
Every time I was out, there's technology. Well, it would just seem to reason the logic that if you made that much progress in 30 years, then you know, exponentially, if you take the same progress like in cell phones in the last 20 years, from a briefcase with a cord and a headset, and then you move down was the brick. Okay, that was the after that. Okay, that same technology now, they're microscopic and they can, you know, fucking tons of data. I mean, you just take that same stream of technology and apply that to another sector where we're spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on projects that we don't even know about. Fuck yeah, there's got to be something faster. I want to know about HARP up in Alaska. I want to know about the F-23 that supposedly can hover and it's a scramjet. Okay, I want to know about that. That it can fly at 120,000 feet. Okay, and it can go from outside of Las Vegas, supposedly. It fucking takes off and then refuels at about 90,000 feet. No, 45,000 feet. On its way to 90,000 feet, and then it hits the afterglow.
So it's a plane that refuels in the air. How dope is that, man? Refuel in the fucking sky.
Yeah.
How the fuck are they doing that, man?
I don't know. It's the cleanest burning, and it's the fastest. People can go from Alaska, it'll be over the Pacific where there's nobody. They refuel, and then they have this scramjet. They go to 120 or 40,000 feet, like the outer atmosphere shit, and they bounce back off of it. And you don't understand, well, if you go straight up and you continue in a straight line, the Earth is moving at like 17,000 miles per hour. So that's adding to your speed. Fucking trippy when you're at altitude, too. And then gravity on top of that, compounding, so you're falling much faster than 1,000. It can go up to, theoretically, 3,000 miles per hour, 4,000 miles per hour. Fucking amazing.
Do you guys remember how cool it was in the 80s? That Blackbird was like the F-15
wrap your head around that kind of fucking speed. No, man, it's time traveling, man. That's the closest we're ever gonna get. I wonder if they have some shit that's not even faster than 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. It's really nice.
What about that decommissioned super collider in Waxahachie, Texas? That's still a federal off-limits facility. That say we create the God particle like they did in Switzerland, and which is a controlled microscopic subatomic black hole, and then the energy explodes off that and collide. That theoretically, that in any matter, we could straight bang into each other and control that black hole. That we could the left of my water get from there. We could fuel all of North America's energy sources.
The lady says, even if one takes anything,
It's fucking unbelievable. The super colliding shit like that.
Right, I mean, it's fascinating, but I mean, I think those people are making little black holes, they don't have enough gravity to stay alive.
The guy well, that's the scary part is it's super.
You're thinking that someone's doing something with the one they have in Texas.
Yeah, that it's not being decommissioned, and that it's being used. I mean, the fucking government uses everything else from the 50s. They're gonna drop, 800 million in a fucking hole in Waxahachie, and they just say, fuck it, we're out.
Well, it's a really something, a lot of times it's just not a shit. They don't think they're going to get a direct result off of the experiments. And what's going to be profitable with military applications is going to come from this experiment. If there's none, it's real hard to justify when the economy goes to shit and close things like that down all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, is it really close?
So they're doing something. This is some crazy shit. The whole Area 51 is the most fascinating thing to me. That whole area that they denied even existed until I think it was like in the late 90s. They tried to expand the boundaries of it, and they had to claim more land for restricted, and they had to admit that it existed in the first place. But for the longest time, there was just people waiting with guns. But too many dudes found like this spot in the hills where you could watch them experiment with their aircrafts. And too many guys who worked there who either got fired or went crazy and like Bob Lazar, he's the guy that he's been ridiculed. A lot of people say that he's full of shit and he lied about his education background. I don't know what's the case or what's not the case, but he's all the
resume to get a job.
when he said he had degrees in places, they said he never enrolled, and there's like old yearbooks from those times, and he's not in the yearbook, so it seems like at the very least he's made some things up. So you gotta look at it and say, well, he probably made it all up. But the point is, he would take his friends to watch these things fly in the air. He said he worked there, he arrested them there. Once they arrested him there, there's like it was this big story, and he came out and said there was flying saucers there, and he worked on trying to back engineer. Fucking fascinating shit. But the number one point is, there really is a place where they're doing secret shit, and they didn't want people to know about it, and they had to tell people it existed. Once they had satellites started flying over, taking photographs of it, and people can see like the whole facility from the lake, and you can see all these air hangars, like they're doing some nutty shit out there. They're like, that's where they're making like stealth bombers and.
That's just the shit on the surface. There's still bomber technology as badass as it is. It's 30 fucking years old.
I think a lot of what they're doing is drones, man. There's a fascinating detail of these people. This is before they shut it down. These people were watching like from like some park spot, and they were filming these things flying through the air. Like you never seen anything move like this. And I'm like, well, that's probably because there's no people in it. Right? It's probably a drone. They probably own drones.
Looks exactly like this, but small.
Yeah,
exactly. Blackbirds.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean? We know that they have them now. We know that they have them. So if that's what they saw in 1996 and shit, when people were, that's probably the answer to a lot of this UFO bullshit.
I don't believe in UFOs. I think that time travel is closer than the distance. Or the creation kind of universe. I don't believe in anything. I think that they exist. I just don't think they've ever been here.
I'm not convinced that they have or haven't. I can see it argued either way. It sounds totally preposterous when you watch those alien shows. You see that kind of crazy hair talking nonsense about aliens talk all the time. things. But, you know, look, if we are people, okay, and we have aspired to travel, we supposedly have been to if we have that sort of capability, I don't understand it, you know. It's a culture 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 years older than us. That's nothing with my time. So a culture that survives, a culture that survives that's 2 or 3 years older than us, they're going to be so fucking far ahead of us that they would literally be able to bypass all the ideas or come to a resolution on all the ideas about interrupting life and genetically engineering your life. Yeah, it would be like, yeah, of course you do it. This is what you do. You just like take your lives. Yeah, we go there and we introduced our genetics into these monkey genetics. These monkeys have this crazy thing happens where their brain doubles over a period of 2 billion years and they become humans. Did that happen? I don't know. But there's a lot of fucking stories. All these different stories from so many different religions and so many different ancient texts all have to do with some higher being coming from the sky. I mean, what the fuck?
People just want
it's possible. I mean, it's not an either or, you know what I'm saying? It's not an either or. We don't.
Assholes. I mean, if you're a survivor at this point, you come from a long line of assholes. You know, we were the guys with the last bit of food. We were the ones that didn't share during famine, you know, and
I don't know that easy. I know what you're saying, but not really. You know, all you have to do is get a group of cool people together and fight off the assholes and survive as well. You don't have to be an asshole to survive. It would be the cool smart people to get together and fight off the assholes.
Yeah.
So just because we're here doesn't mean we're the children of assholes.
Isn't it crazy how every just barbaric, I mean, well, you know, from the fucking Mayans to the fucking everybody in Europe, the different clans, you know, they were just barbarians. I mean, just the fucking Huns that, you know, we like one of 6 people have the same DNA as Genghis Khan or something like that.
How badass is Genghis Khan?
The steppes of Mongolia and fucking sweeps in. It takes almost the whole world. And they're fucking amazing. I mean, the grass man Looster, he was fucking gangster.
Wouldn't it be awesome to be able to get real documentary footage? Like, the coolest fucking thing would be you can't travel through time, but what you can do is go back to time and watch it and record it.
Well, you know,
If you imagine
Found a way to extract it from trees. Like,
this is a 1,000-year-old tree. Let's see what it's seeing.
technically, you know, since we're just reflecting light and that's all we are, okay, and light
That's
travels at
reflecting life. This is the ultimate stoner talk right here.
why were you in Guam, by the way?
It's like it's been bothered him for
I was saying, fuck, I forgot that we were talking about that.
Yeah, me too. I was just talking about this. I love this shit. The man getting high and fucking talking about it. What I'm talking about, hold on. Let me finish the point. Okay, check it out. That if you could go faster than the speed of light to the time, and then with a powerful enough telescope pointed at us to catch the light reflected, okay, you could use just as satellite technology looks down at the Earth, you can see the reflection of the Earth from that time and visually prove everything you want to.
What?
If you went faster out in space,
Okay, go faster out of space.
and then you had a telescope,
You have a telescope.
they could look back and capture the light that's coming off the Earth.
The light that's coming from the earth as you go inside it.
You would theoretically be looking at Earth at that point, the reflection of the light. So you would see,
You're looking at earth at that point in time.
yeah, so at the speed of light,
I see what you're saying.
Earth's history would come at you. I mean, if you could visually swatch it,
Sort of, but you would be 1,000 years in the future, looking 1,000 years in the past. You would
more than
at the
1,000,
same moment.
theoretically,
It would still freeze. It would still be the exact same distance between Earth and you at all points. You know what I'm saying?
right, but that doesn't matter. It's the fact that light reflects off of it. So you can catch an image of what, it might not be a perfect image.
Right, so as you're going, say you're going a million miles an hour, it's a million miles away.
Yeah. No.
I know what you're saying. It's just bouncing off there. The idea behind it is if you move into the future faster than the speed of light, what happens back here moves at a much faster pace.
No. What I'm saying is that the light that bounces off the Earth, okay, has an image, and that image is the same traveling off the Earth at the speed of light. If you go out into space and faster than the speed of light,
Okay, so you can look back before it?
yeah, you can look back at the image of the Earth with a powerful enough telescope, right, and see the history of Earth come forward.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that if you go forward like some fucking insane, like if you look faster than light and you look back and see the Earth, we have the kind of technology to allow you, even though you're billions of light years away, however far away you are, to look back and see the Earth and get close to the ground, so you can, even from 100 billion light years away, you still have a full view of the Earth.
It wouldn't be full, it would be obscured, there would be, there's dark patches, and only the light that bounces off is the sunny side.
You can see the sunny side of the Earth.
Yes.
You couldn't catch anybody because people do fucked up shit at night.
Almost all the real fucked up shit happens at night. You
saw a shadow in the window, bitch. You don't know nothing.
I'm not saying I'm not going for court. I see what you're
saying, though. It's total stoner talk right there.
It could be tough.
Yeah, it could be talk. Well, yeah, the time itself is very tricky, especially because it's limited. You know, our physical bodies find it limited, but when you get past our physical bodies and all other physical bodies, time is just sort of flat. It's one thing. It's just one big gigantic moment. Yes, we don't last. You know, time's only important to us. That's the real mind fuck. That is exactly it. The real mind fuck. You're dying.
As soon as you're born, you're dying.
I watched a fucking guy get killed by a bear today. Somebody put it up on the bulletin board. It was a trained bear. It was a trained bear. And the trained bear had been in movies before, man. And the fucking guy, they had this bear in this pen, and they're training it, doing this. He just turns on this guy out of nowhere and rips his throat apart. And just tears at it and shakes him.
That's why I never want to go up into space and look at the fleet in the past. Years.
I want fucking
bears up there.
It's always been like that, man. Just a couple months before I get shit on these guys. And that bitch is fishing next to grizzly bears. And I just want the grizzly bear to go, fuck you, I'm Union. I got Union during the Grizzly Man movie. I'll hit your ass. I'm coming in, just attack the fucking boat.
Yesterday we had two things
They're powerful animals, man. They can rip on horses and fucking head off of this.
I've talked about too much over the past few weeks. I talked about it yesterday on the Top 3 podcast, but there's a video you should see, folks. It's a bear eating the roots alive. It's a bear. It's fucking dangerous, man. I get run up there and kill you, and they just start doing it. And looking out and see you, but you're still running. Jackson. Yeah. There's a trained bear. Racist bear trained it. And just, I believe it was his cousin was in his network where they were working with the bear. The bear just for whatever reason just decided to attack him. Unprovoked, just fuck him up.
Nothing like
Everybody's supposed to be doing their thing. Sometimes people find their things and that's just their personality, and sometimes they just find it. Imagine if you just didn't get into fighting. He was like, I'm just gonna work at Toy Drive. And you're just like, oh, I'm sorry. That would be a problem. That would be a fucking problem. Ready to train and to spar, and they're always thinking about competition. They're always training hard. They're always ramped up, you know. And most of them are really comic mayhems is about is exaggerated personalities. They're just he's always been like that. I've known that dude forever. He's always been like that. Like just the fact that there's competition, it's like some primal shit. You're at 9 all the time, you know. Your senses are heightened. You're training for combat. It's some serious shit. Imagine that gym.
And the contradiction in the Bryce, one Bryce says that a dog that hasn't listened, and wears a pouch, a fish, a diaper. This is whether or not he has additional empathy. It's also for him to walk around like that on Shabbos because it's not the way they walk around the house. And if he does, ushers, I'm an usher. It's usher, no more than that. The other guy said not only is it usher, it's type of happen. It has to reconcile the prices to say, right? So it says that it's also very important to you. This particular person, it is the way to wear that. And therefore for him, it's also considered the debt to wear it. The other guy said, when you're there, it says, most people don't wear that. It's public. So the guy, even the mayor agrees that it has to be that no one wears it. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, the mayor will agree that it's awesome. Or if somebody drills a hole, the professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, I think this guy is talking. Of course not. Therefore, what Diet says, we're talking about one right sub, a sub, when we saw signing. And in order for him to be a sub-governor, it's three-sided. So for him, it's necessary for the couch, that's why it's tight. The second price is something like that we already had realized, and it's that day. So therefore, the couch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why it was public. The fact that the couch prevents his voting from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a piece of the third, so therefore, others having wonderful dirty.
The South Korean Navy, they 47 sailors. It's an act of war. Necessity of the alpha. It's the one person that we that's how all tribes of animals deal with it. Tribes of wolves do it, tribes of monkeys do it, and tribes of humans do it. We need one person, even if one person is qualified, as long as one person in that position. That's why, the social possible. We don't have to be qualified to be in the position. It's just for you guys qualified to be the president of North Korea. The North Korean people have to tell us how more reasonable to get shit done within the country. United States versus Russia. When I was a kid, it was always everyone was worried that Russia was going to overrun the United States. There was everybody was concerned that we were going to eventually get involved in some sort of a nuclear exchange. And you always heard, we almost came to a nuclear exchange. It was a mistake, and we got out of it. Luckily, cool heads prevailed, and we played again. That was just a little while ago, man. We kind of forgot what that's like. Like China is in the position to do that again. They're ruthless people. There's so many of them. They some of the HBO specials. Some of the shit that's going down in China right now. You know what's really popular? What's happening a lot? People selling it to their kids. People are having their kids and selling them, and they're like 5 and 6 years old. So hot right now. It's terrifying, man. There's a whole show on it with his brother. His brother was 5, his brother was kidnapped. They kidnapped his brother because he was 8 and they didn't know how to get home. So they kidnapped this fucking 5-year-old and took him away. His father sold it. His father's talked about it. He had to sell one of his sons. He didn't want to, but he had to do it to avoid the younger one because he didn't know any better. He could trick him. Or something along those lines. But, he's talking about how he said that when the slaves still have to get about it, they're probably getting that smoking cigarettes where he's eating the YouTube videos and stuff. And God has had to take out some for $5. He's still smoking all my cigarettes. Supposedly the third largest overall. According to power strength, power rating is number 3. But on sheer numbers, if they wanted to, because they have like the National Guard, like where people are, that are in certain areas, they're like the National Guard, even though they might work in a factory or so. If you enlist in this militia, it's the largest army in the world. By number. Wow. That's crazy. By number. And then, but by power, it's only number 2. It's a whole interesting life that they have there, man.
Miss Aquarius.
It's going down with these companies that have people working insane hours.
How are you?
I'm better. I'm doing good. Had a little rough morning with Grandpa. But other than that, he's doing good. He's sleeping now.
That's excellent to hear. All right. I would like to use the restroom, and then we'll play. Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Excellent. I'll be right back.
Hospital-related bills, they are all in effect immediately. This passage of law does not go into effect until January, so we should still see some activity that gets contentious all around.
He was like, don't do that, don't do that. But you didn't say it, no, man. just say, I mean, I hope y'all come. I just hope y'all come. If you don't come, who cares? Right? I'm saying it in a bad way. Mm-hmm. She'll be all right with her ass because she wanted somebody to do it anyway. So, and I hope y'all like it because this is her program. So, hey, right now how you want to run it because it's so goddamn program. She want to take first. She want to do verses and 3 verses at a time. So that's what we're gonna do. Don't like it or well, I don't give a fuck. This is her goddamn program. She's running how she running it. And she wanted her to run how she running it.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Excellent.
Hi, Brandon. Brandon's sleep.
He's doing his thing.
Oh, yeah, he's sleeping. He's going to pass me at the time.
Yes, he is.
My name is a counselor at 120 something. Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
And he has multiple accounts. He might pass me at a certain rate.
Well, tomorrow, Rabbi.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Yay.
This is a tough split.
It's okay. This can you never do your best. First can you? All right. Come on, Rabbi.
This is also a tough split. I think all splits are generally pretty tough. All right, here we go. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I
I
tried.
think you did that too fast, Rabbi. Your finger slipped.
I tried. I was trying to get fancy. Oh, look at you. Look at this girl's comeback, folks. Look at this girl's comeback. Give it to me. Oh, man, another split. Another split. Ooh. All right, Miss Aquarius. About to put the smack down. All right, here we go. Folks, she's got the lead. No. Okay, I've got to get those pins in the middle. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. No, it's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You lead it. You got it.
Give it to me. All right. Give it to me. I'll take it.
Yay. Good job.
Woot, woot. All right. Your turn. Your turn, Miss Aquarius.
Right. It doesn't matter. Because we both win, okay? We both win. It doesn't matter.
That's right, Miss
They
Aquarius.
both
That's right.
I did too fast. I did that. It's okay. Come on, Rilla. You can strike it. Hurry up.
What up, Leia? How are you?
Oh, there.
Leia, can you hear us? How was your day, Leia? Well, we hope you had a good day. We're just playing a game together. Feel free.
I don't see that. You know her?
No.
Well, welcome, Leia. I hope you had a good day. Yeah. You did.
That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh. All right, I'm going to get these 3 on the right. And hopefully it gets the 1 on the left. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
Yay.
That was big time.
Yeah.
Get it.
Hello, Rabbi. You got it.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. Oh, come on.
All right.
I win, you win.
We won.
You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yay!
Yay! Okay. Alrighty. I'll be back and I gotta sleep. Okay, I'll be back.
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
And then it became hip hop, and everybody was going out for dollars. And they made a lot. They made a lot of shitty music, except for Eminem and Jay-Z, maybe Nas.
Ralphie May dropping rap knowledge. Ralphie May's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. This is our guest. He's very disgruntled in the world of rap music, and I know it's your concern as well. This show and all shows are sponsored by the Fleshlight. Ralphie, have you ever felt the Fleshlight, sir?
No.
You know what has fucked this? But a lot of people figured it. Well, you know.
Patent rubber, too.
This Fleshlight is not a virgin, but it's like a slutty junior high school girl. She's been fingered a lot.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing? Feels great, right?
pretty creepy.
Dude, it's way better than just regular jerking off.
And the best thing is if you have somebody else hold it and fuck you, it's even more detached from your own body, so it feels like you are actually having sex. Have you done that, Joe? Have you had somebody else hold the fleshlight for you and fuck you with the fleshlight?
I'm gonna fuck them.
Yeah.
Unless it's a boy, why is he holding it?
Well, it's like the hand job. It's the newest hand job. I mean, if the girl's going to give you a hand job nowadays, hey, give me a hand job with a fleshlight instead. It's way better than a regular hand job.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, do try it. How about if it's
a girl's hand? A girl's hand is always gonna feel better. It's a person touching it. Ralphie says no.
But I mean,
Fruit.
can you come with
Baskets. I'll fuck everything. What?
baskets? No, man. What's wrong with?
Can you come if a girl's giving you a hand job? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can. I know. You're a demon. You're a demon. I can't.
Ralphie, so you need some more stimulation.
I need pussy. Okay. I've never even come from a blowjob.
What?
I know.
I'm the same way, Ralphie. Same way. I do not like blowjobs.
I know.
Maybe it's the way girls are blowing you too. Maybe
Man,
girls are blowing you like this.
No. That sounds great. I would love the option, but I'm married. I'm sealed, man. I like all that shit. I just stay on the screen there.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is even her, even the owner.
Oh yeah,
Mrs.
man.
May.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, my wife, she's a horrible blowjob. Let's be honest. I mean, she's a Jumrod. It comes with the territory. You know, they nag, but they're good with money. They get great kids.
A lot of Jewish girls, that was the reputation that they liked to give blowjobs.
Not this one.
Back in Boston.
That's what I always
I've
thought.
never heard that.
Yeah,
You go with the stereotype.
definitely.
Never heard of that one ever. Oh my god.
Really?
That's some shit you can keep from me.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Hey, Hanukkah. Finally, something good for the Jews. I light a candle just for that one tonight. We got a menorah that we've had for seriously 9 years, 10 years. I found it in the garage. I went and got a candle. Alright, and the kids just gonna sing happy birthday because that's all I know. I don't know any Hanukkah songs. I don't know anything about it. My wife's not a good Jew. Alright, but I'm lighting the candle just for that one. Just letting my daughter know she's got a good rep.
I always heard that Jewish women are just the craziest in bed. They do anything. They're just this crazy sex machine.
She is. And she did fuck me, so that makes her fucking crazy. Yeah, it is black chick.
I need to try it once.
You never tried a black girl?
No. I
might get De Niro, son.
There was this
You might get bingoed. You might get De Niro, so you're not even into white chicks anymore. You might start talking like Ralph
There's I was at BW3.
You might start gangstering out.
Can I get?
Come on, baby.
No, there's this black chick at BW3's last night.
That's your next move,
It was
dude.
so beautiful.
Dude, keep on going to that
Dude, what the fuck, man? What happened? You don't even tell them that, man.
Yeah, like
It's a white dude who likes black chicks.
Yeah,
Just
Lebanese,
son.
like
Embrace your inner love of black chicks. That's the next move for you, sir. That's what I see. That's some hard-ass black chick that fucks the shit out of you and tells all your ex-girlfriends to step.
It's like Lil' Kim.
Well, so if you have any issues with ex-girlfriends, then you're scared of that black bitch. That girl's right, so big long nails.
The girl at the BW3's in Burbank, the bartender, you are cute.
Whoa. And what are you, a fucking 5-year-old? Go tell her in person, bitch. This is faggotry. I don't even use that word anymore.
You like me? Check one, yes, no.
I want to take you to the Olive Garden.
Oh, God, talk about you to Olive Garden. Jesus Christ. Unless they're a sponsor.
Brian, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you come off like a 12-year-old on the show? I like you. Do you like me?
Check one, yes, no.
Please AIM me. Just give out your AIM. I know you got one. You fucking weirdo. Ralphie May rocks it so old school he doesn't even have a Twitter. How do you like them apples?
Yeah, what's up with that? It's almost non-existent. I mean, I do it
like
once
5
in a while.
tweets.
You text a lot?
Yeah, and I'm sick of
Ralph,
it.
you gotta get on the Twitter. There's people out there, Ralphie, that want to talk to you, man. They're happy you're on the show today.
And they go to my shows and they say, "What's up?" Oh yeah, there's a lot of people actually. They today I got a lot of phone messages. People saying because like a lot of comments on your podcast. Yeah, cool. They're like, yeah, man, I'm sorry. Let me go back a little bit. Like you're shooting a gun.
I might try to move around it when I'm looking at you. The podcast stand, folks. Microphone stand. Yeah, so you gotta use the Twitter, man. It's very important. There's a lot of people that want to talk to you.
not only is it good for promotion, it's great for writing comedy. It gives you like joke beginnings to start talking shit about things. It's fun.
Yeah, but I'm nervous. I'm nervous that I would become too exposed.
What are you talking about?
And I would become too exposed as like a go-to guy for free. You know what I mean? It's like I write hours and hours of material. Right now I have 3.5, maybe 4 hours in rotation that I do separately. And it's all different stuff, and it's all the same basic thing. And so I find myself just writing the same thing over and over again in a different form, in a different subject. You know what I mean? The same formula. And I'm nervous that I would get polluted by other comedians and I just don't want to open myself up.
By other comedians. You don't have to follow anybody you don't want to follow. And you can, some people, like, I don't think Louis C.K. for the longest time didn't follow anybody.
Brie Olsen, 0 followers.
Really? She was
Never replied to anybody, 0 followers. You try to make her reply, she will not do it. She almost seems like she's like an app. Like, type in, it just automatically puts something sexy mixed with something.
You might be absolutely right about that, because I've read some of those that she writes because they like been featured on websites and shit, and they're crazy.
Yeah.
They're all like, I'm gonna go down to this high school and try to get 5 dudes to shoot loads and make.
Right. I'm at the airport right now. I have dried cum in my face.
Yeah. But if you watch her videos, you're like, well, she's obviously for real.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with who y'all are talking.
Brie Olsen, she's funny, very popular young porno star.
Oh man,
with a wonderful personality.
I'm sure.
Excellent sense of humor.
I'm sure.
She gets it. Brody Stevens, she gets it.
Take me. She can take me. It's weird, man. We've talked about this on the podcast
Is she
before.
one of was she one of the girls that in like the biggest slut contest for Howard Stern?
Maybe, yeah. I think you're
I
probably
think
right.
so, yeah, man. And she was talking about she'd fuck a retard.
Dude,
I love it.
Yeah.
Fucking retard, that's awesome.
Those girls that do those gangbangs, man, that's a different species.
That's a weird thing, man.
That's another human, bro. That's another kind of human.
Speaking of another human, I saw Jay London picking up trash on Laurel Canyon.
Wow.
Creeped me out.
What was
You go from he was picking up trash.
for somebody? Is it working?
Man, he had an orange jacket on. I mean, an orange vest on, like
Maybe
safety
he did
vest.
something and he got arrested.
I don't know.
Isn't that what usually that is?
I
Isn't
think
that guys
so.
that get arrested sometimes?
I think so, man. I think so. And it was crazy. Because that guy, Last Comic Standing. No,
So
not
that's
right here.
no?
No, like the next one.
He was on the next one?
Yeah.
Jay and I were on the first TV show I ever did in I think it was 92. It was a Spotlight Cafe, this weird show in New York. Jay was on it with me. And I always thought, wow, this guy's so quirky and interesting. Like, he's going to be a famous comedian. And then he got on Last Comic Standing. I'm like, wow, here it goes. Maybe people people start recognizing him at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And then nothing happened.
And then it all stopped. Just went away.
You have done the best of anybody of capitalizing on that Last Comic Standing crowd and running with it. You ran with that shit, dude. There's a lot of guys who, like, John Heffron ran with it pretty well, too.
Yeah.
But I think you ran with it even better.
I'm still running.
Prolific.
Well, it highlighted you more than anyone. You were the only person on that show that when I watched it when it was originally on, I saw you blow up audiences. I mean, you just destroyed on that show. You weren't like a regular Last Comic Standing person. You were tearing up rooms.
Jay Moore came to me and told me and showed me the minutes from an NBC meeting. Okay. Like he probably shouldn't have. And he told me that they were nervous about having someone my size on NBC a lot, especially in prime time.
Worried about, like, dying or something?
No, just the image it would put out there. They were embarrassed about my size.
One answer is that
And
What does that feel like?
you're allowed.
it's crushing. But I use it as motivation. And he goes, the only way they're not going to get you off of this is if you get a standing ovation every show. That's the only way they can't deny it. It's because we can't retake that tape. And,
Fuck is this shit?
And he goes, we won't be able to, if every joke kills, we won't be able to show you bomb. He goes, if every joke of yours kills,
Right.
then we won't be able to show that you bombed. To tell you that you lost. To show the audience that you lost. So you have to get a standing ovation every show. And every joke be your hardest that you've ever delivered. That's the only way the these people are going to get you out of here.
Whoa. So they were plotting to get you out from the beginning because of the way you moved your body.
Yeah.
Wow. But yet now, one of the biggest shows on TV on ABC is Biggest Loser.
Yeah. Well, for those folks who don't listen on iTunes and you're not familiar with Ralphie, Ralphie's, how big are you, Ralphie?
Right now, I'm 418. 418 pounds. That's down from over 700.
Wow. Jesus.
I know I've lost the whole fucking fat guy and I'm still fat.
You know, it's not that much of a selfish 100 at one point.
Yeah, man. Bro, you remember the back of the comedy store? Dude, you wanted to take me to the strip joint just to see any girl get near my dick? Alright, and you wanted to throw me in your Acura and there was no fucking getting in?
Yeah, that NSX was not happening.
It was sick. It was a sick car, but there was no way I was getting in there. And I'm like, I love you, Joe Rogan. I love your heart. I love your heart.
You have to be careful about what cars you get in, huh?
Not anymore. Not anymore. No, pretty much. You know what I mean? Listen, I got into a ridiculous $600,000 Mercedes-Benz.
$600,000 for a Mercedes?
Yeah. It's a convertible, and it's like 700 horsepower. And it's it's like some shit, you know, Beverly Hills, the Mercedes-Benz, and my friend, the ex-comedian, is the sales manager there. Ron Robinson. You know, it's 649, it's 200-inch plasma tickets in the trunk. Yeah, it's badass, but totally the most uncomfortable car I've ever been in. Yeah, but my big one is like a 650i convertible, and it's fine. I don't have a problem.
Ralphie says no problem.
I'm all about comfort. Ever since I got my new car, it's like the biggest car ever. You know, it's a Ford Edge, but you know, it's so comfortable. It's fucking comfortable, and it's so techy. Like, you know, there's everything. I love it.
I fucking make a comeback. See, big time, man. Warmers are great. Warmers are the shit, man. And your lower back, you're gonna feel the fatigue.
They have a lot of them. Shelby GT500.
Ooh, really? Yeah, good toys, man.
Let's see what your interests are. Who you be with? This athleticism, folks. I've never really been able to contemplate how athletic this motherfucker is. Look at this movie. Look at that shit. Oh, 12 hours to fantasy football. That shit is sick. Yo, dog. I'm worried about yo-yos too. But if I win tomorrow, or if I'm up going into Monday, it's game over, son. I need Allen Racing Friday. Henry Friday. First one. Out tonight.
You're alright, Brian. You're making yourself over. You're turning Armenian on. You got your woman at Glendale. You got the beard. You're Tanner and Hammer.
Is that the next move, Glendale?
I'm thinking, well, my parents says yes. I want to go to the beach. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the beach. Something that's calling me about the beach. Yeah, I just the vibe in the beach is so peaceful, man. Everyone knows everyone.
I totally agree. Yeah,
it's homeless and it's staying. I was like,
yeah, it's Santa Monica, but you can have it like Playa del Rey. You can have both sides. Trying to forget white people. What? It's just white people that don't homeless people. The homeless person that's there has white people as a great purpose. Yeah, right.
I am tired of bullshit. Man, this shit with fucking Arizona is bullshit. Shit, white people mad.
Yeah, you know, the real problem is we need to kill these fucking crazy assholes in Mexico that are just gunning people down for cocaine.
Dude, 28,000 since 2005.
They got a bad problem down there, and it's totally
All of Iraq, U.S. loss is 5,000. Let's put it in perspective. How many people that really is?
Yeah, it's
That's
pretty
crazy, and that's the one thing know about. I thought the heads of the desert. Okay, now
There's a lot of chicken on.
Mexico's dangerous. I like
Yeah, it's the border towns especially. It's really crazy right now. Most Americans are blissfully unaware of what nuts it is down there.
They have no idea, man. If you go to, if you go to like Laredo, Texas, man, fuck that. You are out the door. It used to be nice. You used to go across the border. You know, you go down like every weekend in San Antonio, and then Sunday night go down there. Laredo, get a great deal, like a great hotel. The Holiday Inn there, it's safe. It's nice. You go to Nuevo Laredo, cross the bridge, bring back glass and plates and stuff like that. Man, it was awesome. Like, Ron White lived there.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. It was just a great river valley, okay, town.
Smell like cigars everywhere.
It would smell like great cigars. You know, you get Cuban cigars.
You know Ron White smells like.
That's right. He told me one time to bring weed, and I'm like, you're the only guy ever to ask anyone to bring weed to Mexico. What are you talking about? I'm talking to somebody.
Bring weed to Mexico?
Yeah.
That sounds like a terrible idea. Weed to or back from Mexico sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah, weed in the dome's a bad idea.
Yeah, let me hear that story, son. This is a Ralphie May classic that's making the rounds, and I don't know all the details, so I want to hear the whole deal because you got arrested somewhere.
Yeah, I got stopped in Guam for weed. They didn't know I had it on. Alright. And I took out of my bag 3.5 ounces of weed, 4 ounces of keef, and about 20 grams of hash. God damn, that's what I took out of my bag.
You took it out before you went to the airport. He wants to party.
Yeah, I like to get down. I like variety, you know. I mean, you look at me, I've got no fucking control, okay, of anything, Joe Rogan. Look at me, it's a fucking mess. Okay, yeah, that. I made the
Control over your loads.
Yeah, that's how
You got really have control.
all right, then the one thing I've got for me, but I'm a mess. I mean, I've got no sense. Plus, I get tons of heavy handshakes. I mean, and these guys are throwing an ounce at me. They're throwing an eighth, a quarter, you know. And when I tell them how I was stoned and saw the Miracle on the Hudson happened, I'm just afterwards, okay? We were down there at Chelsea Piers, and people were running. I saw a fucking cop on a horse. I'm stoned out of my fucking mind. My accent sounds so like a biblical whore. And I'm fucking wasted, and I'm like walking, seriously, I'm fucked up. Like if it wasn't like 29 degrees and sunny, I would have passed the fuck out. I was that high. I had a big thing of hash, and I put that in the middle. I made a Joey Diaz Cuban sandwich, with the OGs on the sativa on the top, and then a big fucking chunk of hash, about over a gram, and an OG finish. Okay, yeah, that's it. I was one of the most fucked up I've ever been. And I'm walking, and so much I'm seeing people running from the end of the pier to the edge. Overhead helicopters. I see a cop on a fucking horse. And I'm like, and he was within 20 feet of me, and I'm like, where the fuck are you going, Sundance? I mean, you're on a pier, okay? You're on a fucking pier. There's people all around. You know, my kid is in my wife's arms, you know. What the fuck? Okay? And we went down there to go see I'm a kind of aviation buff. And the AR, was it the Blackbird spy plane? The AR-71, I think it was. It's the fastest plane we ever built, you know, that we told anyone about. And it's fucking cool as shit because on its last voyage, it flew from New York to LA or LA to New York in like 38 minutes. Some insane speed. That's time traveling. That's how fucking fast. Look it up. AR-17, AR-something. AR-17 Blackbird?
SR-71.
SR-71. No. SR-71. It's a Blackbird spy plane. Check that fucker out. And it was the last declassified flight of it. It was the only one that showed the speed. And we retired this motherfucker. Why would you ever retire this thing? Can you put it up there, bro?
Somebody
I don't know how to do this. You're amazing. I got I've been words for you.
Dude, this thing goes 2,000 miles an hour.
So then it couldn't have gone. It couldn't have been.
This is what they did in 1 hour and 54 minutes. They went from New York to
not
London.
always.
That's the 6-hour flight.
The 6-hour flight they did in 1 hour and 54
They
minutes.
went from the last one, the flew, the one that's at the battleship there. Was it the Intrepid? Okay. Down in Chelsea Piers. Alright, that's what I wanted to go see. I wanted to be high and be close to that fucking jet.
Right.
I mean, that's almost time traveling. You understand? I mean, that's fucking mind blowing. In 2 hours, you can leave London. You can have tea in London and lunch and dinner in New York City and not miss a fucking beat, bro. That's amazing. That's Transburger shit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's amazing.
You know what's really crazy is they used to have that Concorde that could fly to Europe.
Yeah, fucking cool shit.
It used to go super high. It was like way higher than a regular plane. So it was like you were on the border of fucking space.
Yeah,
Border of space going to the speed of sound. Fucking A, man. Stop and think about a plane that goes as fast as fucking sound. You're sitting in that bitch.
Yeah, you don't feel the G-force because they don't make any sudden moves and they just really amp it up.
It's fucking insane.
It just goes straight up and straight down.
It's the speed of sound, man. The speed of sound in a fucking plane. But it kept killing too many rich folks. Boy,
For the altitudes.
they fucked up. But I think the last one, was a really dumb fuck up too. It's like someone hit a tire that was left on the track. The Concorde hit it. Fucking caused a gigantic explosion. And everybody died. Yeah, when those people are dying, they're dying. These are people that are paying like $10,000 a ticket. One that first class, right? Yeah, right. So $10,000 for regular, right?
Yeah, for the economy.
Economy is $10,000, and it's just to save a few hours of your time. That's really what it is. And it'd be
cool.
the novelty effect of it.
I remember I was watching some talk show as a kid, and there was an actor who said the coolest thing he'd ever done was take that Concorde and then stand on his seat, so he was the highest person in the world.
That's hilarious.
And he's right. He was like he stood on his seat, and he was the highest alive person. No, there was no astronauts in orbit at that time.
Right.
There was nothing going on.
The plane's still freaking me out. Just the idea that you're in this metal tube that's 30,000 feet in the air, and you're just sitting there, and you're just chilling and looking at your iPad, and your
atoms are holding us up. Just visible atoms.
Disconnected from the ground. That's where I'm the only thing on the ground where it's safe.
You know,
Fucking feet up there.
I get a lot of anxiety when I fly.
What do you think they have that we don't know about? One of the things you said about the SR-71, you said it was the fastest plane today that we have that we know about.
That we haven't told anyone about. Yeah.
Do you think
There's technology on. Well, it would just see the reason. I mean, would it be the logic that if you make that much progress in 30 years, that exponentially, if you take the same progress like in cell phones in the last 20 years, from a briefcase with a cord and a headset, and then the move down was the brick. Okay, that was the after that. Okay, that same technology now, they're microscopic and they can, tons of data. I mean, you just take that same stream of technology and apply that to another sector where we're spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on projects that we don't even know about. Fuck yeah, there's got to be something faster. I want to know about HARP up in Alaska. I want to know about the F-23 that supposedly can hover and it's a scramjet. Okay, I want to know about that. Then it can fly at 120,000 feet. Okay, and it can go from outside of Las Vegas, supposedly. It fucking takes off and then refuels at about 90,000 feet. 45,000 feet on its way to 90,000 feet. And then it hits the afterburner.
So it meets a plane and refuels in the air? How dope is that? They refuel in the fucking sky.
Yeah.
How the fuck are they doing that, man?
I don't know. And then it's the cleanest burning and it's the fastest. And people can go from over the Pacific
where there's nobody, they refuel, and then they hit that scramjet, and they go to 120, 140,000 feet, like the outer atmosphere shit, and then bounce back off of it. And what you don't understand, well, if you go straight up, and you continue in a straight line, the Earth is moving to like 17,000 miles per hour. So that's adding to your speed. Fucking trippy when you're at altitude too. And then gravity on top of that, compounding, so you're falling much faster. You know, it can go up to theoretically 3,000 miles per hour, 4,000 miles per hour. Fucking amazing.
Do you guys remember how cool it was in the 80s? That Blackbird. Remember the Blackbird? It was like the F-15 or what? It was like you wrapped your head around that kind of fucking speed.
Oh man, it's time traveling, man. That's the closest we're ever gonna get.
I wonder if they have some shit that's not released that's even faster. Going 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. It's really nice.
What about that decommissioned super collider in Waxahachie, Texas? That's still a federal off-limits facility. That say we created the God particle like they did in Switzerland, and which is a controlled microscopic subatomic black hole, and then the energy explodes off that and collapse. That theoretically, that in a ball of living matter, we could stream and bang into each other and control that black hole. But we could, in the left of my water, get boom from there. We could fuel all of North America's energy sources. Isn't that amazing? It's fucking unbelievable. The super colliding shit like that.
Right, I mean, it's fascinating, but I mean, I think the idea behind it, making little black holes that they don't have enough gravity to stay alive.
Well, that's the scary version.
So you're thinking that someone's doing something with the one that they have in Texas? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that it's not been decommissioned.
Yeah.
And that it's being used. I mean, the fucking government uses everything else from the 50s. They're gonna drop, 800 billion in a fucking hole in Waxahachie, and then just say, fuck it, we're out.
Well, I don't believe that. They're doing something thing, though. A lot of times it's just not enough money to run shit. If they don't think they're going to get a direct result off of the experiments, like what's going to be profitable out of this experiment? So military application is going to come from this experiment. If there's none, it's real hard to justify when the economy goes to shit and close things like that down all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's really close, though.
They're doing something, some crazy shit. The whole Area 51 is the most fascinating thing to me. That whole area that they denied even existed. Until I think it was like in the late 90s, they tried to expand the boundaries of it, and they had to claim more land for restricted, and they had to admit that it exists in the first place. But for a long time, there was just people waiting with guns. But too many dudes found like this spot in the hills where you could watch them experiment with their aircrafts. And too many guys who worked there either got fired or went crazy. And like Bob Lazar, he's the guy that he's been ridiculed. A lot of people say that he's full of shit and he lied about his education background. I don't know what's the case or what's not the case, but his story is well, he said he had degrees in places they said he never enrolled, and there's like old yearbooks from those times, and he's not in the yearbook, so it seems like at the very least he's made some things up. So you gotta look at it and say, well, he probably made it all up. But the point is, he would take his friends to watch these things fly in the air. He said he worked there, and they arrested him there. And once they arrested him there, it was like this big story, and he came out and said there was flying saucers there, and he had worked on trying to back engineer. Fucking fascinating shit. But the number one point is, there really is a place where they're doing secret shit, and they didn't want people to know about it, and they had to tell people it existed in one place. Once they had satellites, and satellites started flying over and taking photographs of it, and people could see like the whole facility and Groom Lake, and you could see all these, these air hangars. Like they're doing some nutty shit out there, man. That's where they're making like stealth bombers.
That's just the shit on the surface. Still, technology's badass as it is. It's 30 fucking years old.
I think a lot of what they're doing is drones, man. There's a fascinating of these people that before they shut it down, these people were watching like from some park spot, filming these things flying through the air, and like you never seen anything move like this. And I'm like, well, that's probably because there's no people in it, right? It's probably a drone. They come out drones,
exactly like this, but small.
Yeah, exactly.
Blackbirds.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean? We know that they have them now. We know that they have them. So if that's what they saw in 1996 and shit, when people were filming. That's probably the answer to a lot of this UFO bullshit.
Well, I don't believe in UFOs. I think that time travel is closer than the distance, or they're creating some kind of wormhole. But I don't believe in anything. I think that they exist. I just don't think they've ever been here.
I'm not convinced that they have or haven't. I could see it argued either way. It sounds totally preposterous when you watch like those ancient alien shows. You see that guy with crazy hair talking all this nonsense about, they believe that, aliens talk to Egyptians, all these different things. But, look, if we are people, okay, and we have aspired to travel, and we supposedly have been to the moon, if we have that sort of capability in our primitive state of development, whether there's a culture 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 years older than us, that's nothing in living time. So a culture that survives, a culture that survives that's 2 or 3 million years older than us, they're going to be so fucking far ahead of us that they would literally be able to bypass all the ideas or have come to a resolution on all the ideas about interrupting life and genetically engineering life. To them, it would be like, of course you do it. This is what you do. You just make your life. We go there and we introduced our genetics into these monkey genetics, and these monkeys have this crazy thing happens where their brain doubles over a period of 2 million years and they become humans. Did that happen? I don't know. But there's a lot of fucking stories on all of these different stories from so many different religions, so many different ancient texts, all have to do with some higher being coming from the sky. What the fuck, man?
That little bit that people just want. Something else.
It's possible. It's not either or, you know what I'm saying? It's not either or.
You're a survivor. At this point, you come from a long line of assholes. We were the guys who ate the last bit of food. We were the ones that didn't share their family,
I don't know if it's that easy. I know what you're saying, but not really. All you have to do is get a group of cool people together to fight off the assholes and survive as well. You don't have to be an asshole to survive. You can be the cool, smart people that get together and fight off the assholes. So just because we're here doesn't mean we're children of assholes.
But it's crazy how every speaker, every barbaric thing, from the fucking Mayans to fucking everybody in Europe, different clans, they were just barbarians. I mean, just the fucking Huns that, we like wanted, what is it, 6 people have the same DNA as Genghis Khan or something like that.
How badass is Genghis Khan?
He comes in the steppes of Mongolia and fucking sweeps it and takes almost the whole world. It was fucking amazing. I mean, grass was that roaster. He was fucking gangster.
It would be awesome to be able to get real documentary footage. Like, the coolest fucking thing would be, you can't travel to time, but what you can do is go back in time and watch it and record it.
40 years,
Can you imagine?
Found a way to extract it from trees.
This is a 1,000-year-old tree. Let's see what it's saying.
Well, technically, since we're just reflecting light and that's all our we are. Okay, and light travels at
This is the ultimate stoner talk right here.
we don't reflect light.
Where were you in Guam, by the way?
I was there to do a bunch of shows.
It's like it's been bothered for 20 minutes. I was like, fuck, man.
That we were talking about that.
Yeah, me too. I'm just talking about this. I like this shit. I mean, I'm getting high fucking talking about it. What I'm talking about, hold on. Let me finish the point and then I'll fucking tell you about it. Okay. Check it out. That if you could go faster than the speed of light to the time, and then with a powerful enough telescope pointed at us to catch the light reflected, okay, you could use just as satellite technology looks down on the Earth, you could see the reflection of the Earth from that time and visually prove everything you wanted to.
Whoa, what?
If you went faster out into space,
Okay, go faster out in space.
then you had a telescope
You have a telescope.
that could look back and capture the light that's coming off the Earth.
The light that's coming from the Earth as you go through.
Yeah, you would theoretically be looking at Earth at that point, the reflection of the light. So you would see,
Looking at Earth at that point in time.
yeah, so at the speed of light,
I see what you're saying.
Earth's history would come at you. I mean, you visually swatch
Sort of, but you would be 1,000 years in the future, looking 1,000 years in the past, so you really
more
would
than
at the
1,000.
same moment.
Theoretically,
It would still freeze. It would still be the exact same distance between Earth and you at all points. It would
right,
be the same.
right, but that doesn't matter. It's like the fact that
that light reflects off of it, so you can catch an image of what it might not be a perfect image.
Right. So as you're going, say if you're going a million miles an hour, it's a million miles away.
Yeah. No. If the light from 1,000 years ago.
I know what you're saying.
It's bouncing off the earth.
Well, the idea behind it is if you move into the future faster than the speed of light, what happens back here moves at a much, much, much faster pace.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the light that bounces off the earth,
right,
okay, has an image, and that image is the same traveling off the earth at the speed of light.
Okay.
If you go out into space and faster than the speed of light,
okay, so you can look back
yeah, you can look back at the image of the earth with a powerful enough telescope, right, and see the history of Earth come forward.
Whoa, okay, so you're saying that if you go forward like some fucking insane, like if you go faster than light and you run back and see the Earth, we have the kind of technology to allow you to, even though you're billions of light years away, however far away you are, to look back and see the Earth and get close to the ground, so you can, even from 100 million light years away, you still have full view of the Earth.
It wouldn't be full. It would be obscured. There would be, there's dark patches, and only the light that bounces off is the sunny side.
You can see the sunny side of the Earth.
Yes.
You couldn't catch anybody because people do fucked up shit at night.
Almost all the real fucked up shit happens at night.
You wouldn't get nothing. You had no proof on me, motherfucker. You saw a shadow in the window, bitch. You don't know nothing.
I'm not saying I'm not going for court. Alright, I'm just saying.
I see what you're saying, though. It's total stoner talk right there.
Trippy talk.
Yeah, trippy talk. Well, the idea of time itself is very trippy, especially because it's limited.
So true.
Our physical bodies find it limited, but when you get past our physical bodies and all other physical bodies, time is just sort of flat. It's one thing. It's just one big gigantic moment. Just we don't last. Time's only important to us. That's the real mind fuck.
That is exactly it.
The real mind fuck. You're dying.
As soon as you're born, you're dying.
Dude, I watched a fucking guy get killed by a bear today. Somebody put it up on the board. It was a trained bear. It was a trained bear. And the trained bear had been in movies before, man. And the fucking guy, they had this bear in the pen, and they're training it and doing things. He just turns on this guy out of nowhere and rips his throat apart. And just tears at it and shakes him.
That's why I never want to go into space and look at the past 9 years.
I want fucking
bears up there.
I was watching that Sarah Palin, just the promos for that shit on Discovery or whatever it is. And that bitch is fishing next to grizzly bears. And I just want the grizzly bear to go fuck you up, Union. I got Union during the Grizzly Man movie. I'm gonna hit your ass. Come on, just attack the fucking boat. And fucking, they're powerful animals, man. They can rip a horse's fucking head off with this
I've talked about too much over the past few weeks, and I talked about it yesterday on the Tom Green podcast, but there's a video you should see, folks. It's a bear eating a moose alive, and it's on the internet. You want to know how ruthless fucking nature is, man?
They're fucking brutal.
They don't even kill you, man. They just start eating.
Yeah, they don't care.
They just get down and eat you.
While you're still fighting.
Jack.
Tell me first.
This video, though, the crazy thing is there's a trained bear. This guy raised his bear, trained it, and his I believe it was his cousin was in the ring with it, as they were working with the bear. And the bear just, for whatever reason, just decided to attack him out of nowhere, unprovoked, just fucked him up, man. You think so?
Yes. Why are you fucking with a bear? It's a bear. Let it fucking go. Let it just chill.
Someone's gonna do where you have a guy wrestle a bear. Someone's gonna train that fucking bear. We can't have a movie.
Yeah.
You know what? Did you ever see that movie? You ever see that movie Congo?
Yes.
Yeah, when they had those big crazy monkeys that were so obviously men with monkey suits.
Yes.
It was annoying, man.
Jared's fixed all this.
If it's
I think Kirk Douglas wasn't working then. I mean, that's my favorite earthquake joke. Neil Earthquake, the comedian Earthquake, he said that he went on an audition and so for Planet of the Apes, so Robert Clark Duncan in there, and he called his agent and just left. He said that motherfucker didn't need makeup.
How rude.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious.
Alright.
There's always
I'm sorry.
even in Guam, there's earthquakes. Trying to get back to the point.
Actually, do you know they're protected by the Mariana Trench? Those places on there?
They're protected by it? Protected by the lowest spot on Earth.
The immense cavern takes out a lot of the energy from the tsunami, how deep the water gets.
Really?
Yeah, so they're protected by a reef, and they're protected by the Mariana Trench.
So they've never been jacked by a tsunami?
No, they come, but they don't get the full width and breadth of it. You know, a lot of the energy's lost in the canyon.
Is that trench where they recorded that insane biological sound? I know they call it the bloop. There's one crazy sound that they recorded that's so many times louder than anything they'd ever record that was biological under the water. And they know it's biological. They don't know what it was.
Hey, and that guy's he's a little nuts, right, baby? I love that guy. I met him at this podcast. Serious Spectrum. That guy is a killer.
Yeah,
I look in his eyes and I'm like, yeah, that's good. Like he never to hurt me. Like, just a
he
good
enjoys fighting.
Yeah.
He enjoys it. He's fucking good at it. He likes it. That's what he's supposed to be doing. Now, there's a broad spectrum of human beings.
Yeah, man. I totally agree.
Everybody's supposed to be doing their thing. You know?
Yeah, man.
Sometimes people find their thing that matches up with their personality, and sometimes they just fight it.
Imagine if he didn't get into Can you imagine if he just didn't get into fighting and instead he was like, I'm just going to work at Toys R Us? And then you're just like, I'm sorry.
Fucking Father's Day waiting to happen. Father's Day waiting to happen.
Yeah, that would be a fucking problem.
Like, I'm always nervous around Eddie Bravo ladies. I mean,
Why? Is he drunk? Just the idea that he can kill you anytime he wants.
Yes, that is very scary. The fact that there is nothing I can do. And then he tells some guys that are like double the size how he choke them out from underneath. Okay, I've never even heard that. I didn't know what that was. And he's laughing about it. Oh yeah, I do. I climb up him, okay, and then like fucking leg lock him and choke him out and shit like this. And I'm like,
It's so weird because I don't get that from Eddie Bravo as I do with Mayhem. Like with Mayhem, I fear him.
yeah.
What about Eddie? He's always just so happy and nice. It's like he's thinking about it.
It's not competing. Yeah, you know, the difference is the guys that are competing, guys that are like actively fighting in MMA, they all are super, they have to always be ready to train and to spar, and they always think about competition. They're always training hard. They're always ramped up, you know. Most of them are really calm. Like Mayhem's is about as exaggerated a personality as you can, but that's just who he is. He's always been like that. I've known that dude forever. You have too. He's always been like that. But just the fact that they're in competition mode, that's like some primal shit. You're at 9 all the time, you know. Your senses are heightened. You're training for combat, man. That's like some serious shit.
Can you imagine that cheer every day? Like from the Spartans, how they get their kids kidnapped, taken and beaten, and fucking toughened up, and then they escape at 18 and they go rape and steal a girl out at night. Sparta was fucking. I mean, these guys, they were warriors.
It's crazy when you think about what pussies we are today. And then people had to be like that at one point in time for us to get till today. They had to be strong. They had to be able to fight off fucking animals and hordes of invading tribes. You had to be strong to stay alive just a few thousand years ago.
Crazy,
It's very strange.
150?
Yeah.
150 fucking years, 2 lifetimes.
Dude, the Wild West, that was the 1800s. Yeah, 1865 was the abolition of slavery, right? Was it 1875 or
65?
And then you've got, fucking cowboys and Indians going to war. Just fucking
night fighters. Those guys are nasty.
Did you see the thing where Obama got in trouble because he was talking about Sitting Bull? And he was recognizing that Sitting Bull was a hero, and it was like, I guess it was part of some book that he has, his child book, and people were going, hey, Sitting Bull killed a lot of fucking Americans. It's funny because we're acknowledging now that we've integrated the American Indian into the American culture, like they're part of us. Now we're sort of acknowledging the original Americans just fucked them, and this guy fought back, and this guy's a hero for fighting essentially us.
Well, it's mind-boggling when you say, we're the land of the free. Because of an act of terrorism.
Tell that to Willie Nelson. He's fucking going to be in jail.
I know, man. It's crazy.
My dick.
Yeah, dude. But we say that we spout all this patriotism and stuff. And if you go to the Boston Tea Party, which is dum-dums, that are mad that we have a black guy or saying we're Tea Party and stuff. Okay, they're fucking talking about a terrorist act. That was a terrorist act. It was not an act of war. You know that, right? We call it rebellion because we're on this fucking side of it. But it was basically a terrorist act. If white guys today dressed up as Arabs, and attacked a private company and destroyed property, we call it a terrorist act.
Okay.
And that's exactly what we did.
Right. Okay, it's terrorist act. Yeah, I know what you
mean. And that's how we bore our nation. And with the same thing, we accuse Afghanistan of being terrorists because they want to kill us. Or they killed this many and they don't want to be under our fucking rule. Out there, we would be an empire. Like the fucking British were to us.
Well, we're a lot crazier than them. We're more crazy than the empire ever. We have military presence in over 100 countries.
Yeah.
You know what that means? Yeah. We've got guns all over the world and jets and American soldiers ready to go. What's up? Just ready to go. Strategically placed in all sorts of areas so they can get jets to them in time.
Are you nervous about this fucking North Korea guy?
No. Really? Not at all. No, I just wants better trade agreements and they don't have any food.
But he's about to die. He's already named himself.
Nothing's gonna happen.
But look at his son though. His son's ready to jump in, but he looks like he's a nice young guy that plays StarCraft. Finally, Dad's gone. I can play StarCraft with all my friends.
Yeah, right. I was waiting to chill out.
They play StarCraft. It's not as fun. Once you have nuclear weapons you can use.
I'm telling you, man. They bombed the fuck out of that island. They
what happened? They attacked an island, right?
Yeah, they shelled the shit out of it for hours. They flattened it.
Really? Who was on the island? Who was on the island?
People. South Koreans. Yes, they killed thousands supposedly.
Really?
Yes, they bombed the fucking island.
You heard 7? I thought 7 people were in. This is a retarded conversation. You should go Google.
Yeah. And then they killed 47 South Korean sailors. They downed a fucking ship and said they didn't. Motherfucker, we got you on tape, me. They fucking blew up a battleship. Not a battleship. It's like a trawler of the South Korean Navy. They blew it up. Killed 47 sailors. That's an act of war.
2 dudes died.
2 dudes.
On the shell?
They both died of AIDS.
They both had the head. They were like monkeys and they got
To our conversation, it's numbers. I think we need to leave out numbers until we know the images. It's 2 people died, bro. 2. Dose humans.
Dose humans. Shelling? That's it?
That's it.
Oh my God. But what about the 47 sailors?
That's still the people that fucking died, man. That's crazy. That guy's killing people. Yeah, he's killing people and they're, it looks like
more checked.
Well, maybe you're right, man. Maybe he's so fucked up he is going to try to actually go out with a bang.
I think he's fucking crazy, dude.
You never know, man.
Don't underestimate Cuckoo.
You got to be pretty crazy to want to be some sort of a leader like that. Leader of a country. You know, called leader of anything. To be that arrogant that you should be the main person. It's really just playing up on a flaw in human nature. The flaw is the necessity of the alpha, where we're always looking to the one person that we led by. That's how all tribes of animals deal with it. Tribes of wolves do it, tribes of monkeys do it, and tribes of humans do it. We need one person. Even though one person isn't qualified, as long as there's one person in that position. That's why, this whole Sarah Palin thing is possible. You don't have to be qualified. You just have to be in the position. This fucking guy isn't qualified to be the president of North Korea. You tell me other North Korean people out and said, listen, I'm a lot more reasonable. I can get shit done with other countries.
Yeah, we can have some meat and food and
like that.
There's a cabbage in every pot on the ground. Yeah, right?
Yeah, you gotta be a really twisted motherfucker to want to run things.
They got fucking rockets that hit off the shore of Hawaii.
Okay, really? They can hit Hawaii?
Yeah.
Wow, trying to fuck up Hawaii.
Hawaii, awesome. The great one. I was there after Guam. All right, I'll get back to Hawaii.
Well, what if they do this? They're willing to fuck up these people on this island.
Let me tell you what, there's the fact there's over 1 million infantry of North Korea. That's what people do. They don't say anything. Everybody is fucking in the army.
It's true.
Alright, if they wanted to walk over South Korea, there's nothing we could do with 28,500 U.S. troops right there, except for battlefield nukes.
That's okay.
Just prevent it. You understand? The complete wipeout. Within hours, they can take Seoul, all of it, be gone. All of it.
Yeah, so really, how many troops does the United States have there?
28,500.
I think that's plenty.
It's
Look at the shit we got, son.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Without battlefield nukes, there's no way to do it.
They got jets. Don't they have like jets and fucking
They have
tankers
jets.
and shit? Do
They
they?
have jets.
They have the same shit when they get Soviet shit.
Yeah, and Chinese shit.
Chinese shit.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers.
Those they fucking be Nikes. Let me tell you what, they can fuck up a jet. They'll make a fast MiG.
Yeah, man.
And they got a lot of them. And they got a shitload of numbers, dude.
That's the real
Just on sheer numbers, you couldn't stop that.
The real crazy thing is China. And if you really wanted to have a country, if we are in one sort of situation like we used to have, like with the United States versus Russia, when I was a kid, it was always, everyone was worried that Russia was going to overrun the United States. Yeah.
Wolverine. That's so Pony Boy. Motherfuckers.
Yeah, everybody was concerned that we were going to eventually get involved in some sort of a nuclear exchange. And you always heard, we almost came to a nuclear exchange. It was a mistake, and we got out of it, and luckily cooler heads prevailed.
Shall we play again?
Yeah. And
Would you like to play again?
And shit, that was just a little while ago, man. We kind of forgot what that's like. But China is in the position to be that again.
Yeah.
They are ruthless people.
They are ruthless.
They're ruthless, and there's so many of them. They like, if you watch like some of the HBO specials on some of the shit that's going down in China right now, you know what's really popular? What's happening a lot? People selling their kids.
Yeah.
People are having their kids and selling them, and they're like 5 and 6 years old.
Corporations.
So hot right now.
Selling as
It's
corporations.
terrifying, man. There's a whole show on it where this brother, his brother was 5 and his brother was kidnapped, and they kidnapped his brother instead of him because he was 8 and he wouldn't know how to get home. So they kidnapped this fucking 5-year-old and took him away. He sold it. His father sold it. And his father's talking about how he had to sell one of his sons, and he didn't want to, but he had to do it, so he went with the younger one because he didn't know any better and he could trick him. Or something along those lines, but he's talking about how he was really upset that the boy was still mad at him about it.
Yeah, but these kids are probably the kids that are smoking cigarettes where you see on like the YouTube videos or something. God, this guy's a dick. I don't sell them for $5. He's smoking all my cigarettes.
Little boy whose brother was left behind. It was really heartbreaking.
It's
Talking
horrible.
about missing his brother and how his brother he was so mad at his father that his father sold his brother. I was like, you gotta be fucking shitting me, man.
Dude,
And all
they're
this time
selling into corporations.
he's wearing dirty clothes and he's in this fucking shack, this little shack with his dad. And his dad should explain how he needed to buy
And the only way, it's like the only way to citizenship, basically, like in Roman times, is to be in the army. To go from poverty to grace, and so is to have intellect, okay, to show, an aptitude for military service, or science, or math, or athletics, or you go to the fucking drones.
in China.
In China, you have to be.
So everybody joins the military in China too?
Yeah, it's got a huge fucking military
How
team.
big is the military?
It's
I want to hear a number. I know you got one in your head. Come on.
30. It's supposedly the third largest overall.
Third largest
When you incorporate it to power strength, power rating is number 3. But on sheer numbers, if they wanted to, because they have like the National Guard, where the people are, that aren't in certain areas, they're like the National Guard, even though they might work in a factory also. If you enlist this militia, it's the largest army in the world. Yeah.
By number. Wow. That's crazy.
Way by number, and then but by power, it's only number 2.
It's a whole interesting life that they have there, man. All the shit that's going down with these companies that have people working insane hours, people are jumping off buildings and shit. Like
Just wait,
the whole
man.
Concom thing. I read something that was kind of an interesting rebuttal about Concom, because it talked about all these suicides that Concom had, but then it noted that Concom has over 500,000 employees.
So is that an above average?
It's not really. It's not compared to the population. No, it's not. They're working shit jobs. Man. Those jobs suck.
Yeah, they suck.
They just suck. You're gonna work on a factory assembly line. Yeah, guess what? It's
Yeah,
not
the scroll goes in the hole. You know why? Because Walmart wants to save 17 cents per.
Yeah, I would start selling kids. I get like $10,000 selling my kids. I'll just have like a baby factory.
I don't think they're that much.
No, they're not even that much. That's what's sad.
Get like a grand.
Thank God.
It's way better than shit. What is that, like 6 months of work though at one of those iPod factories?
But then by the time you're done crying, that's right when your money
You
runs
just
out.
gotta turn it off.
You gotta turn it off. That's your kid. Yeah, good luck with that. You're gonna have haunted dreams for the rest of your fucking life, man. You just sold your son. Haunted dreams. That just goes to show you. The apocalypse.
That's me.
The apocalypse is everywhere. It's just not here yet. The apocalypse is everywhere. There's different lives that are experiencing it all over the world in individual basis, with individual families and individual situations. There's apocalypses all over Africa, all over parts of the world, all over China.
Holocaust.
It's insane. The shit that's going down in Africa right now, if it was happening in your neighborhood, you would be swearing it's the end of the world.
You know what I call it?
People run through with machetes and cut people's heads off and hands.
Yeah, there's a lot of hacking to death with machetes.
And taking kids and getting them drug addicted and shooting cocaine and heroin. And
America's just start franchising itself like as a brand name. Like you're like, hey, we're gonna have an America opening up in your neighborhood, and you can have our laws and rules and protection. You know, it's gonna cost you money. It's gonna start popping up like Starbucks. Right? So it's like, dude, let's go to the America.
it is July.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We just go to Africa and just jack it.
Yeah, and then go to
Jack
Jack
it and open up in
I think we
America.
already did that, bro. We did that
On
once.
Africa. Well, where they try to. What's going on right now is there's so much war, civil war in the Congo. There's a lot of like expensive shit in the Congo, minerals and stuff. It's like
Lithium.
use.
They
Yeah,
just found lithium there. So now there's the next gold rush.
What about
the Congo's that's
Lithium batteries and
place.
technology.
There's so much rape and crime and stuff
Oh,
and shit.
it's
Even
systematic.
UN workers, man, the people who have worked for the UN are down there raping and killing. That's why you need to go to America. Yeah. So what do you think? Sam here say? Don't play any music though.
Where the food is.
No, because we're gonna go on serious. Right?
still
Don't
hot?
fuck us up.
It's
America.
Yeah, but you don't own that.
This
You don't know. Do you own that song? I'm friends with the people that do.
Call
Trey, it's not your friends. Unless you can call that dude right now and go, yo, what up, Trey? He's not gonna answer that phone. He's gonna go, who is this weird fuck? He's not gonna sue you. You don't know that song.
And the same will apply.
You can't. You gotta get releases from shit.
This is the karaoke version too.
Oh, that makes it good. It's from the same tunes, man. I couldn't even that song, that door song, my Comedy Central special. I couldn't go
Oh, yeah.
couldn't do that. You can't do that. Just someone else.
And you know what? No one gave me any shit when I sampled Kung Fu Fighting in my second special.
You sampled it? You mean you got on stage and sang it?
Yeah, I hummed it.
There's something on there. So, is there a time where music becomes everyone's property? Isn't there like some sort of a thing that happens with books and literature?
Yeah, but then it become property like
What is the term?
I think it is. I think it's, you know, like you can't, you know, like Christmas songs. You know, like name like a singer Christmas
Yeah,
songs.
public domain song.
Public domain. That's exactly what the term is, public domain. Yeah. Does that happen with every song? Or
I don't think so.
certain songs? I mean, it should really after like 100 years or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, it's you know, if somebody gets paid on Happy Birthday,
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Like when you go to bed against, they can't sing happy birthday. So they have some
Happy Birthday,
version of it. It's gross. Just do it and see if you get away with it. You know, what are you gonna do? Soup mannequins all over the world.
You know, they
Singing
come out
happy
and do it,
birthday.
man.
That's just gross. Whoever would do that, man, what a piece of shit you are. You're claiming you own happy birthday just because you own that shit on paper. So you own happy birthday, you fucking weirdo.
I know it's everybody's. Well, we
How
have
can you own that? How can you own that? Shit's been around forever. Did someone actually write that?
Yeah, two people apparently.
I doubt it.
That's what they say.
Yeah, let's get together and make a song together.
Man, when I sit down and try to come up with a catchy lingo.
Are people following you right now on this stuff?
On Twitter, yeah, there's Twitters.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, see, that's why you get in the Twitters. It's Twitter. It's like, hey, I'm in Chicago right now. What's the best place to eat? You'll get instant answers. What's the best place to? Where can I get some weed? You know, instant answers. You know,
I answer those questions myself.
it's like instant information now. It's like
Can't you just do it yourself?
it's text messaging, like 8,000 people at once, or how many of your followers you are, so that you can send shit out.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's a lot of power.
It's interesting.
Because you have the combined knowledge of 8,000, possibly, if they were all online at the same time. Well, ask one question, so you have the population.
You definitely get good answers to a lot of shit. And if you're an interesting person, you're into things that, fascinating things about science and space, and I know you are, when you tweet those, if you find something online and you find some story like, whoa, check this shit out, they just invented, bam, and you put that link up, a bunch of dudes will retweet that link, and then they'll start sending you shit. Hey, Ralphie, I know you're into this space shit, check this out.
Yeah,
you just discovered this, boom. And that's what's
Have
going on.
you heard about HARP?
Sure.
You heard about HARP?
Yes.
That's fucking amazing.
What have you heard? What is your
That
opinion of HARP?
we are secretly having a war. We are attacking Pakistan, China, India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia, that whole area, the region. They're bending the ionosphere with massive radio waves.
So what do we do
in Alaska? We're causing flooding like beyond all time that's ever been recorded. Concentration of earthquakes. That we're relieving the pressure, that we're moving the ionosphere.
Wait a minute, where are you getting all this? Are you sure?
Yeah, it's on hard. No, I'm not sure.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Are you sure? I know what you're saying.
I know that,
But I'm saying, are you?
that the floods this year were the greatest of all time. That they have, according to USGS, they have a higher rate of, we're in a very high earthquake for Asia, Central Asia, and South Asia. Of all time. Okay.
Yeah, but Ralphie, that easily could be because of cycles of the Earth. That doesn't mean shit. We have only what we've studied as far as like earthquakes and floods and the history of weather and disasters. We're dealing with a tiny fraction of the time that the Earth has existed. Our data is so small. So when you say something like, there's record earthquakes, there's record floods, the record is like you just woke up and the phone rang, and you're like, this phone has rang a record number of times today because it only rang once. Because you're only going to wait for 5 minutes. Our knowledge of the Earth is so fucking minuscule that every time people get crazy and start saying things like, oh, there's a record number of earthquakes, it must be because someone's attacking Pakistan with a lightning bolt that goes in the sky. It's not necessarily the fact. That sounds sexy as fuck. That sounds sexy as fuck. But I don't think it's that simple. I think, who knows what it's a research project. It's a high-frequency, active auroral research program. We don't know exactly what they're doing. They could be doing a bunch of different things. They could be trying to charge up the ionosphere. But the idea that they're somehow shooting something into space and attacking Pakistan, dude, someone can bullshit you. Because that is not what's happening.
Okay.
There's just no evidence that points to that at all.
No, it's all these
people that want everything to be sexy. They want everything to be sexy. They want everything to be because it's attacking us from space. They want everything to be a conspiracy. And the problem with that kind of thinking is it fucks up the ones that are real conspiracies because there's a lot of them. There's plenty of them.
I think that's a real, because it's a real place. And
they're definitely doing real research, but I don't know what that is, and I don't think you do either. And I think until you do know, you can't really say that. You can't just go and say they're attacking Pakistan with shit from the sky.
No, but that's the latest thing.
But Michael Alex Jones is retarded, illegitimate brother.
I like Jesse Ventura, but there's a lot of conspiracy theories.
I was a Navy SEAL. You should listen to me. I'm leaving her in the shit. Yeah, I listen to him too. I think he's another guy that's looking for things to be sexy. He wants conspiracies. There's plenty of goddamn conspiracies that are real. But when you start looking for them in everything and saying that you know, things get going squirrely, man.
I just know that they're fucking with the ionosphere and bombarding.
Sure, but I don't know what they're doing or why they're doing it. It could be some sort of weather experimentation. It could be some sort of experimentation as far as like recharging the magnetosphere or changing things or
keeping the poles straight.
I don't have a crazy goddamn clue.
I know. That's why I really want to know more about it.
There's a crazy one was Operation Starfish Prime. That's what it's called. They shot a nuke up into space and blew it up.
Yeah, they
exploded and
way more fucking dangerous. They didn't fake these. The Russians did it.
Well, the Americans did it.
We did it first.
We blew it up inside the Van Allen radiation belts. Like they were going to try to punch a hole through the Van Allen
They
radiation
fucked
belts.
everything up,
It's
man.
like way more radioactive. The whole thing is a disaster up there. It's been like that for like a billion years and shit.
Yeah, it's fucking done. But it fucked up. It stopped the power in New Zealand, to Australia, to Los Angeles. The impulse was so much more magnified because of where it was.
It's really trippy when you go back in time and look at how many different things that human beings did where they just took a chance. Let's see what happens when we just blow up a nuclear bomb in space. Just shoot it up there and blow it up. And they all sat around and thought about it and go, can we do that? Can we do that?
John Wayne made a movie called Genghis Khan in the crater of a fucking nuke. We surface detonated, and then like 8 years later they made a film in the crater. Really? That's why everybody on that fucking movie died of cancer.
I did hear that he had done some movie and they filmed it somewhere near they were doing these experiments. I didn't know they filmed it in the crater.
In the fucking crater, dude. You can see
Go back
glass.
and Google. Ralphie May requires a lot of Google for me to do that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's John Wayne.
John Wayne.
Genghis Khan. What movies?
Multiple spellings, but I think it's Genghis.
And review this says, Ralph Haskins, like review the.
That was the role that he played. I don't know his name.
You don't have to be. You weren't busy.
Everybody on that fucking thing, from the set directors to catering, died of cancer.
Wow, Genghis Khan, John Wayne. Right away, man.
Creepy fucking right.
Wow.
There's also a, back in the
Expensive above-ground nuclear weapons testing occurred at the test site. It's part of Operation Upshot Novel.
I'm telling you, man. That's where the pictures come from.
They used to do shit back then. In 1981, 91 of them had developed some sort of form of cancer, and 46 had died of the cancer. Holy shit. So they had 220 people in the entire cast and crew, almost half of them.
It would be just continuous exposure over multiple weeks, but they filmed really fast back then. So it wasn't even like it was nowadays.
I wonder how long they were there for.
Yeah, but what if they just all ate right in and or something like that, you know? What if it was something else?
It had nothing to do with the fact they were in a radiation crater. They were in a crater blown up by an atomic bomb.
I have 5,000 years and you're just chilling there filming. Take two, but I wouldn't film that. We're going to get another take on that one. Yes.
Pissed would you be? How pissed would you be? Like, wait, you didn't know? You didn't know?
The actors don't know. You think John Wayne knew? He didn't know.
The producers didn't know either. That's
Well, they got cheap shooting. They fucking knew that.
long ago, man. That's like the 1960s and shit.
Yeah, it was in the 60s, right?
That's people. Just that. This is like 50 years ago, man. We didn't know shit
That's
then.
amazing.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Where's your survival place?
I don't know, man. I'll go back to Colorado when the shit hits the fan.
You still have your place in Colorado?
No. I only leased it for a year. I totally go back there.
My safe place would be the shower curled up in the fetal position.
Yeah, I'm gonna kiss you
With a gun in my mouth.
kiss you in the cheek before I drive off in the back road.
Yeah, right. Take it later.
Zombie hordes. I'm coming for you, son.
Man, it will get very within days. Metropolitan areas will be with the interruption for basic service.
I'd probably go right to
You know,
Yeah, that's the problem. It only needs to be out for a couple of weeks. Look what happened in the fucking horrors that happened in Katrina. That's terrible, man. I watched documentaries on that shit. It's horrific. Civilization is shut down.
Shut the fuck down. It don't take a matter of days. Tell you when you take fresh water and electricity away from people, and they go fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
It's amazing when
They
you see
don't know how to survive.
Well,
And they go animal.
and it's hot as fuck there. It's
Well,
scary.
you're not supposed to be there. The whole city's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be underwater like that. That's the crazy business. It's below sea level.
Yeah.
So you have walls up to keep the ocean out. Holy shit. This is where you keep your shit. This is where you sleep.
Yeah.
I know it's awesome. Why is it awesome? It's awesome because there's people that are awesome. Why not move the awesome people. Let's all make an agreement. Let's all move our awesomeness.
You know what they want to do?
To higher ground.
If they hadn't had this recession, they were talking about the largest public work thing ever. They were going to detour the Mississippi to read around the city of New Orleans to make a delta to protect it. Alright, and they were going to reroute the Mississippi. That's what they were doing. The Corps of Engineers had slated as the largest public works, larger than the Hoover Dam, exponentially larger. An incredible waste of money. But they were going to build all this thing. They were going to
And the idea is because it's so awesome. New Orleans is so awesome.
yeah, it needs to be protected.
But this is kind of crazy, man, because it's not like there's a lack of places to move to. There's a lot of spots in this country where you can relocate. How many people are living in New Orleans now? It's got to be like a million, right? Something like that.
But, you know, it's a great generator for Louisiana.
That's the real problem. It's like moving them quick and possible. Just
Well, man, I know Houston's not the same as Katrina.
but they should have slowed it down, right?
It's really not, dude. It's really fucking not. It's, I mean, the murder rate went up like 340%.
Dude, well, we were there right afterwards, and you can see all these people that have been displaced. They're all over the streets of downtown. It's completely different than it was just a year ago.
Yeah, man.
The whole New Orleans thing is kind of sucky because New Orleans, like, everybody talks about how great the city is.
Yeah.
Like, people fucking love that place.
They love it, man. And that's
It's like in this shit spot. Like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like, you figure out the movie, and you really could never move it. You never recreate it. It wouldn't work. It's a terrible idea. But, you know, it's too bad they didn't slowly, like, fucking creep back into an area keep New Orleans, but slowly let them back all these water will hit.
I lived in New Orleans 26 months. Yeah, I was cooking at Noah's. And there's a lot of people in New Orleans that believe, again, because it happened once in the 60s, during, I think it was Korea, that white people from Lake Pontchartrain blew up dynamite in the levees.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not like a Spike Lee conspiracy?
No, that's a fact.
It's a fact?
It's a fact. And then people heard loud explosions that were still on the roofs. The majority of them died when they drowned.
Okay, so these people, they blew up the levees to drown the black people.
No, to drain Lake Pontchartrain, because it's Lake Pontchartrain with the largest amount of water you can back.
Okay.
So in the areas that happen to be the
So why they want to do that?
to save the white communities on Pontchartrain. Really expensive homes.
Oh, okay. So they had to drain it because those homes were going to get encroached by water?
Yeah, the water was about to flood.
Oh, so they jacked it by breaking the dams and then killing a bunch of people. A bunch of people must have died, right?
Yeah, that's where I think 95% of the casualties from Katrina happened was the flooding. And people go, yeah, you've got time. And it's like, no, you're not. You know what I mean? That water's coming in at like, you know, a foot every second. Right?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and it's like, you can't. Where the fuck you go?
Fucking
You knock a hole in the
getting
fucking...
stuck in your house because there's water outside up to the second floor.
Crazy, and you're stuck in the attic, and then outside it's 108 degrees, and you're baking, and that's when people die.
And there was a big problem with the amount of response and the quickness they responded.
Yeah, man. I mean, we can, you know, in 18 hours we can be in fucking Afghanistan with, you know, 10,000 troops in 18 hours. We couldn't go to New Orleans.
There's no money being able to go to New Orleans.
It's crazy, man.
Money is in going to countries with tanks and taking care of business.
I know, but it's like, you know, Anderson Cooper's there going, hey, this is so full of shit. Oh, well, we don't watch CNN, we watch Fox News. Bill O'Reilly says that people should have left. Fuck them.
Did he really say that?
No, he did not say that. No, he just gives off attitude. Fox News gives off actually attitude that's shared by a lot of people. That those people knew the hurricane was coming and they should just leave. But like for the Gulf, if you ever live there, you can never think you're going to get fucking hit. You have parties, and the truth is that power's out for a week and a half, 2 weeks if you can take it. Fuck it, there'll be ice. You know, you'll be able to you stay in your house, you looted, right? But you're also talking about people who are dirt poor and don't have a disposable, in case the fucking hurricane hits right now. I've got, $500 to take me to Houston to where my relatives are,
Well, on an individual basis, you can always understand everybody's own problems in getting out there. But if you look at it objectively, they're right. The people that are saying why are they living there, they're right. You really shouldn't be living in a place where you're that close to some sort of
Army Corps of Engineers fucked it up.
Army Corps of Engineers fucked it up.
Yeah, when they dredged and they put the intercoastal channel in, they stopped the wetlands from being formed. The natural delta effect of the Mississippi is to meander, and they fixed it so they have proper channels for shipping. And what's happening is it's eroding coastline. The coastline's going further and further back. Instead of being constantly built up, it's being allowed to erode, and that's why hurricanes over the future are going to be more damaging to the city of New Orleans. And why is that important? Because 80% of, I know as soon as Katrina happened, there was no fuel in Nashville. There was no fuel. There was no gas stations. Right? And it got crazy quick. People were like having to go out and see their neighbors and say, hey, do you have gas? Yes, I do. I need to go shopping. I do too. Great. Then when do you want to go? All right, it was crazy. We have enough gas to go shopping.
In Nashville?
In Nashville.
How long is this going for?
It was going on for like 2.5 weeks.
Didn't it happen in Georgia too?
It happened in a lot of places.
Because that happened when we were in Atlanta while that was going down. And people were talking about it when we were working at the punchline.
Right.
And the employees were talking about it.
Yeah.
There was no gas, and people were waiting in line, giant lines to get in.
Giant lines, and as soon as you see people were going on their CBs and internet and looking for trucks. I mean, any truck, any tanker that was going through was being diverted.
We don't know how close we are to the 10.
We are less than 8 hours away from total catastrophe at any time.
God damn it, Ralphie, man. Why are you bringing this doom and gloom? I'm just trying to say positive. I'm trying to be positive.
I'm just trying to tell you that you're right to train and be UFC and be fucking, close to your chin. All right, because we're very close, with our fucking iPhones and everything like this, and Twitter and all this shit, it comes this amazing amount of power that electromagnetic pulse would knock out completely. All right, or say it's a fucking terrorist, instead of going for the fucking towers, all right, they flew into that fucking Indian River fucking nuclear facility, that's between Poughkeepsie and New York, and irradiated all of New York.
Or hypernovas. I was watching this documentary. Hypernovas.
In other galaxies.
These hypernovas, when they first started recording them, they had no idea that anything could emit this much power. The hypernovas have so much power. They have more power than all the stars in the sky combined.
Yeah.
And they happen all the time. They happen a couple times a day. They're like all throughout the day they're happening.
These waves, these massive waves of energy, cosmic rays,
And this is just fucking massive supernova sun exploding through it that would just destroy the entire galaxy, just cut through it and just rape everything, leave everything in the air and dead, and just cook the galaxy.
It was started new.
And then it's going off. They're all going up the sky.
Jesus, it's going off, dude. It's fucking mind-blowing what's up there. Look at Cal Office was a great special on PBS. I don't know if you saw it.
I don't need to watch that shit. I feel like that all the time.
What is this at Walmart? If somebody stabs you,
You're a kid in Milwaukee.
Ryan's scared of Walmart, which is the heart of this.
It's a fucking
Walmart.
Yes, yeah. Don't talk about that.
Someone pulled a knife on you at Walmart.
No,
my face.
Some douchebag Cholo Supernova wants to start some shit.
Cosmically, we were wearing Chargers jerseys.
Dude, I was watching something. I was reading around some article online about they're watching these two galaxies collide somewhere, and they just like started to record this. The galaxies hit each other, dude. Stop and think about that shit. But then you get hit by a planet.
Well, everything has gravity, so, the sun is the most dense thing in the solar system, right? And it's spinning, and something more dense to make it spin in that area that rotates something else that's even denser, cause it to have a gravitational spin, while exponentially space is expanding out to infinity, and it just fucking blows your mind, dude. When you start listening to Carl Sagan and you start listening to, Stephen Hawking and shit like that, it's fucking mind-blowing. It's amazing where it's calm as we are, but it's amazing. You kind of have to just accept it. You have to accept a certain level of anxiety and panic. It's like, what the fuck, and there we are, back to religion. It's not me, it's God.
The big thing with the real serious conspiracy theorists is the 2012 thing.
I know.
2012 and Anunnaki connection. That's one of the big planet that's on an elliptical orbit. It's 3,600 years away. It comes around, comes into our atmosphere, 3,600 years. That's where they learned everything. That's where the Anunnaki came from. They taught us how to mine for gold for them. It's pretty trippy, dude.
That's crazy. I love it, man.
Did you
see that fucking shit that passed between us and the moon? That big meteor?
That's
which time was that?
Yeah, but it was the one that just happened like a month ago.
That is the in other words, if you didn't write your
Big as a semi.
all the way up a hole,
It hits and explodes in the fucking atmosphere. We have
how much work
it's like very 19 thing.
Would it really?
Yeah, man.
Something that size could do that?
There are
Yes.
3 levels.
It's fucking amazing.
That plane we're talking about, the supersonic jet was going 2,000 miles an hour.
That's all you need on the 8th planet.
The asteroids that hit, a lot of them are going 45,000
The next level is
miles an
Mahaji,
hour.
and it's one candle.
Stop
For every
thinking
person,
about that.
first
Vaporization.
level is one of the shamans.
Screaming through space and slamming into the earth. The one that killed the dinosaurs within the first second, it was 5 miles deep.
Shaman said, you start out with 8, and on the
That's
second day,
amazing.
you
That's
go
where
7,
you can tap
and on the
it
sixth day,
into,
you
right?
go
Within
down
the first
to
second,
6.
it was 5 miles deep.
Still say, you start with
You won't even see that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Like maybe on the other side of the night, speed of light, you could be a flash and you'd be
What it
gone.
said,
Dude, that would suck hard. And you know what would suck harder? Living.
You could.
You fucking live through that.
You would.
Just some skirting,
Cosmetic
stealing rat.
He started out with
if this thing hits, like it did, I mean, turn
second day is
The
12.
continents over.
the ultimate trip to think that 65 million years ago there was
As
nothing.
many candles
There was none
as
of
days
those.
that went by. So on the second
Nothing
day,
even close. No flowering plants. Everything was totally different. 65 million.
Crazy.
Start with 1, you go up
Giant
to 2.
lizards that just fucked each
If
other
your
up.
house is open,
Just ate all day.
They ate each other. All the giant lizards cannibalized each other. They found out a T-Rex is a huge cannibal. It's the most recent discovery. Huge cannibal. Just ate
Everything.
each other.
They also found out that one dinosaur didn't even exist, though. So I don't know if the Triceratops.
Yeah, well, they found out that it existed. We know it exists, but they didn't know that it was just the mature version of another dinosaur.
What if there was only one dinosaur that lived and was a huge alien that ate all these other creatures and birthed it out all throughout the Earth? You know, that none of these animals actually even lived on Earth. It was just another, like this big alien came from another planet and he's just like bar.
Yeah, they did that for 250 million years. That's up to the cartoon. All the fossils for fucking in a cartoon.
It was just this one huge dinosaur that visited Earth once in a while and barked on Earth for a bit. What if we're just a toilet? We don't hear about it. That actually makes more sense than a lot of things.
Oh, it totally makes sense. No, I agree with you that a big giant dinosaur barfed out all these dinosaurs right here. That's totally
I know bones from eating them.
Yeah, it's totally
shit it out.
You shit it out. You eat them all.
I've worked hundreds of my years.
Totally. And throughout the entire evolutionary chain, where you can see where they have like beings, and then all of a sudden
They're probably all different species because we know it's evolved in different ways. That's what I'm saying. That one dinosaur, like they just said, didn't exist. Just found out it was a younger version of another dinosaur. So all these other species and all these other dinosaurs, we don't have any idea if this dinosaur is this dinosaur. We find out new shit all the time.
Yeah, we find out new shit all the time, but they know most of what happened.
The only thing is, it's really weird about any fossils is that most things when they die do not leave a fossil. When you die, most likely you're not going to leave a fossil. You leave a fossil if you die in like a mudslide. You leave it a fossil. Most of the time, the animals come along and eat your bones, and that's what happens.
This monster likes to eat dinosaurs and mud.
Like bear, for instance. Here's a perfect example. It's very difficult to find dead bears. We know bears die all the time, but you don't really run into their bodies that often. That's because they eat them. They eat them, and rats eat them, and something eats the bones, and coyotes eat them, and the bones get crushed up and ground
They
up.
don't come up on it within like a matter of a week to
I don't know how long it takes, but
sometimes I've been walking through the woods in Arkansas and walked up on a deer carcass.
yeah.
Where a whole deer, with its antlers.
Shabbos
and
not
everything.
forbidden. And the concept says it's just like you're not allowed to build a sukkah that's over 20 amas. You can't have a mobile across people clear above 20 amas. So you cannot like the Menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying there is
Shit like that.
another 3 days about how to get to the pit. It says the Torah rate. It's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. Where it says yes, it didn't have water, there had snakes, it's working. Rabbi says that when you light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah one tefach in the doorway, not further away, because people might, they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there.
I've seen that.
Rabbi says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rav Shmuel says you put it on the left side of the door, the piece you have, because he's on the right, and the menorah on the left. But Yosef says that they treat the menorah with respect. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? Kisui Hadam. You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird as you shechted, not a behemoth. And you should do so with your hand and a shechted animal rather than with your foot. Kicking dirt is a mitzvah.
That's where they would incubate the.
But Yosef, we're sure the lady asked, how do we know that you not benefit from sukkah decorations? Let's see what hunger and eat it. We learned this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say in our days, the master of Avram. It's an official right that you can't use sukkah decorations. Hanukkah is not. Rather, the Makar of this halacha is Kisui Hadam, and we learn Sukkah and Hanukkah from Kisui Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rabbi Rothschild argued that halachas like Rabbi Yisur, the following three halachas, Abayi's Rebbe, Rabbi Rothschild, tested like Shmuel, and that is that you are permitted according to Shmuel to light one candle for another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another. Beged. And the halachas on your children according to Shmuel,
that escapes you.
greater. And you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create furrow in the ground,
That was actually a
to make
possibility.
that
I was
fight.
like, have an ivory dildo.
Now,
It seems like
what is the issue with having a narrow light? Lighting one way from the other. One Madonar says, this is the design of the mitzvah. Should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another task. And the other Madonar says, it's a kushay mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first. What is the difference?
And you should do something with it. I mean,
In that case, you go directly from wood to wood. In that case, there is no
because it's beautiful.
because you don't directly from another wood. Rather, they don't go
These majestic animals, live
However,
in these crazy
it's still
wars.
a kushay
Or use
mitzvah.
it to make
Still,
things out of, but otherwise you're
it
just
looks like
wasting
as if you're using some of the oil of the first.
They don't make soap out of that.
Now, you want to ask a question for my sister. If a person has a lot of food, which needs to bring food life to eat for the food, he's permitted to repeat all of his food up to a point. The point becomes kadosh. Now, I want to take that point that's kadosh and use it as a counterweight to weigh another point in order for me to use that other point for my sustainment. I want to do a mitzvah, but right now I'm doing a mundane test. I'm weighing. The halacha is not permitted to do so.
Body soap instead.
We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's also is because we're worried about the output. What if you find out that the weight of the second point is not adequate? It's too, it doesn't weigh enough, or weighs too much. You're not going to use that point. Therefore, you're weighing it the first time. You're using a published point to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of the mitzvah. But in our case, you're taking a match, and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay, because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim.
it's great for after jiu-jitsu.
The Gemara tells us that before the years of fight souls in the desert,
ringworm, or some people get staph infections.
and created life with life. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting the menorah. We benefit from his life. He doesn't need ours. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that Baruch Hu is even a clear of life. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use in their Ma'arabi to light all the other candles. Ma'arabi, because the menorah is facing east and west, the second candle coming in to the Eiffel, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one Mandoma, the center one, that's the Ma'arabi. At any rate, we use that menorah to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it works is not that we put some a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of using it. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other cup's. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold a crucial what looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here we still have that problem. But what the Rothschild says, if a parish shake of a cup, people that are not able to light kind of candles alone, if they lit it, are you just saying if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold Hanukah Oisim so that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be able to the mitzvah. If you hold Hanukah Oisim then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is, you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are lit. Therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a riot for that. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, why not? It's a 4.5 block. It should be the here. I'm not going to see this. The says no. Perhaps, the reason why that is, other people don't see the performance, so they're going to think that you lit it for your own soul. We will have another riot. What about a case? The person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors. Also, it's not good. Why not? If I'm not using it, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, I'm not using it to the same sense. Perhaps people will say, you did it for your children. And finally, whoever is a riot, the person lights a very large glass bowl of water. From Friday all the way to Shabbat. He wants to light candles. He extinguishes the candle and he relights. But if Hanukah is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one riot. Second riot is, for the fact that we say, Tzivanu lahadlik ner. You see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. You don't say Tzivanu lahaniach ner, but rather lahadlik. Here you see, the mitzvah is, now the Gemara says, since it's true that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore, if a parish doesn't light it, you are not going to even place it in its final place. And if a woman certainly could be judged as a mitzvah, the Gemara is supposed to be husband. I'm paying you waste on this. The witness is the one that also general said, and terrible decree, all the Hegel Tila against all women, all brides, therefore they were naked, and they could certainly light.
And it also is one of those things where they suspect that a lot of what this stuff comes from is people taking their antibiotics but not finishing the full cycle. So when you take like antibiotics and you take it for a couple of days and you go, I think I feel okay. Well, you haven't killed off all that bacteria. So the bacteria that lives is stronger because of it. And then it gets transmitted to someone else, you know? Yeah. So by fighting things off, we're creating even stronger things. And by our own stupidity, negligence and using drugs correctly.
Yeah. And not just giving a shit.
Shabbos up with a guest must light their Hanukkah. Everyone wants to participate by giving money to the host and being part of his family. If he's married, he could be serving on his wife. Women are completing their Hanukkah like men because I'm clean up the voice and this is the one. So in general, and they had other examples against them. Therefore, the wife relates to the husband. The Shema lady says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer but is not as bright and clear. When you make heat, there are two processes of making a heat which require oil. Process number one is to burn oil. And you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is peel that smoke off, and you mix that smoke with oil. To make the soup, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soup, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient we need, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a black thorn gum. Or any sap you want. As we know, this comes from Rob. The first night of Hanukkah, we make 3 brachas. Hadich Ner, Hanukkah, Sha'asa Nisim Lavitzenu, and Shechiyanu. On the second night of Hanukkah, we don't say Shechiyanu, but on all nights of Hanukkah, we say Sha'asa Nisim Lavitzenu because there was a mix on every single one of those nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to like Ner's Hanukkah, you're on a stick, you're on a plate, you do it this way. You say the bracha just for sake. You don't say the Hadlich because you are invited. We say Sha'asa Nisim Lavitzenu. And on the first night, you'll also say Shechiyanu, but on the second night, all you say is Sha'asa Nisim. The question is, why do we say the brachas that are on mitzvahs d'Rabbanan, like Ner Hanukkah? Why do we say B'tzivanu? People Hashem commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. The Gemara explains what it says in Torah, Lo Yisasir. Not create or become self. So therefore, every time Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of the Doiraisa. Another passage is, Sha'ala Vila V'Yiketcha, Zikinecha V'Yodim Lav. There's a thing that the Chachamim will tell you that you must do.
Measuring system being different everywhere.
When it comes to Tzmai, gold knife, these are tools that you buy from an artist. You're not sure whether or not he performed Purus Tzmai, separate Purus Tzmai. Chachamim are mechayiv you. They might first figure it out. Why don't we make a bracha on that? The Rabbanan should make a bracha that we make on Ner Hanukkah. In fact, the halacha is to take this money and make a bracha on it, make siman on it, use it as a Ner of Chaseros, as a Ner of Tashua, as a Shilut Mavadis. It could also be matched with Torah of Nicer, unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is the Rabbi because it's a suffix of Rabbi. The Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amor is not included, whereas the concept of Rabbi, Rabbi says even more. Not only is it a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start that way. Because most of the artists do it's a chumrah. And a chumrah, you don't make a bracha.
Because the way they
the Torah says that a house that has front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that two separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't like their house. Therefore, all you need to do is like one. However, if you have a door on the side of your house, let's say the front of your house, and on the side of your house, you will feel like you are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't like one of the doors, you didn't like where do you see that you must be concerned?
That freaks me out. And
by Kate, the Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the fork. You must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons here. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given them. The person, like, hey, my battery's about to die on my droid. Call my friends, but never mind. Because if you can do whatever you want, you wait until the 4 people leave, and then you make a phone call to your best friend, and then have 10 come down and take it. Or you don't want the 4 people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like, they know exactly when it's going to happen. You're sitting there like a dumbass. And the 4th reason is, Larry says, help prepay. You're sitting there going, why is this going so slow? There's no reason. We don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it all in their head. This won't come. I want to start doing that.
You want to walk away, like, you keep your dollar. My fucking time here holding your handle
a
is worth $1.
A lanyard that has
technology that should
two coming out of the side. The shooter says even if it's one long lip, we don't see it. You just see the three. Heads up,
Do they have one of those
2 people can be yikes to the wheel. You have a bowl with many joints in it. Many people can be yikes to the wheel. They're kind of.
And it was
However, that's only if there's a cover. If there's no cover, then only one large flame. And one large flame is called a menorah, a bonfire. And that's also mirrors.
Absolutely. They have one of those new big ones.
The Lord teaches us that showing guidance is the most important.
Is it
You have a
just
choice
cumbersome and large?
whether
It's
to
pretty
buy
big. It's a few different
a
ones.
pound of
The
the
new
chocolate,
iPhone
which is
has like
considered
40% more battery life, so
or
this
a
is why I
pound
have
of the
double that.
And it charges a lot faster.
If you have a choice between the kernel of chocolate and to buy a cup of wine, rather than making Kiddush on bread,
double your battery life.
or buy
Or Ophi.
Largest wonders. What about killers, which we do every single week?
Yeah,
Before, maritime
that's
you only have money for one.
major holdup.
Since
You know, these electric cars they're trying to put together,
one, do more
that's
frequently
all well
comes
and
first.
good.
So
So
the
if
large
you're going
power case,
150
they're
miles, that's it.
first
That's the
because
best you can do is 150
public
miles,
sites are based
and
on
that's
the
if you
for us
drive cool.
comes before
If you don't freak. Like they took one of those Teslas, you know, they have
Lord
those
helps us that a person who's careful
sports car.
with Shabbos candles
Beat
and
the
Hanukkah
fucking shit
candles
out of this
and
thing around a track.
children
But it
with
was
the husband
cooked in like a couple of
walk
miles.
by
Man. A
with the
couple of
oven,
miles, that
the
bitch
carbon
was
in his
done.
house, and you notice
You know, they did it
that
like
he's
for
careful
maybe 20
with
miles or something. They ran this track a few
and
times.
Trace points out that it wasn't just
full speed.
and his wife. Therefore, he said, we'll have two children that are coming
They
from
tested it against
in fact, he had 80 barrel ovens and 20 barrel ovens because him and his wife were careful. In the following stories, the Rav saw that Rav Shizki's wife was
It's not
careful
there yet.
with.
The technology's not
And
quite
like-
there yet. And the weight is
In that story,
ridiculous. They
only
get all
one
this
out of the
weight
two
behind the
parents
car.
were careful.
You know,
Therefore,
there's
he
no real
promised her
engine in the front. It's
some
like a big
confidence he had.
fucking V8 that balances out all these batteries.
If you're careful with the scissors, you'll have a
It's like
beautiful
this weird
home. Careful
little electric engine in the
since you have
front.
beautiful
And in
clothing,
the back, you got this fucking giant
many
bricks
barrels
and bricks
of
of these
Lord
lithium-ion
knows the story.
batteries, and it's super
But
heavy.
Blazen's wife wasn't very careful with
Yeah.
They're not gonna
Shabbos
last. They're
candles. She
gonna
was
die off.
very
You
late,
know?
not after
It's
she
not
gave
simple.
at
Like
the last
just change the
moment.
spark
He gave her a
plugs.
hint.
Like,
He said,
new
"This is because of
batteries,
the Yosha with the
old
100 Yom ago,
batteries,
when we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night."
It's like that technology, that
Wasn't
area
her
of technology
levels of
seems to
slavery
be
that her is telling us that the
fire
fire
there. Yeah.
needed
Yeah.
to be during the daytime to keep the hate. And she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came in the yard and behold her. Too early is also not good.
Westinghouse
Because it's
was
not noticeable that you're lighting the candles to shop.
Crazy guy wanted
Ross says if a person loves something to come in the left, son something to come in. It's honor to the living to come in the left, son-in-law that's come in. If you're something to come in, he himself will get to come in. And if he cannot get done
All
with
technology
so
based
at
on
least
Tesla.
his word
Is that
will
what
be
it
listened to.
All modern technology.
Shemin Tzreif says the Gemara means who was coming.
something to do with
He
it?
was burned and assumed that he might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemi Yaakov. This is not concerned in Shemi Yaakov. The concern is that
years after
might
his
be
death,
Arab,
to get the
Yaakov will fall out on Arab Shabbos. They should not let a group touch him like we'll see tomorrow on
It took
wonderful
like 30
thing.
years after his death to get credited for inventing radio.
Yeah.
Everybody gives it to Marconi.
Yeah, still, when you hear about it, you hear Marconi. You
Yeah,
don't hear about
and he
Tesla.
didn't do it. He
He
was
had
a
like
lawsuit.
100 different fucking things.
What? He invented, dude. He was constantly inventing. But they said he was like a autistic. He would be diagnosed today.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I've talked about that with a friend of mine that I have that has autistic children, or a autistic kid. And he's like, the aptitude that these kids have for learning things and for holding information and for dispensing it and spitting it back out. Like, he's like, it's shocking. It almost makes you think, like, wonder if this is like some weird hiccup up to the next stage of evolution.
Exactly.
You know, that what we're seeing is obviously a disease. These kids are obviously impaired when it comes to being able to communicate emotionally and being able to reach out.
And don't you think nature constantly, when it goes to evolve in anything, any form over the history of the earth, through evolution, it's made a lot of fuck ups till the one thing hit, and then that's the next
Sure.
level.
Well, that's the idea is that we have mutations, and from those mutations, the ones that are useful are kept.
Yeah.
The natural selection takes them in that direction. And that's what all of the evolution of mankind or any animal is supposed to be from. That's one of the theories, you know, there's a few theories. But the idea that these kids, that are super genius kids, like what they're having is, you know, just like a blip or just a glimpse as to the potential of what human beings can do. There's just one kid, man, I don't know, we talked about it on the podcast, I think we might have, he flew over Europe and looked out his window at Germany from his airplane, and then drew it when he got home. Drew it in absolute perfect detail. Every city, every rather block, every house, every window, all in the perfect place, perfect perspective, perfect size. It's fucking incredible. And this is all. This is a human being. This is a human being. They can do something that I can't do and you can't do, but
They can't brush their teeth.
he has a hard time with a lot of other aspects of life. And I wonder if this is like some overpowering blip of the new future. You know, this overpowering, like just like one little thing. Like maybe he doesn't have the whole package. He doesn't have the whole super fucking Dr. Manhattan package.
Yeah,
But it's close.
that one gets with the other one. Then that option, right? What's that guy?
It's definitely Wagner guy, though. You know, that's that same thing. You know, like the movie Raymond, whatever that is.
Yeah, it is the same thing.
So maybe anyone that's in special needs is the future of what we.
No, it's not special needs because a lot of that is just a mistake that, you know, in the dog world of nature, we would not allow to survive, you know, if we were living thousands of years
years ago, and you had kids that were like heavily deformed. They didn't live. You know, that's just what happened.
They get eaten.
So, but it's like, but it all is mutation. You know, and it's like mutation sometimes. I mean, the idea is, isn't it like the idea that a lot of mutation comes from radiation, comes from like just fucking shit in space and stuff. So that causes
There's triggers.
mutation, and sometimes these mutations lead to evolution.
Yeah, to better survivability.
Yeah, man, it could very well be that what we're saying. I mean, could you imagine if you were a regular person who had, you know, regular social skills and totally normal and regular insecurities, but for whatever reason you were capable of looking at Berlin out the window of an airplane and then just drawing it in extreme detail, like to a point where people were shocked, like you've got some magic power of retention.
Would that be amazing? I mean,
Fuck, man.
it's a photographic memory beyond comprehension.
Yeah, but it's always someone who's fucked up. It's almost like you only get so much horsepower. You know, your brain has so much horsepower. How much do you want to dedicate to this? How much are you going to dedicate to art? How much are you going to dedicate to things?
Well, yeah, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, they were supposedly autistic, according to, you know, because they were in written history.
You see that Michelangelo and Da Vinci were both autistic.
They say they were higher functioning autistic, is what they would be described as.
But how do they know that? They don't have any recordings of them communicating.
They have diaries, they have letters, they have communications, the writings, she's writing.
Imagine they found your shit and they just looked at it. He's retarded. He was retarded. He was retarded. We found his writing. But that would be fucking retarded. We saw his comedy and we knew he was a talented performer, but we always wondered what was it? We read his writing, we realized he was retarded.
Oh, yeah.
People just like judge you and shit based on shit they find hundreds of years from now. You can't do that. You can't tell me that Leonardo da Vinci had autism.
That's what they're gonna do. You know, because we call Chaucer a genius, but there was some other guy who was a dirty guy. You know, Chaucer's dirtiest thing was the Miller's Tale. Geoffrey Chaucer. He was the first novelist.
The first novelist ever.
Well, he didn't write the first novel. The first novel was Beowulf, but the first novel of substance that was printed in the printing press was Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales.
Oh, yeah.
And one of them was called The Miller's Tale, and like he uses the past tense of shit. And this is in like the 1500s.
You like shat?
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. And he's giving credit with the creative word fuck. How great a word is that? And writing it down and using it.
But I thought that was supposed to be for fornication and the consent of the king.
That's originally for unlawful carnal knowledge. One of the two. There's a lot of debate about that, but he used it in print.
Like fuck you?
Like, yeah, like you go fuck yourself. Really? Let's fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
Powerful.
But there was somebody else. I mean, you think he's the only writer in all of England and that ever wrote dirty shit? You know, he just never got published. You know, like you know, if we just judge comedy by Seinfeld, okay, what we do, you and I, would not even consider comedy. We be raining lunatics. You know what I mean? In comparison with joke setup, punch, you know, no opinion, observational comedy. You know what I mean? It's like he was the most popular, therefore he's known as that time's greatest guy.
There's nothing that shows the evolution of culture more than stand-up comedy. You know, in my opinion, it's real weird when you go back and like listen to like Lenny Bruce's stuff.
Yeah.
You know, go back and listen to like this is stuff that got him arrested. You know, in like the 1950s, 1960s.
And it's less than a potluck at the comedy store.
Get it on NBC. You know, Max Comic Standing with all the shit.
Yeah, right.
You know, I mean, it's like barely offensive. It's just so strange. But he had some good shit though, even back then.
Yeah, he had some good perspectives on like the Catholic Church and stuff like that.
How about on a bunch of different things? My favorite one was he did on homosexuality being illegal.
Yeah.
Take this, man. Homosexuality is illegal. So if you're gay, they arrest you. What do? They put you in jail. A bunch of guys will have sex with you.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
This is a joke that he did in like the 50s, and I saw a comic. I know it's not a joke. He tried to re-say it in like the 90s. And I had to say, you know, that's like Lenny Bruce joke from like 1950 something. It was like shit.
Yeah,
of course somebody already thought that up.
Yeah, of course. That's what's shitty about it all, you know, is that there's so many that's come before us.
No, that's great though. That's great. There's always still things to talk about. If it wasn't for that, we would suck. You know, but there's, the people need to slowly learn how to take a joke over the course of 50 or 60 years.
Right.
The kind of shit that you can talk or I can talk on stage now, you couldn't do that back then.
No way.
Thank God that they did that because they broke a lot of the boundaries, man. Richard Pryor got a lot of people used to people saying pussy and motherfucker, and he got people used to that shit. You know, Lenny Bruce got people used to questioning things, questioning the use of words, questioning, all sorts of aspects of our culture. They got people to take a joke, people to like kind of lighten up.
Yeah, just relax. Everybody's so worked up over now, you know, like the use of derogatory slang as far as names go, you know, it's just all worked up. Like your outrage is a learned thing, and if you didn't learn that the N-word was something supposed to be offensive, it would just be another two-syllable word. And by calling it the N-word, you just embolden that word and keep it in our vernacular. That if you use the word like groovy or far out, or, you know, why do these words and phrases, you know, leave our vernacular and become uncool?
Groovy's still awesome.
It's still good.
I'm still down with groovy. And if I'm still not see something, I'll say far out.
Right. Many people say
far out.
Far out. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm using that from now on. Far out's back, bitches. It's coming back like the fanny pack.
And the fanny pack. Bring it back to fanny pack.
I don't know if it's it. I rock a fanny pack every time I travel. People look at me like they thought I was kidding. I thought you were joking. If they heard me say it,
you love a fanny pack? I got a backpack. I mean, what am I fucking
actually good too, but I like a fanny pack.
That's right. I had to wait.
Yeah, your fucking wallet and all your chain, you know, your keys, your bullshit. Yeah, just take it off. Go through.
It's much faster.
I'm trying to get laid, man. That's the way to go.
Right. You know, I took care of that one time ago.
Holla back. It's funny how things come and go in style. At one point in time, a leather fanny pack was the fucking rage.
Yeah, with my dad.
With your dad? The neon green.
Yeah, he had the one green one.
That's like, hey, Robocop rocks one, as to his whole team. A lot of guys in MMA rock them. Don't fuck around. Tim Crater rocks one.
Man, I ain't seen that rocks one. That's good. They got put me in a joke. Yeah, at the Palms that time that we were hanging out. Yeah. And he didn't like hammer down on it. He just enough to get your attention. Okay, like that. No, he just walked up behind me, and that was his way of saying, "I love your comedy."
Really?
Yeah. Not a hello, not a what's up. But you have to attend him on
Friday. I want to confront him with this information.
Yeah. And he put me in a joke right there, and I felt like, yeah, I could go out right now. I mean, it was like that. I've never been knocked down like that. You know,
choked unconscious.
Yeah. That was the first time that I'd ever even come close. You know, I don't get into shit like that. You know, funny.
Want to like tie a tie around your neck, white fucker?
Fuck no. What's wrong with pussy? Why has everybody got an oxy pussy? It accelerated.
She was a fucker once it's all your tie and squeezing the tie.
No, I've never gotten it like that. That's great. That's awesome.
I've had a chick asks if she told me how it's crazy.
Yeah, no shit. Are you out your fucking mind? Right?
This is many years ago when I had terrible judgment when all I cared about was what they were hot. You know, like if she was hot and I think I'd get her, like, wow, you know, like when I was like 22, I was an idiot. You know, this one chick was just fucking bananas. She wanted to tell me she used to get mad at me, and she'd get mad, she would pick up a knife. I'm not bullshit. She wouldn't do anything with it. She would pick up a knife and hold it in her hand. She'd get mad. I'm like, bitch, you better put the fucking weapon down. This is wow.
I think that you're at a different level, dude. I think that you attract those type of guys. Right? You know what I mean? Like, I've never met a chick like that who would pull a knife on you and shit.
She didn't pull the knife. She didn't pull it. She was going to use it. She would just hold it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's level, dude. You know,
she was hot as fuck, though, dude.
But she could be crazy, right?
Oh, this bitch, yeah. She was crazy. She was beyond crazy.
That's what I'm talking about. And where do they go? They become mothers and then fucking many mans.
I don't know. I have no idea what this one. This is one I'd probably like to see your Facebook page and find out what the fuck. I don't remember her name though. I remember her first name, I don't remember her last name.
Isn't it crazy to think that all the fucking women you've been with, like how your life intersected with their life, and where are they at now?
There's a bunch of women that would like to go back. The thing is, you don't, because that's where you learn from. You learn from it. They learn from you, and you learn from them, and they're not who they were back then, and neither are you who you were. You weren't no goddamn picnic either. I was no picnic when I was 22. It was fucking crazy. I was completely insane when I was 22.
That's when you were like knocking people out.
I was fighting, yeah, I was still really getting street insane when I was 22. I mean, every single one absolutely. Sure, a lot of people are dumb and crazy, and they haven't got a handle on themselves yet. But I was exceptionally fucked up because I was still fighting, I was still competing, I was kickboxing, and I was doing taekwondo tournaments. And at the time, I did not know what the fuck I was doing with my life. It was all spent on just trying to figure out. It was all martial arts competition had been my whole past, and I was trying to figure out what the fuck I was going to do in the future. And I started getting
and he would. The door itself was how this
It was like coming from Boston where Dennis Leary being around every corner and hearing about, Bill Hicks and that stuff.
I was a Dennis Leary fan first. I was a huge Dennis Leary fan, man. I came to see Dennis Leary once. I paid to see Dom Herrera, and Dom missed his flight. Something happened, or they rescheduled or whatever. So, and Dennis Leary was the headline. I was like, who's this guy? Where's Dom Herrera? Shit, I was all about that. Went up and just lit that fucking place on fire, dude. He destroyed it. He was a beast. And I remember thinking, whoa, like, who's this guy? I never saw this guy before. And I was like, I think I maybe gone on stage once. I was like a total raw open micer.
Right.
Paid to see this little show. Gravity. And I remember I told all the friends, I brought a bunch of I brought my roommates, we went to see Dennis Leary at Nick's Comedy Stop. He fucking, holy shit, this guy's a killer. It's awesome. And then it was like maybe a month or two later, Hicks came to town. And everybody was like, oh, you gotta see this guy. Like, Paul Barton, he was one of the owners of the comedy club, comedy connoisseur. Really love good comedy. This guy's got great writing. You gotta see this guy. So I take his advice and I go to see him. And I see great writing, but I've heard these premises before. I've heard the bits before. I've heard a couple of them. And like there was like holy shit, this guy's like doing the same stuff that Larry's doing. Like the same premises about like Jim Fix dying of a heart attack while he's jogging. It's like a few of them. They were like, I don't remember if that was the specific one. There was a few of them. They were like really the same jokes and the same bits. So I asked like the local comics, I go, what the fuck is up? And their response was Leary steals.
Who's considered wealthy?
Leary just fucking steals.
Somebody who appreciates his wealth.
I was like, wow. So he's stealing from this guy. So this guy was like this like introspective, really intelligent, like guy who like really was looking deep into shit, taking mushrooms and going on peyote trips and trying to find himself. And then I guess some people would just feed him.
I know in Houston, he let me open for him once at the left stop. Yeah, because I've been doing stand-up when I was 91.
Wow. That's like,
and I was 18.
In like 93? Was it 94?
96.
Oh, that was 93. Was it 96?
I don't know. Sam died in 92. That made me cry this morning. That made me cry. When Howard Stern talks about him in such a way. I have a connection with a couple of radio guys like that, where he talks about we'd had Sam over. We knew he was out of control. We knew that he was fucking, he was crazy and he was out of control, and we knew he was going to die, but he was on the road, and we wanted to give him a home-cooked meal, so we brought him home from radio, and we just never could. And I have a friend of mine, Cowhead, in Tampa, that's just like that, and the fact that he died at 38, and I'm at my level of my comedy, and I'm 38, and it's fucking, it fucks with your head, dude. You think
about mortality?
You're not permitted to use starting
more since my children, and that's why
so wonderful.
Losing weight slowly, and it's plateaus unless I exercise. And if I don't feel well, I can't exercise. I hurt, physically hurt.
Earlier,
and then to compound that, they want to give me painkillers, and if I take the painkillers, I don't want to move. You know what I mean? So it's a weird place. I've got physical illness. I've got physical problems. I was in a car wreck. I got 4 separate breaks.
She tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. Do you please light the candle?
You in a car accident, you have 42 broken bones?
Yeah.
Larry tells us that
16, 1988.
Holy shit, dude.
And the Rabbi Yogi.
I was in the hospital for 48 days, and then after that, I was in a wheelchair for 10 months.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and spinal
They
swelling.
were able to harvest it from
broke
India
my two
all
vertebrae
the
in
way
my
from
neck.
muscle.
I
Yogi,
cracked a
for those
fractured
who know how to
two
trap,
vertebrae in
it
my neck,
wasn't
two,
a snail
three
that
in my
makes
back.
tailors
I broke one of the
from
wings on my
Sulawesi
vertebrae,
Sulawesi
and that's right there, so I have sciatic
You cannot
problems.
use
Alright,
white
and then they say I have amazingly dense
because it's so
bones,
flammable.
and
It's
that
dangerous.
I was
It's
very
certainly not
fortunate to
a
live
job.
through it.
You
And
can't use
you know,
oil
it just
that's
fucking
heavy.
changes
In other
everything.
words,
There goes your
the
fucking
fruit
last couple years of being a teenager. Then you know, as a, people think you're retarded. You get, for me, they thought I was retarded, and then they gave me a test and found out I was actually really smart. And then they put me in this beginning scholars program at the University of Arkansas, and that's when I started doing comedy.
just
My
like
group met at a shake in Highway 71 in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and our study group in organic chemistry met there. And
also
hung out, and there was an open mic contest, and the
there are
winner
some
got
people
free
who are
pizza and a
more
fucking picture.
muscular than our
And I had a joke about Van White's the dumbest person ever on television. She doesn't even have to spell the words. She just walks over there and turns the fucking letter. I mean, somebody can tell her how to do it.
only
Why are you
that
shocked
oil that
when the
comes from
fucking letter comes up? You know,
Harvard
you
says
don't even know how to spell. You're the dumbest bitch ever.
says you're good for
Okay,
you got up
and
and
then I said, I can't, even though I love Def Leppard, I can't see him. I can't watch him because if I watch him, in concert, I feel like I'm rocking the drum with two arms and clapping and applauding and raising both hands up, you know. I feel like I'm
everything that it says in the mission is awesome. Those are the only ones that are awesome. The rest of them
I had jokes within,
Right.
and I had seen it enough that I won a stand-up comedy contest, and it went on. From there, I moved from the Shakey's Pizza to the Ramada Inn out by the mall in Fayetteville while I was going to school. And it all happened because I got, they tested me and I got into comedy, you know. They tested you. Yeah, they tested me to see if I was retarded. They gave me an IQ test. They found out I was actually
That's how you got into comedy. They said you needed to go tell jokes.
No, it's the fact that my study group showed up there at the Shakey's Pizza where they had
Did
the
you have like a dream of being a comic before that?
In other words,
I did, but I never, you know, I lived in Arkansas, you know, I went to school in Winslow, Arkansas.
Okay. Any comics from Arkansas?
and
There's a couple. There's a couple.
even with
Arkansas is a crazy town.
It's a crazy place to, yeah, it's a crazy state to
A
live
lot
in.
of nutty shit there, man. That was
A lot of nutty shit.
Caleb is
Bill
never
Clinton became president.
even if you had Alabama.
Arkansas?
Fish,
I know, right?
all
Trust
over
me.
Alabama.
Yeah, man, it's
And there are certain things he says, and we're not clear why and how he
yeah, but
adds
now
anything. He
actually
says,
probably
the boys,
they've
just
consolidated them into the three cities into
Cal
one
Senate.
mega
and Ned.
megalopolis.
Do you go down there? Do you work?
There's
I work there. I do
There's
concerts in Little Rock. I wanna do one of the
And now
University
the
of Arkansas. I'm a big
studio,
Razorback fan, and
going back
I
to
love to
studio
do one back there because
and
my
when
first
it
gig I
gets
got to
simple,
work with Sam Kinison. I won a
when it comes to
township contest in
football,
KLOG. The local radio station had a township
let's talk
contest.
about
He was
the
playing
size
the
of the
ballroom
film.
in
Then we'll talk
like
about
'89.
You know what makes me sad about comedy, dude? When I remember Houston.
even Jesse
You know what Houston
knows
was like?
a
Yeah,
stream
I remember what Houston was like
that
when I
you
first
were
started
about
going
to make.
there.
When that fucking open mic, man.
Walls
Yeah.
That open mic, that would stop. It would start at 7 and go
That's
till
how
2.
Till
And never a comedian repeated it. Or if they did, there was a sketch or something live, and the audience constantly came in and out. And you were walking outside smoking weed, bag of talking shit. There
There was
was
a
like
lot of good comics there. There was a lot of guys who were trying. There was a lot of
experimental, amazing, smart shit.
good ethic of
Now,
the town. There was like the
Tyler says by the
one
guy,
hacks in there.
Right.
They all knew that like Hicks came from there, Kinnison came from
There was
there.
heritage.
either.
Yeah, there was something there in that
We're
town.
winning.
Boy, it just got
Now we know
extinguished.
that anywhere in the
Just got
country that's the
extinguished.
word.
You know, and I hear
And it
guys
says
say,
many
"Hey, we're working out
by
again. We got this going on again."
by
But
Sheriff,
man, there's like
Lazera.
that.
No,
You
all
don't
these
hear about
places.
guys coming out of Houston.
Tyler is
No,
referring
no,
to
yeah,
Came out of there, and there was a bunch
so
of
much
guys really
wasted
good.
talent, man.
Yeah, a
You know,
lot
I
of
mean,
wasted
you know, that's my
What about
favorite
other
line.
Brian Hersey.
You know,
Brian
we're
Hersey.
You know that by
That
several
dude is
people,
funny as fuck, and he just
no
kind
matter
of
what
like stuck
size
in
it
his
is,
job.
even the
That
street,
good comedy.
when 3x3
That ain't
fingers,
cool, man. It's
3x3
weird.
talking,
It's like that
look how-
place like had
look how
a
other-
flower that was growing in this
According
where
to
the
Bible,
clouds grew overhead and the
other
flower
coding
fucking died. It's
at
right
all,
there, man.
any
Comedy's
size,
about to
anywhere,
evolve
everybody
from
gets
there.
that.
There's
It wasn't
there's a bunch of places.
30, 40 comedians
Well,
come out of there. And
yes,
and
in terms of
I'm
laws it says,
gonna give
other
you like
clothing
maybe
are not
10,
held to
15% of the
unqualified.
actual comedy.
However,
I mean,
the
there was one open mic that had literally over 100 comics. But
then other clothing,
Okay,
not to
and
hold
not everybody got to go
and
on.
other
So
tumas
your prop there, it's not doing it
are
now?
They don't do it at that level, and they don't foster local talent, and they don't.
The same props are too clean, man. The lap stop was dirty. It was dirty. Marty Babbitt was running it. It was just fucking chaos. That place was chaos. It was nuttiness to the extreme. That's what you need. And the only way you get the real comedy to develop, especially developing comedy, there has to be chaos. It has to be like the Comedy Store. It has to be like that place, like the lap
It gets
stop.
stifled if it doesn't. Like, I didn't grow as a comedian. I mean, I grew to a certain level. Like, I knew how to rock and roll, but I had to do it cleaner.
God is not
And
inside.
I was a product of my environment. I went up. A lot of times I didn't work the last stop was maybe 6 times a year. As work goes, but I would work out every weekend at this what's called the Comedy Showcase.
It has to be
And,
well
go freeway to Fuquay. And it
It
was
doesn't matter
owned
what
by
size that bag it is.
a
You have a
very
problem, whether it's
smooth,
a
I think he's smoother than, he's probably one of the most smooth comedians I've ever seen. As far as like in an hour, go in and out of subs, like it's just one conversation. The guy named Danny Martinez, and his club, he taught comics like he would have Wednesday through Sunday, and you'd get 10-15 minute spots. And it was just a showcase club. And then also I'd go and play the big black, I mean the hip hop comedy style up in a hotel, Black Room, and that's where I developed all these black jokes because that was the fucking audience. I mean, that's all I had, you know. And then I started meeting, I was probably hanging around with Mexican and black people. Alright, people go, where'd you get this fucking accent from? Where you talk like that? It's like, well, who's funny to the fucking crowd I was trying to play for?
So anyway, what you say is there was a lot of different places to go there.
So many.
Houston had a really interesting comedy dynamic. When that lap stop closed down, there really wasn't much there anymore. The second lap stop was not the same. Before it even closed, it wasn't the same because when Babbitt left, and then homeboy Pete came in. He was a good guy. But Pete was like straight up accountant, sort of bookkeeping sort of a guy.
Right.
And you need shady weirdos running comedy clubs.
Yeah, you need guys like our friend in San Francisco. You know, you need. And there's a guy in Seattle a couple guys in Seattle that Michigan. And I
Is it a comedy showcase in Ann Arbor?
No.
Dude, we had a good fucking time, man. Those times were fucking great.
I think I should have told you, man. A lot of people say
It was hilarious.
I don't even know that guy, man.
Tom Segura, follow him on Twitter. Go see that guy in concert. He's touring. He comes with me some places. He's fucking hilarious. He's really, really good.
He's really funny.
He's a great guy.
He's phenomenal.
He's phenomenal. And I got a piss, so I think this is the perfect time to end this podcast.
Great.
Shazam, listeners.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you, Fleshlight, for sponsoring it. If you go to JoeRogan.net, you can get 15% off the Fleshlight. There's a code name, Rogan, you have to type it in. The New Year's Eve show, we still have a ticket link. As soon as I have it, we'll go up. Thank you very much for all the interest. I keep getting Twitter messages about it. So it'll be me and Joey Diaz at the Mandalay Bay Theater. It'll be the shit. It's like 1,700 people. It's going to be a lot
That's
of
gonna
fun.
be such a good time, man. If you want to no drama in Vegas, fucking New Year's is nothing but fucking drama. You won't be able to leave your fucking hotel after a certain time. They'll cut the strip down, and it's a forever fucking walk. The smartest thing to do is have tickets. Only people with tickets will be allowed through the fucking the barricades to get into the masses. Get your tickets early. Buy them. Go see a great show. I highly recommend. Joey Coco Diaz is possibly the funniest person I've ever been around in my life. He makes me laugh more than anybody else ever. And the two of you together is just a fucking dynamic show.
He's a real freak.
He's a freak.
Not a whole lot of real freaks out there. A lot of people fronting, pretending to be freaks. Walking with a few heels, different color. I got this one Converse All-Star that's red and one that's black. Oh, silly.
I go to Hot Topic.
Anyway, that's it. Thank you, Ralphie May. Ralphie May, how to get you on Twitter. You have an account, don't you?
Yes, I have a couple.
Use that shit, son. Twitter people are tweeting right now. Yes, Ralphie, use it. Yes. Ralphie,
Okay, let's get on to Jesus Christ.
Thank you, everybody. And next week, we got Cliffy B on Wednesday, and we're going to work on getting Brian Posehn, see if we can put him on next week, too. If not, we got to do a Joey Diaz one, too. So, in the house, bitches. Thank you very much, Ralphie May, for coming on. I appreciate it, my brother. Always good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Redban, go to Redban at Twitter, REDBAN. He needs more followers. He's very, very insecure about his Twitter account.
because
I'll make some sounds. Some chick from fucking Burbank plays dating black girl. Sam, yes. That's not like you, yes. Black chicks. That next level shit. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, love you, bitches. Yes. Dominican.
Agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use pishtan. In other words, something that's made kabul tuma for the goyim, for your schach. Shimon Elazar, we said, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that pishtan, flax, even if it wasn't spun, just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for schach. Machlokes from Rabbi Yehuda and Meir about shasi. Shasi, Rabbi Yehuda says only becomes possible for schach once it comes out of the kettle, and Rabbi Meir says it's like Erev, that it's possible for schach immediately. The Mishnah says, Zayin on the base of the bottom, anything that's the derivative of a tree, you cannot make wicks out of them. Says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. And Tosis doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't carry the flame well. What better wick do we have than cotton, says Tosis. And anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become coming to soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in the roof, the ceiling does not become tummy. Unless the ceiling is made out of cotton, then the ceiling will become tummy. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chof Ches. Rabbi Said, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of a shiur, please join us. Today we have over 200 people live watching the shiur on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically, when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not mikabel tuma. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling made of cement, wood, etc., not mikabel tuma. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax or the hair of a goat or different type of hides, they are mikabel tuma. The Gemara learns that out from Xer Shav. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flags and they did 6 screens. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing with wood is not mikabel. Why? Because the Torah says, crushing la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the Yeriyos, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mikabel tuma because there's a hekish one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semer upishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and tachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mikabel tuma ba'ayah? What was his suffix? The suffix was the Moshe Rabbeinu used non-kosher hides to make the tachash. What was the tachash? Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishkan. So what is this tachash? The Gemara tells us if you hold like Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language used there, tala idon, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rosh Lakish says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, not like the unicorn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marisha, the carbon, the bull that he was marking, had a single horn, because the Torah says, meat carrot. It was a one-time thing, it was Nizistam with Yishah, it was necessary for that time. But after that, it was Nignaz, we don't have Tachash anymore. The Gemara is still a soap whether Tachash is a Chaya or a Behema. Because even though the animal with one horn, by other Marisha was a Behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's a Chaya because there's something called a Keresh. And a Keresh is a Chaya. If I remember correctly, when we were learning Chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a Keresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rava says, since I can make a tzad shava, you take two things. You take sheretz and saras. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Saras has the chumrah of shesi, it's makama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that's makama with a very small amount of kadash. But the tzad shava, the common denominator between the two of them is that they are mekabel tuma. In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, say a tiger's hide, will be mekabel tuma if saras develops on it. It will be mekabel tuma if it touches the sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is mekabel tuma ba'oyel hames. Comes Rabbi Mibarnish and says, no, sheretz and negayim and saras have something in common that mace doesn't have. They both are mekabel tuma, are mekabel with less than a kezayis, where a mace, in order for it to be mekabel tuma, to give off tuma, but oil, it has to be at least a kezayis. Therefore, Rabbi Bernish says, he learns the kabel chomer from the Izim. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the hair of a goat. And it's not mekabel tuma from saras, as we said the other day. Saras, when it comes to beged, has to be semer upishna, not goat hair. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials in the Mishkan is mekabel tuma ba'el. So, the hide of an animal that's tamei, which is mekabel tuma from saras, that's in the Torah, or mekabel tuma from saras, certainly it should be mekabel tuma ba'el hametz. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. He says when it comes to lech shamayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is he coming to add? The Gemara is coming to add that the ritzus of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, halacha Moshe Messina says that ritzus have to be black, but halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to Mechad. To tell us that the parshiyos of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal, you don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's halal, and his halal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshiyos of tefillin, it says in Torah, Torah Hashem beficha minam mutar beficha. Whatever you can eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal, that we know from Halacha Moshe Sinai, because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Moshe Sinai, so the hide has to be Halacha, that has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshiyos with the hair of a kosher animal, or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Moshe Sinai, that you have to make square tefillin, also Halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wig out of clothing, you fold up clothing, you make a wig out of it according to Rabbi Lezer, it's tummy. Why? Because it still remains a beged. The beged is tummy. This is Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the main beged from it, and it becomes a wig, and therefore it's no longer tummy. This is Rabbi Lezer. Since this wig remains a beged, and he says a 4-step halacha. Therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 fingers, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on a Friday, and we hold, like Ula, that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. And if you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes moktzah. So it's also for you to light this on yontif shechal be'erev Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Kiva, when you fold out this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers, I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
Which ones do? I like that you mentioned Coast to Coast. That's a radio culture. George Norrie, some of the different topic matter you bring up. It's one of the only places you'll actually find something like this. Cultural background. If you haven't got a Coast to Coast AM.com in a while, there's some fantastic stories for you to read. They're always changing. Listeners' emails to find fascinating stories for you. But in the top right corner, you'll see the Paranormal Podcast Network. If you click that link, you can find some of the recent podcasts that have been uploaded on
Shabbos Avchavtes. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission that we had yesterday, Silas HaPekich Kitlo, you take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a whip, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one Shabbos Machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Kiva, why it might be Tamei or Tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another Shabbos. Rabbi says, the Rabbi Eliezer says you cannot use this wick on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How to explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it? It's a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one shot. According to Rabbi, we have to say another shot. He's talking about Tuma. And Machlokes, what constitutes a beggar? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, we have a Machlokes review, a Reb Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yom Tov, and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is not like it was just born today on Yom Tov, and therefore it's also according to review the according to Reb Shimon. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yom Tov, but when you open the date on Yom Tov, you discover the pit. That's Noila. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even, let's say, a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood, yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnut and you extract the nut. Then you're going to use the wood. So it's Noila on Yom Tov. Eric Shin says in all these cases, there is no Noila on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Gemara tells us, Rav never said this halacha with Furush. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Rabbi Chia, who was Rav's uncle, told Rav, saw him eating a pig, and he had a pig. He said, listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on Noila. And Rav didn't answer. Gemara says, well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not? So Gemara brings a story. Rav was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. So Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rav was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. A good quality date, when you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called Noila. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? If you add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a wick, a garment and making it a wick, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains common. Says Rabbi Amnuna, let me explain to you Pshat. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmatim. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug up a hole or to clean or to hold a hot pot. Whatever the reason is, it's a shmatim. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100% time. According to everybody, even Rabbi. If he takes it and tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not coming. It's not a bed. Machlokes is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door. Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beged, it remains tum. Rabbi Yehuda says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not tum. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chaba. You're making the fire last less. That's not. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same chaba. Because this handle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time because I removed the oil from the egg. Now that handle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg, I have earthenware. Most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. Rabbi Yehuda says in all these cases. However, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my Ticheres is fixed, that's how I created it, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda was in Beis Nitzah. It's the name of the place. And they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because of Beis Nitzah. They were reasoned, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says that Rabbi Yehuda ben Elazar gave Mosari, who's Moichiach, who's Moicha, to Rabbi Oven. Famous machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground? And that's his Harisha. Shimon says it's not a problem, though Shimon is Skaven. I don't have kavanah to do it. It's mutter. Rabban, he's dragging a bench over a marble floor. It's impossible to make a guma, impossible to make a groove. Yet Rabbi Yisrael was moicha, and he said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget to do so. And therefore it's awesome. Gemara tells us a three-way machlokes direction. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's efshar. Concept of efshar. I can lift it up, but I don't want it. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said his halacha is very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a group, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. Now we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about a kisei, a safsol, that mentions a chair, talking about a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, the Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? Talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, which says mutter, very heavy and light, Rabbi Yehuda says it's awesome. When I ask a bond question from a person who's selling clothing in the street, says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him, but he's not having any benefit from it, he's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain, it's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. When you see it's efshar, it's possible for him to get away from the whole problem Shabbos. Yet, we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's the Pasha Rabbi that says that in the situation of efshar, you're not allowed to do so. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. See you tomorrow.
Here's what I find, at least for me personally, and maybe you can tell me about a typical kind of person that you talk to. It's a really nice a lot of stories. And like I said before, there's a bell, and for some reason you got to shut off the emotions because otherwise you would become so overwhelmed by everything. It would make it nearly impossible to not only work.
Shabbos Daf Lamed, we're going to start from the Mishnah on the bottom of Daf Ches. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the Goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter, meaning it's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds Lacha Shein Sricha L'Kufa Asur, where Rabbi Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's the malacha shetzricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming. He doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's malacha shetzricha. Therefore, If a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil grabbed away, then he's chayiv. On the other end, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shemus or just in general, according to Rav Shimon, it will be potter because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. The Gemara tells us, they asked from Hanukah, are you allowed to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil shemus and he went into a huge tangent of agalit? The next 4 daf are full of agalit. And he started by saying there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, a live dog is better than a dead lion. The HaMelech says, the dead can't do anything, they can't praise Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Says the Gemara to be pshat. When a person is alive, he could learn Torah, and he can do mitzvahs, and he can accomplish. Once he's dead, he's over. Chashi, he's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened on Klal Yisrael by Chet Ha'egel, he davened and Hakadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentioned the Havais, the Schus Havais, Hakadosh Baruch Hu listened to him. So you see that the dead are greater than the alive. Another pshat. If a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made a decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third pshat. David HaMelech asked the Hakadosh Baruch Hu, they should show him a sign. The Klal Yisrael should know that he was moichelim on the Aveira of Hashem. The Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot give you the sign when you're alive. I'll do it after you die. In fact, Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukah's Habayis and he tried to bring the art into the Kodesh HaKodashim. It was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he davened 24 Prakim of the Hillah and he wasn't answering. When he mentioned his father David, then the doors became wider, and Klal Yisrael realized that Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous passage that we say in Shira, the doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, the king, and they wanted to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem uses the keyword. I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech says the Gemara, when they finished the Chanukah's Habayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk. And the Gemara dashes the pasuk by Yechol Aliyah. Klal Yisrael went to the tents, they found their wives the Kahara. And then it says Smeichim, they had Hannah from the Zil Ashkina. Each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says the David Abdai. That Hakadosh Baruch Hu forgave David, the Yisrael Amar, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so simply ate. In fact, they got awarded Gan Eden for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die. Hakadosh Baruch said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die, how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on the Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already the Luch of Shlomo HaMelech. If I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive, and you yourself said it to Hillah, is better than 1,000 oilas that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring. So every Shabbos, David HaMelech would learn Torah like Pasuk Kum Megirusah. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavos cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavos made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and the Malach HaMavos took at the stair. He fell, and from falling, he got scared. He stopped learning for a moment. In that moment, Malach HaMavos fell. So Shlomo HaMelech sent the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? And he said, yes, you can give the Nebet, which is typically mutter, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special header. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead, aga, the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that they asked Rabbi Rothschild, he said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk b'chayba, and obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Kodesh HaKodashim. But he said in the derech of Agada, because there's women and Amaratzim, so he wanted to open their hearts to Torah. And he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, therefore we extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle will live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, Says the Gemara, the person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun. That is very important. And finally, it says, what is this three pshatim? First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koyeles? It says, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averis, and when he's happy with Rishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their business in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, Baruch Hu can be happy with the tzaddikim. Bhakti Sani, Anisa Simcha, is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. Simcha Mazza Oisa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy, it's something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, he comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or mitzvah, levity, and he tells Roish, Litzanas, or Sicha, just talking, or Metalim, things that are important, things that are not important. Only in the Torah, for Simcha Shal Mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then Shekhinah Shaira. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the Simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the Simcha. Elisha was angry. He said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have the Shriyas Hashkina. Two Shaynas. One says the Rebbe should be the Simcha, but his Talmidim should be in fear. Another version is the Rebbe should start off with Simcha, and the Talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbah, every shir you can start off with a Milsa de Bifusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the movie. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Time Sil, don't answer a fool, and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvar Macher, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And Talmidim laughed and they proved to them, look, you see the chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slap that gives fruit off every day, etc. And then when the fool said to the Chacham, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave her a cup of wine. Here, drink a cup of wine, and they exploded. I mean, wonderful.
I should say we, as I'm one of them, but I find too that it's almost my choice. I have to shut things down. I have to the other inside of me at times, not shut it down all the time.
I think that's a great idea. And, if you're going to walk in the woods or you like going out in the tree, you can do that with the cancer. Just do it. If I have a lot of time, just look at the beautiful things in nature.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Lord tells us one should act with humility like Hillel and not become donos with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one upset Hillel? One of them took the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's a lotion of a zoe, that's not how you talk to the Gadol HaDor. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know, why are all the Batim's head round? He says, Hillel, he asked me a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to be round. Oh, goes back inside. As soon as he gets back to the shower, the guy screams out again. He's still out there. So he comes out. He says, well, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the Jerusalem's eyes are round. So it says, it's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, Hillel! Comes out. He says, well, how can I help you? Why are Dr. Ian's feet so wide? He says, oh, that's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need wide feet. Which people get to the shower again, and he calls them out. He says, listen, I have a lot of questions. Says Hillel, Sha'al b'ni Sha'al, ask me whatever you want. And he says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, well, there shouldn't be anybody like you again. He says, what did I do? He says, because you and lost 400 zuz. He says, Hillel, it's kedai to act like me. You should lose 800 zuz rather than one. The Court tells us, 3 goyim, came to Shammai and Hillel at the time. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Torah Shabbat. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of it. Went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him, being made him a ger, taught him Aleph Beis. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Kaf, Shin, Reish, Kof, etc. He says, what's going on? Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, well, if you trust me for that, then you trust me for everything. And I'm telling you, there's a Torah Shabbat. Another guy came to Hillel. This is the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, I want to be a ger. Teach you the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. They went to Hillel. Hillel was the guy here, and Hillel told him, my dialogue sani, what you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it could be Baruch and it could be in Olim Chaverah. You don't want people to steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of Chaverahs. Don't do it to them. And the rest of the Torah says, well, just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in that one line, the 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rebbe teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the Big Kuna. And he found out that for the Kohen Gadol, he says, tell Shammai, I want to become a ger, so I can wear the big Kohen Gadol, started with his stick, the Amas, and shoot him out of there. And he went to Hillel, and Hillel was Bulgaria, and then Hillel said, listen, if you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas. He learned the halachas, and he got to the Pasuk by Azar, and he made a couple of chaymer. If David Melech cannot be a Jew born as a Yisrael, cannot be a Kohen Gadol, certainly I get cannot be a Kohen Gadol. Went back to Shammai and said, why did you tell me the Pasuk by Azar? And he went to Hillel and he said, because of Yadinava, I was respectful of Baruch. Why does it gave that the other one that he said? Because of Shammai, we almost lost out on Sabbathity, but because of Hillel, we referred to it as Baruch. Why does the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah are hinted in the Pasuk of V'hoya Emunas Techa. Emunas is right that you have Emunah, you believe that the person took Meiser. Techa is time is referring to all the Mayadim, to the Mayad, the Yamukaidim. Chaysin is the Lashon of Yerusha, that's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have the Yoresh. Yeshua is Nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money to know the halachas of Nezikin. Chachmas is, say the Kachim, is Chachmas, and Das is Taharis. What it says, the way to the Pasuk is, Yerush Hashem here, Tzara, but Yerush Shamayim will bring you to the Oitzer, you'll remember Torah through that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is, L'sakna v'L'sakna v'Emunah, you do business with integrity. And that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah is Itecha. What's Itecha? Well, not the Gita. It's setting time for Torah. And then, the following word is about the Ru, and then comes to Yeshua, choice. And then when you follow the Chachma, you understand, double, all that Torah. Then you Hashem, Tzara. The Gemara tells us that if the person is a muscle, the person says to somebody else, take this sweet bring it up to the attic. And then he asks him, you put it in the preservative. He says, no. He says, so what? Whatever you did wasn't good enough. In other words, you need Yerush Shamayim in order to learn. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's in preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Sorry, without your Shamayim, it's as if somebody gave you the key to the Beitzah HaMelech, for all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building, so what good is it? You need Yerush Shamayim. It's another Muslim Gemara gives is somebody builds a doorway in the middle of his field and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? Or it says, or similar to Lazar, they saw Rabbi Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, let's stand up for him because he has Yiras Chesed, he has Yerush Shamayim. The other said, he's a big Tamchacham. So the other said, what good is Tamchacham? I'm saying Yerush Shamayim is much stronger. The Gemara says that must have been Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar holds that Baruch doesn't have anything in this world besides Yiras Shamayim. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very ugly passage that says, Al Tirsha Harka, don't be a big Russian, meaning you could be a small Russian. You are no, it's tremendous society. If a person doesn't have better than habit, don't despair. Don't say, oh, I already was a favor on this, I was Michal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire thing. It doesn't work like that. The person can do an Avera, true for that Avera, and be a great kid. Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, but they live without any fear, and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like if they have this caleb on top of their kidneys that prevents it. It's not that they don't know, they know, just don't care. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi Yossi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayav. But if he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayav. Says Gemara, Rabbi Yossi, holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the malacha is yichol gufa. If you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayav. But he holds that if you are soiser in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are chayav. So extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered its spot. Even if you move a wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. So that's why in a lamp, Rabbi Yossi holds your mother. When it comes to the wick, another time Rabbi Yossi says that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. Therefore, it's called the sacrifice, mixing the wick. The wick is not a wick. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all of your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio. Everything we want to listen to. CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Shabbos not Flamet Beis. The Mishnah tells us that there are three causes that women die during childbirth. So they aren't careful, the nida, chala, and the air. It's explained since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. The law explains Shmuel gave humans a minimum of a revi's dam. He said you have to be careful with that revi's dam. Chala, Shmuel calls it gracious, Seichem calls us gracious. So we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle sometimes. The Gemara gives us 5 parables. There are sayings that people say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So when a woman is giving birth, it's a time of danger. The second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, you're punishing her for the chet of chava. So once you're punishing, you add to it. The third saying is, let the drum fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving up food. Everybody's friends. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of things going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to it. Gemara tells us that Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it. So perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat would go down and he'll die because the guy, Shmuel, was just the exact opposite. He made sure there was a guy in the boat because the Baruch doesn't punish two nations at the same time. Yanai would check the boat to see that they're holes. You don't want to be serving on the names. Because if you are serving on the names, there's a concept called Menakis Joseph. The Baruch uses your spusim to pay for those, and that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is the big side of life, don't wait until the sorry happens, don't wait until the person is sick. That a person should not be concerned. Because once they become sick, it's harder for them to come. Then you have to use a lot of schus. As it says in the passage, people hanoifel mimenu. The person himself, mimenu, he needs his schus. Another drush the Gemara gives us from that passage, people hanoifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, the Baruch who knows from day one, Sheshis Mebracious, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, Baruch Hu decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. So death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu, just like a person is taking out death because there's over on Israel that he's a fear of Misa peasant. He says vidu, so the person knows he's going to die. If a person goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights. So it's similar as to imagine himself as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if they're already handcuffs, he's in chains. Once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. Maybe he has a really good lawyer, meaning his good sposa, will be sick. The person has 999 halachah that's saying bad about him. There's 1 malach, echad meaning elef. 1 out of 1,000 will be saved. The Gemara says, so another man says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons in that 1 malach are against him, and he has 1 reason for it. It's 1 in 1,000,000. That will be massive. Rabbi Rothschild says the women die when they are younger. Rabbi says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. And some say because they are not careful and they use a lotion of design instead of saying are kodesh, they say plastic. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim die because they call their kodesh Arno, which is a plastic, and they'll call the shul a base out, just a regular folk house. Because he says there are 3 b'dikos, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's chayv misa, nida, chala, alonso. Some say there are 3 debets, 3 clues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, chala, nida, and alonso. Rav Shimon Gamliel says that Luchais Hegdish and Meiser, Trumas and Meisers are the Kufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah, and we give a certain monos, we believe, Amaretz, that he took Trumas and Meisers with their right, so go to the Rabbanan, there's a concept called Mai, we don't trust him. And we trust Amaretz that he wasn't Magdish, this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the Aveira of not fulfilling a nether, a monetary obligation, let's say tzedakah or any nether, the person's wife will die. Rebbe says his own children will die. Now, Rebbe said that his own children will die. Rebbe himself said but once he heard that his Rebbe said children, he took them. If a person's children die because the person's not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in the Torah. And Mafalekes is based on the question: can you learn a pasuk, 1 pasuk back, or read it 2 pasuk back? If the pasuk says the man you be made, you want to live longer. What the pasuk right before is Safta, mezuzah. It's talking about mezuzah. 2 pasukim before that is talking about mezuzah. Teach Torah to your children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah are just mezuzah. Mafalekes remain review though. If it's mezuzah or tzitzis that causes the child to die, Shlokish says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, lots of will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation, there's 70 nations on each corner. That's 700 times 4 corners. Rabbi Nami says, because of sinas kinam, there's a midah like a midah person will fight with his wife, will lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And the person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha with his oil and his wine, and will plant, the other people will eat from it, and the person who's not careful with truma meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. Shmuel says if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, you put some ice rinse in the winter, but if the person does put some ice rinse, and have a lot of bracha, like the pasuk says, and we learn, actually, until your lips are numb from saying that. Wonderful day.
Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today. Dr. Judith Orlov is our guest. Last hour, this hour, what's unique about this hour is that
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up eating their own children. The pasuk says, "Harais habashim," the fat cows. It says, Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The avera of meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkaladin means you don't look into the case deep enough, perhaps you'll find a header or something for the guy, and you don't, or for the avera of Bidul Torah, all these, there's terror, there's sword, there's war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, there'll be famine, you'll eat, you'll be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. For the avera of Shua, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by Shua. It also says chilul by chilul Shabbos and by chilul Hashem. So all three are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts, they'll come and eat the livestock, there'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the avera of Ritzitha, of murder, Baruch Hu was machre to Beis Hamikdash, and the Shekhinah was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the avera of Gilai Rice, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shemitah and Yovel, will be abolished to the world, and we will leave our country, and others will take over. For the avera of Nivul Peh, the lashon of the Gemara is this: Tzaros, Rabbis, Zeros, Kashos, terrible decrees, terrible tzaros, and the young Bachrim will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and He won't answer them. Everybody knows why a child gets married, but if you talk about it, you're an pet. Even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a thought also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrogon. Hidrogon comes in 3 varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayis. That's usually when the Gemara says avera, it's referring to arayis. When a person is in starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kishur, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it right, and he was worried that people will be choshesh that it's because of he was over the arayis. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of his broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had to Talmidim. He was a minus because of the Talmidim. If a person has sinaskinum, you can tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinaskinum. If a person has gases ruach, the simon for that is it becomes poor. The simon for a person that talks lashon hara is askura, it's the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe any longer. Rabbi Yossi says askura comes because a person eats tebel without giving from some ice cream. When Chacham went into Rabbi Avna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon were sitting there, and they asked him, why is it that askura starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Rosh Hamadarkim with Chalmakim. He starts answering every place as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands, and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says it was people eat tevel, Rabbi Chai says because of Bittul Torah. Women who are not Mevatel Torah, why do they get Asra? Because they're Mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not Mevatel Torah, they are Mevatel Jews. What about young children? It says the Gemara because they're Mevatel their father. It says Rashi, when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is learning, that's their Aveira, that's why they get punished. The kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the door has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the Aveiros of the door. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the Aveira of the door. Why was Rabbi Yehuda, the Rosh Hashanah from Malcolm, as we mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Chai. And Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rabbi Chai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put service in there. The Rechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megair, which Rashi takes to say that he was a Pashto person, he was a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans. And the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda, Roisham and Daniel from Babban, because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yossi didn't make a macha, they threw him to Tzipori, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Chai. The famous story of Rabbi Chai took the flight, he ran to the Samedrash, his wife would bring him bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at. She ran to the cave, and there was a nace, that a carrot tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bear fruit, it actually grew there, that's nace number one, and it bear fruit. And there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Chai's son, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud, they took off their clothes in order to save their clothing, and put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliana became, and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave, and they saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like burning the living and not spending their time learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Basel came down and said, "What are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy my world. Get back into the cave." So they went back into the cave, and they made a calculation. They said, if a person could only be in Gehenna for Russia for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and they were, as they were coming out of Basel, they said, "Yes, you can come out." Wherever Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Lazar, "What are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go." And on Erev Shabbos, they saw Ahu Saba. Many times, like it says, when it says Ahu Saba means Eliyahu, they saw an older person carrying bundles of Hadassah. And they said, "What are you doing with this?" He said, "I need it for Shabbos." "But why two?" He said, "One for Zachar and one for Shamar." And here's the concept of lighting two candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, "Kama Chabibim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Kama Chabibim the mitzvahs." And he calmed down Rabbi Yochanan. Says Rabbeinu Bayar, who was either his father-in-law or son-in-law, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud. And he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, the wound, and it caused Rabbi Yochanan to be uncomfortable and scream. And Rabbeinu Bayar said, "I cannot believe that I see like this." And Rabbi Yochanan told him the opposite. "It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became." Rabbi Yochanan. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rabbi Yochanan would ask a question, and Rabbi Yochanan would answer 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Rabbi Yochanan would ask Rabbi Yochanan a question, and Rabbi Yochanan would answer 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
Dr. Orlando is also a psychiatrist, which I don't know if you mentioned, but I can tell in an answer like that, where take someone's personal experiences and find a way to appropriately respond. Very nice. That's what I was saying. John is in South Florida. John, you're on with Dr. Orlando and comment. Hello, Doctor. It's good. You have a great show tonight. Thank you. My question is,
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chol Hamoed, we're falling slightly behind on the Infinite Daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do Daf Lamed Dalet, and hopefully Daf Lamed Ches. The same thing for tomorrow. We'll try to do Daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limb, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau, he didn't have any monetary loss. And even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back to the community. And he created a new coin for Shem. The Shem by Chai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix, whether there were bodies buried there, but Adam wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, when Zakkai took Turmas in a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were Truma, even though Zakkai was a Kohen, he wasn't concerned about the Truma there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, halachically, he could exhume bodies. Shem by Chai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act, he took Turmas and he spread them around, and by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a Kohen can't walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a Kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about the Zakkai, made fun of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai. He said, Rav Shimon Bar Yochai was Matahir of Beis HaKfaras, the graveyard. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, how can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect, she'll do her hair, even though they're a competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Gerim, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi Kaisos, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The Mishnah says, the Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, you take Meiser. The Gemara says he must say it in Chusa, you should say it calmly. You want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You talk calmly. The Mishnah says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, you ask them that you make a Heirub Techumen. That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're playing a shvisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one Chita, Erev Tumas L'Raisa, even if you don't hold Erev Tumas L'Raisa, at least it has a smachta of the Torah, there's a meparfer in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, he tells them, Hadliku is in there, light the Shabbos candles for Shalom Bayis. Bein HaShmoshos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove meiser from the fruit that is a certain level of fruit that you must take meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, remember this is their rice. However, you're allowed to take a meiser from the mice. That's that you buy from an Amaret, that it's only a chumrah, there are butter that you have to take another time, meiser. And you're allowed to do Eruv Chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv Chatzeres are two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together, and they can carry their own shops. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered a vashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person, does two acts, and we treat Ben Hashmoshes as two different things. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment in the Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Ben Hashmoshes, the dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Ben Hashmoshes is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Ben Hashmoshes. But the Eruv must be on Friday, so we say no, Ben Hashmoshes is considered Friday. And it goes into nighttime, and then the dog ate it. So here we say Ben Hashmoshes is Friday, and Ben Hashmoshes is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Ben Hashmoshes is a suffix, and since this is Eruv D'Rabbanan, we say this is okay. Rabbi says you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough. You might light the fire. But Ben Hashmoshes, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Ben Hashmoshes. Because Ben Hashmoshes, with Derek Klal, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. Concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmashas is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 shitas. So according to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100%. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Ben Hashmashas. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did that go? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nechemia says that Ben Hashmashas lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmashas is terrifying, like the blink of an eye. Nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not carried, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah of a Bakari, he goes to the mikveh that day, he becomes Torah. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by itself can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission, Ben Hashmashas, Sunday night? And he sees another emission, Monday night, Ben Hashmashas. Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmashas is only Sunday, and Ben Hashmashas is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that's so Riyah is because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmashas is both Sunday and Monday, and the second Ben Hashmashas is Monday and Tuesday. And therefore it is consecutive, and therefore it has to be a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be Machmer and bring a carbon, and he's Tameh, and he should wait 7 days. The same will take effect. If a person only saw 1 Riyah, Ben Hashmashas, perhaps he saw that 1 Riyah, which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a Zav, he doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a Zav that has to wait 7 days. A wonderful day.
How do you work on that muscle? How do you practice that? Every day you just say, what are my intuitions today? How does this choice feel? How does that choice feel? How does my body feel? How does my intuition talk to me? Do I have a sense of a hunch that something is right? Do I have a feeling that something's right? Really get to know your intuition.
Shabbos, Daf Lamed Ches. They ask Rabbi Rothschild, what's the halacha if somebody forgets to eat pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's ain't a roof of ketubah. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumas that says, a person cooks on Shabbos. Depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Rothschild says that the person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter? Are both possible? In fact, it's machlokes. Rabbi Yosef said he meant that both shogi and mezid are mutter to eat. Why is mezid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mezid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mezid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. Leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a price that differentiates between shogi and mezid. It says mezid, if you leave it on purpose, it's also for you to eat. That will be a major question on Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild on the other hand says that what Rabbi meant is that both shogi and mezid are also to eat if you left it on the flame for Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, oh, I forgot the food on the flame, when in fact they didn't forget. So they said, even when it's by accident, also eat. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is, there are 2 periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira, and they said, since people are tricky, it's usher to eat food that was left on the flame. And the brisa that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin. Because Machlekes between Meir and Yehuda had to explain Meisila. According to Meir, Meisila holds you can do shiyah. You can leave a pot from before Shabbos to Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Meir, it's even a tashel, even cooked food. You need to explain that on the Zayin we're talking about lechatchila. If somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell only hot water. But if he went ahead and he did so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tafshil like on today's night. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Beis Hillel, you can do shia even in a tafshil. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. You need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa knuma, when somebody removes the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said we're talking about there are coals in the kira. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to Chachamim and was over and he did shihiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos. And the Shabbos, he said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shihiyah is awesome. Versus perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be awesome. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to use it. The Gemara says that Rav Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazara, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, saying you're allowed to do chazara, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his actions that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the choke off the flame, for instance, you know that he's going to put it back on, he needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Beis Hillel, you got to put it back on the flame. Hamza, Rabbi Tadai, and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, put it back on the flame. There's a flake is what Abaye says. According to one lashon, Abaye says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back. Let's say you're holding it in your hand, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back. Another lashon in Abaye is that Abaye said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if he didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if he put it on a table, on a bed? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say you're not allowed to put that pot back on the flame? No, take it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that whereas a kira, if you use kashrut vava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You can put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as real fuel. Rabbi Yosef says that with a tanur, I could place food up against the wall of the tanur. You can't put the food inside the tanur or on top, but I can put it on the side. Abaye argues, it says tanur is so extreme, the heat is so strong that you're not allowed to even cook food on the side of the tanur. And in fact, there's a brayso that says exactly what Abaye says, that it's also to be soymel on the tanur. It's in between a kira and a tanur. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one time. So it's hotter than a kira. It retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanur. And therefore, if you use straw as a fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use real fuel, like wood or leftover olives or pits, it's awesome. Halacha is always in tumah. If you take a kli and you break it, it becomes stone. So if you have a kira that's split in half, it's left. becomes tar because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains tar. Whereas a kupa only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful day.
This would be the time to do it. We have a lot of people on the line right now, but we throw some second couple of the lines, the international line. So if you want to call from outside the United States, that would be nice. But we're going comments and email as well. Which, by the way, if you are not following Coast to Coast AM on YouTube, you probably should subscribe. It's a great way to get interviews from the show, segments that have been archived throughout the year.
Shabbos Naflametes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, like putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over this is the rice and he's chai b'chatas. Similarly, for the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a gemar halacha, even though it's not completely cooked. That's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and Chai. Any salty food, salty fish that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ain bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. It would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so by Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's usher to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing. And Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies this. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter, because that's not the derech bishul. That's not how people cook. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the holder of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody, that's also their ice. It's a holder of fire. The whole machlokes is the holder of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun, we said, is obviously mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, this is machlokes, because perhaps people will confuse and say, if that piece of clothing that was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook, so confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chacham say, make a gzera. Rabbi Yossi says, there's no gzera. Yossi agrees that it's also to bury food in hot sand and cook it with the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi, Yossi is concerned that you might come to bury it in remnants, in ashes of coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that buried in sand, you might dig deeper, and your choy for guma, you'd be digging on Shabbos, and that's it. So what's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern. According to the Ram, we're not talking about sand, we're talking about something very soft, like ashes. You put the egg down, and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Brisa says you're allowed to cook, boil an egg on a rooftop because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pint of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chacham said that's awesome. With Chayra, that's a riot of Chachamim that say that a holder of the sun, one understands that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a holder of the sun is awesome. Says Rabbi Yosef, no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a holder of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no riot from the Mishnah. Chizah says, since Chacham said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is Asur, we learn from this that Hatmana, the Dava Moshe Hevel, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria. It is also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even with water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, if you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit for washing yourself, hands, your feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water was heated up before Shabbos. Like it says, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Reb Meir that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. You have Rabbi Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is usher, cold water is mutter, and halach is like Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rabbi Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's usher to use this water, it says if you heat it up on Shabbos, and it's usher to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. But if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's usher, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. Halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rebbe says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man Omar is a compromise, we go like that, man the Omar. However, it's possible that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes was in a brisa. Nevertheless, Allah is like reviewed like the compromise since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule, that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like compromise, is like the sugi we had earlier in our Masechta, with puli matlanis. The person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, Allah is not like Rabbi Kiva, because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Shua and Rabbi Elazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that Allah is like Rabbi Shua. Have a wonderful day.
It's kind of like sometimes, it's like a vision, like sometimes I've learned not to place bets on just in case, but it's kind of it's been interesting to navigate that. I was wondering if you had any.
Shabbos Daf Mem. There are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. It seems like any other limb would be awesome. Rav will explain that the Brisa is just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rav is Rabbah. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two brises seem to contradict Rav, because those brises say the only way to bathe yourself is Hanav Yad Ragla, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Bar Nachman. He said, "Did Rabbi, in fact, use Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body minus one limb?" Says Abaya, "I never saw. I don't know." But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rav said, besides three things. We had in the beginning of the Sefta that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you could light a ner Hanukkah one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav Paskin, like Reb Shimon Begrera, that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided that you don't know for sure that you're going to make it group. Rav says, I don't know like that. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rav didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halacha is not like Rav. The halacha is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. For Shabbos, just like Shmuel, that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Hana, Yodam, Rav. You have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another pshat is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trap the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So once the Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you can do even on Shabbos itself and on Yonah itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the family, like we say in the Agadah, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Tov, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. So you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeira that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Yerushalmi explains, they added extra clothes before Shabbos because of the problem of hitui. So they said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Abaryanim came along, the people that are Oiva Aveirus, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact, they were bathing. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Hamitera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third zero. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Hamitera, when in fact, they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Hamitera is also awesome. You're allowed to use cold water. But they realized that people cannot be oimed. They can't stand Xeras. They weren't able to accept Xera. So they said, Hamitera is mutter. Let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. You're not allowed to use the steam. You're not allowed to use the Zayah. And you see from here that a person who's over on a Darabana, on this Zayah, is considered an Abaryon. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Abaryon. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. If it's a smaller one, like in a small fire in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's awesome because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach, but you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do with the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem, that if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakh says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledas, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as an amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's the universal stage. As Mish says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and Zalman says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? Ahmed doesn't mention oil. So Rabbi Rav Yosef is saying that according to the Tanakh, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledas, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% awesome even to warm up oil. That's the way in Mabash. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also awesome. Or brings another two shittas, Tanaim, in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that Yatsi Ledas is also to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it in your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon and Gamliel or not right? It's like they're saying the same thing, basically. You're not going to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shino, even kalachar yah with the side of your hand. According to Shimon and Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi lettuce, it's also to warm up, and if it's not yatsi lettuce, it's. The Gemara tells us Rabbi Yitzchak Adimi went into the bathhouse. He was following Rebbe, and he said, "I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamei Tveria, the bathhouse of Chamei Tveria, and warm it up." And Rebbe said, "You're not allowed to do that. You can take kli sheni, water that's in another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that." So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Chamei Tveria and you make it into kli sheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rebbe tell him these halachas? He's in a bathhouse. He's not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing this, you're allowed to, like we see, that the Talmud went behind her mayor in the bathhouse, and he wanted to mop the floor for him. And Rameir says that it's usher, that's the shvi gumas, that's considered baina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. I mean, wonderful that
Great. So let's go back to, we're going to try this David west to the Rockies, Carmichael, California. David, you're on the talk. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, we're good to go. I have this experience sometimes hard to cope with my favorite answer.
Shabbos Daf Memao, the Gemara tells us three stories with Reb Zera. Two of them have to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera's son Reb Avo, swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamei Tveria, which we said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating the river would be also because of the Chavesh Shel Shayatim. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if Gemara says it has kibbutz, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool. They're different than a river, which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Pshat Rashi, kibbutz, it has a lip. It looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. A different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his privates. He says, I'm not sure if he was touching himself or not. Or says, touching is awesome. That is the Aveira of the Dar HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Abai explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibbaleshus. Where leshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers, and they're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they make your wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own lives. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. There's no concern. So too over here. If Bava was walking on the bank of the river, he was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirur. The third story about Reb Zera is Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Israel, as the pasuk says. You should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no. That pasuk is talking about the place Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumped into Rabbi Yehuda would make a Zera on him and say, "You must stay here in Chutz La'aretz." He said, "Let me hear one last Bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda," and he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchat. It's a Merchat, it's not a talk and learn. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchat. And he said, tells this guy, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my neser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMerchat and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Halacha, but advice. He said, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchatz. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchatz, you have to make sure that the body's half from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchatz itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchatz, you need to let it penetrate through the water. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amos, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. When a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of the cover. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a bulio, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he didn't proof them. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called atichi. One shot of the Gemara is that it's like this hira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. You would have this compartment in order to ensure that the hira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a car today. Put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moisef heaven. Since this hira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water, and therefore it's up to the drink on Shabbos. Another shot is it's a double decker, similar to Muliar. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water, plus the drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Rothschild, the Pshat of the Mishnah, that if you have a small pot that you remove all the water from it and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it because that would cook the water. Put a large amount of water because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Reb Shimon, we say that Damashanim Skabit is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm the water. We all like Reb Shimon that it's mutter. As long as it's not a separation, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that it's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Bailam Shatta, you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now, to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water to be added to that pot would be awesome because the Rabbi Yehuda, the Rabbi Skavin is awesome. Rab said, these halachas are only when you put the amount of water needed, but not being inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues, says even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Technically, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halach, in a malacha,
I can't believe it. Okay, this stupid ass thing in the Bible. It was
piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it. It's also
fake news. I don't know how else to describe it.
Extinguish it.
It was like
Even
this guy.
It's illegal, but
I think I can remember. It was all kinds of things. Selena Gomez is in it.
It's not a creative act.
Oh, okay, so it was like
Says it's and
you just grab it.
Shmuel holds that it's
all right,
awesome.
so
you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. Shmuel says yes. In Malacha,
there was
he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon.
this guy,
he does hold like Reb Shimon.
and he gets this call.
And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see thorn, or let's say in our
somebody's having a baby.
With the Rabbanon, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 hours. Stop. And
I
walk
think it was Julia Roberts in a lesbian
Since this is a
relationship.
danger, you're allowed to
You can tell how
and
much
in
it
the
really
Carmelites, where the whole
affects me
whole
when I
idea is
watch
only
this shit
Rabbanon.
before I go to
You're allowed to
bed.
walk. all the
Alright,
way to
'cause
the
I saw a
garbage
picture
can,
of her.
throw it out.
She
Even though
looks
it's a lot more
beautiful.
than
Anyway,
Providence.
she's having a baby,
Wonderful day.
and is that how it was? But she didn't have anything to do with this. She was just had. She actually had 4 babies at once, something like that. Or maybe not. I don't know. I'm gonna fucking forget. Anyway, it was like somebody was reenacting a picture of her having 4 babies at once, and this like guy gets a call on the
Shabbos
phone.
Nachman Bates.
He goes
Shabbos
crazy.
say
He's just like
that the
running
bottom
around.
of water always wins.
Oh,
So
like he's in his
therefore,
house
it's
and
also
he's
to
just
pour
like,
on Shabbos
no
cold
way.
water
Like
into hot
he
water,
gets a call
because
that like
cooking the cold
she
water.
had these babies,
But pouring
and
hot water into cold
he's
water,
like,
that's mother
code red, code red.
But he still
And
say
then
doesn't
he,
make a difference. Even pouring cold water, hot
tells his
water
like
is
roommate.
mutter.
Now one of
A
them is
bath
like exceptionally
is a
effeminate.
It's heated
The
directly.
guy gets the call,
And
but you
therefore,
wouldn't think it.
cold
He
water
kind of
into
looks
hot
like
water is also, and hot water
pretty
is cold
masculine,
water.
but then when he talks,
mutter.
he's like acting like
Shimon
I know
Asya
this
says,
guy.
and Allah is like him, that
This
even
guy.
hot water and the cold water is
this
also
guy sucks
awesome.
dicks.
But there was a habit
Anyway.
that the Rav Shimon Asya wasn't talking about a bath.
He's
He's
like,
talking about a
no,
cup.
wait, and then he
And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlokes between Basila and Mishama. Even Basila meant you cannot
gets his
pour
roommate,
even
and
hot water in the
they have
cold.
like a baby
Abaya says that a safe
emergency
is a wash basin.
kit
Even though it's for washing,
packed.
you need really hot water.
Man,
It doesn't have a
this
lava
gym
like in a
is
patio
so
of a bath that
fucking
is a
vivid.
It's a fact, cliche.
Alright,
It's a cliche. Cliche
and
never
they
cooks. Even if you have it at Yahtzee lettuce, even if you have the temperature
they get
of
into
104
the
degrees like
car,
fish or 114,
and they start driving in one direction, and then
you can't cook. And therefore, I can pour
they
cold
see
water into the bottom, hot water, and it won't cook it, and that's
their postal worker,
Rava
who's
wasn't
also in it, and they drive from their lane across another lane of traffic, actually 2 lanes of traffic,
cold water directly
and
into shady hot water. Says the Mishnah,
they stop and they try to tell
a
the
large pan or pot from a flame.
postal
So
worker,
they are now removed from the flame.
and
You're not allowed to put spices in the dish because if you put
like before they
spices,
even get in the car, they're like on a skateboard.
however, once you take
It's
out
like
of that
that.
dish, you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish.
Kind of like that.
Now it became a cliche.
Okay,
and you
go
could add spices.
music
Doesn't
video
cook it.
with like all kinds of
Yehuda is
shit going
warning.
on.
He says spices don't cook typically.
So then,
The only way a spice can cook it
I think,
is if you have
okay,
vinegar
but
or fish brine, which are very sharp,
have a
they
video.
cause it to cook.
videos,
It says
okay,
that salt is not in the category
not the one
of
with on the treadmills, but the one where it's like a fucking
Either
Rube
is saying
Goldberg
that salt is much more
thing,
sensitive than
like
spices.
there's all this
Will
shit
cook,
going on.
Even in a cliche,
Wow,
Says
there's
no.
a step on a duck.
salt is
Anyway,
like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook.
no one's ever gonna
So Rav
watch
Nachman
it.
argues
So
with
then
that. Or Rav Nachman agrees to repeal in the second
they
lashon. And that's why this says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt
they
is
go
very tough
on.
to cook. And it won't even cook in a clean
They're like
dish.
they get in the guy's
It
car,
takes a long time for it to
it's
cook.
like this
Like bull's meat.
jalopy, and they
The Mishnah
drive
says
across 2 lanes of like
the one
pull
is
out of the driveway,
not
drive
allowed
across 2 lanes of traffic,
on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out
and
of a
they're
can.
like telling the
Because that
postal
oil is booked to Ben
uh,
Hashmashis. And by falling into a vessel on Shabbos,
the
it makes that
postal
vessel
worker, and the postal
and now you're
worker's
bringing
like all
nothing
about
to
it
You're taking
and tells them like
out
where
of
the
service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome.
where they can
You're
find
allowed to put that cleaner under the candle before
this.
Shabbos. As long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos.
Picture Julia Roberts having quadruplets.
Now to take a flea and put it below the chicken to catch.
And she's like breastfeeding it, but you can't see any boobs. She's like got this fucking
However, you're allowed to chicken already laid in the egg.
smock on.
And
I remember there's like this one kid with a bottle, and then she's like breastfeeding like 2 kids at once. But you can't see anything. You just tell it's like something you would see in fucking Vanity Fair or like yeah, like it's very like what the fuck is this shit? Anyway,
If the chicken laid it on an incline, you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the
so
incline.
yeah,
That's not how it's sold. You're
remember
not allowed to
sitting
save it
back.
like that.
Yo, big dog, what the fuck is this dream? Are you still leaving? No, I'm not,
Basically,
baby.
you'd have to say on these questions that they're considered absolute princes.
Okay, so
Or
that
asks,
what happened? Selena Gomez is
wine,
missing?
pebble,
But yeah, she's coming up.
you
So
put
then,
spices on, you let it save it on Shabbos, but putting another barrel underneath.
they go to this shot.
You say
Like,
that's talking about Hatzalah Mitsuya, that's a barrel that doesn't
okay, so like all of this is being watched on. Like,
barrels are sensitive.
it's not like I'm in the fucking change thing. It's like I'm watching it on social media on like a cell phone, but I don't remember the cell phone. I like the iPad. Oh, it was an iPad, I think. And I remember I like this song, Lay. But that one fucking barbecue sauce should take this song and go, Sweet Baby Ray. I just think that's how it should work. Anyway, unrelated to this stream. So then the postal worker like calls Selena Gomez, or I forget. It's like somehow she contacts Selena Gomez, and Selena Gomez is like, oh, it's on. Like, Selena Gomez is friends with this like effeminate man and his roommate and a postal worker. Like, she's all in it, and it's very much a product placement for her doing a makeup commercial, and it's like this thing where she's like looks at like the fucking makeup, and then she's like doing lipstick, but like she has a pretty smile, and this she has like more of a crooked smile, like her two front teeth are like kind of there's like overlap anyway, and she like kisses, she like goes like that and like holds this fucking makeup. And it's like her brand of makeup, which I don't know if Selena Gomez does her own fucking makeup. I don't think. Maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, so it goes from her like in casual clothes, and then like shifts to her in like a dress on like a red carpet, and then the video like shifts to
we learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there
to
easily. About the fact that
like a mom
to catch the rain that's coming off the roof. Rain that is not muktzah that you can drink.
Not like a mom.
It's not lawful that you're allowed to take a basket.
Like a lady who had quadruplets who was reenacting that photo of Julia Roberts.
You're allowed to move that basket. Unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben Hashmosh.
It was a fucked up dream.
Then we say,
so they're like, Julia Roberts is in it, but she was cool in it. She had like done Vanity Fair or whatever, and was just like living her life. The other people were the creepy people, including Selena Gomez. Anyway, so they
What about all these prices and shnites that we just mentioned? You're allowed to take a bench.
It was. I remember thinking in the stream, watching this on like an iPad or something.
You're allowed to take a basket.
Selena Gomez, did you just make this like viral video to be like? It was like something that somebody did. They knew that they were gonna try to make it go viral, and they like got a hold of Selena Gomez, and she was like, "Okay, I'll only do it if I can do product placement for my lipstick." And they're like, "Fine." And it was the guy whose house whose video was it? I think it was the really feminine guy's video that went viral. No, it was viral. No. Anyway, I want to say there was more to it, but I'm forgetting it. But that was fucking. It's like I watched it on the internet. But yeah, it's not real. Oh man, look at this athleticism.
From a building site. We're talking about the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a header. And now he's using them for Lina. What about the fact that it says you let it cover BI with themselves? You let it cover BI, you have to make sure that you're covering it from the rain and from the sun. are understood.
Shit,
It's probably
that's
both
all
for the
right.
winter and the summer.
Provided
Provided that you leave space for the bees to escape, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not going to be. You're eating from the honey.
I do
If
here.
it's the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he's left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not winter. Or
That was fucked up.
We're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive.
I can't believe this shit is working. What's going on there, big dog?
Also, in other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in their by mistake,
big dog. Why isn't that one working?
So the bees can escape.
Dog, no one knows.
Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry
No one knows.
that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. He says this in another.
Muktzah this dick,
He says
bitch.
you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun, unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. How do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring oil. And they hold it over the benches, and they lift the benches to make it a little hotter. And then they walk away, and the mace remains. If the person is
Fantasy football is 8 hours away. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da, bum, 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 ba-da-da-da, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 na 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 2019. Hey, da 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 na 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 na.
If you have a keeper, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a man Omar that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is bold on this, so he's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the right of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just do pilgrim with the Rabbanon and not the over. And the halacha is like Yehuda with Lakish that says you're allowed to do so. Reb Shimon says,
Reb Shimon can suck this dick.
Oil, we're going to see this later on. You have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished. According to Reb Shimon, it doesn't hold the goods that the shmoshes, it's got the kuliyim, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos, a wonderful day.
Yo, dog, look at this athleticism. Oh, are you fucking serious? What is this bullshit? So none of that recorded? Worst stream ever. Look at this move. Look at this move. Ba 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 da 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 da.
Shabbos Daf Mem Daled, the Mishnah tells us that both Tanakh review the whole of the concept called muktzah machmas mius. Something that's disgusting. For instance, the lamp.
Selena Gomez.
Oil residue.
Selena Gomez, I'm disappointed in you for being in such a stupid viral video. Normally, I don't see a cell phone in the dream or an iPad.
Rashi doesn't subscribe to the concept called muktzah machmas mius, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp
Dog.
is an existing flame right now,
Let's see how we did in fucking college football picks this week, girls.
Because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame.
Worst
picks
ever.
The flame is
Nope, not that one, big dog.
The lamp is also
Looks at this dick.
But he holds with a concept called muktzah machmas isu.
Muktzah machmas isu, dick.
Therefore,
Need you.
with the concept, since it becomes a muktzah,
Muktzah is just been playing fucking tag with shit. Nabba-headed hoes. Alright, here we go. Pick, skin, pick 'em, college pick 'em. How do we do? This week,
It collapsed for the entire Shabbos.
21 and 19 total, bro. 21 and 19 total. 23 and 17. Dog. How'd we do this week? Fuck, dude. ESPN, your shit sucks.
A small candle is also Avo, even a big
Rabbi's
one
Rowdy
is the same.
Team.
Small, large, is all different according to your view. Why does it Avo?
Team.
Rabbi prefers to say that it was a Shimon. A small candle.
Rabbi's Rowdy Team.
Avo, but a larger candle, if it contains oil for the entire Shabbos, is Motzah. Typically, Rabbi doesn't hold of the concept of but in this case, since there's enough oil to last the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks it's going to last all Shabbos. So he set it aside. So even Shimon agrees in this case. Being the Skatzog and Shmoshes, it remains Muktzah, even if there's no flame right now.
No, it remains Muktzah because it's
fucking the son of Shimon Bar Yochai, holds like his father of Shimon two things. There's no
Are you fucking serious?
And there's no Muktzah Machmasisser, being Skatzog and Shmoshes. But he argues on his father for one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kibui, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. There says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil, so it's not Mose, it's not disgusting.
How do we do?
According to everybody, if you lit it Ben Hashmoshes, Rav Meir and Rabbi Yehuda both agree because it's considered Ben Hashmoshes, it's considered clear. But if it's not lit during Ben Hashmoshes, then according to them,
not that good. I did call number 19 over 9.
So at the table, one wants
and number Arizona State over Baylor.
If a person
that's big time.
Specifically, I want this bet to put money on it. All on his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains Muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money.
I went 7-3 this week. That was good.
Also, to move,
also this dick.
The hammer, you can move if you need it to sit down on a spot where you need to use the hammer to open up.
I'm not looking at the other one.
A coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use.
Man, I hope Kyler Murray sucks tomorrow.
Therefore,
today.
Even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's Muktzah. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money but didn't put the money on it, or he put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not Muktzah. However, if you didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during Ben Hashmoshes, then the bed remains Muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child with the money, it remains Muktzah. We're very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not Muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be Muktzah. First question is from Buchni. Buchni is a wheel from a wagon. We're going to all that halachas, but the question from that sugya is: you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos during the Mishmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do you say that if the money was on the bed and you removed the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because the Buchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rab, goes according to Reb Yehuda. What is a Buchni? Buchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel.
Dude, I don't know why Green Bay is considered green. They're like the best defense I've ever seen, and
goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tuma doesn't transfer from one cleat to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha. If a wagon or any cleat is larger than 40 saw, it's not Makabel Tuma. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 saw of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say,
Twitter is such garbage.
40 saw water, you cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 saw
Rabbi
because the wheels
Rothschild,
are not
retweet
part
no liking
of the wagon.
What does that mean?
Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, a basic farce over a cable. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tool. And if there's money, that's
What is it? I don't know. No one knows.
Question, if there's money in
That's
the
the
wheel,
thing. Nobody knows.
If the money's still there, and the wheel is
Some ladies vibing to the oldies.
But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon. If you have a lamp, very solid, you let it sit on the tree.
I like this song.
However, on nothing, you're not letting it because
Oh, baby, let me play you. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got to know that no, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Look at that rope, girl. You should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Oh. His hair looks fucking amazing in this video. I can the canvas whispers you the heart in line. Ignorance is time. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is hard. I'm never gonna dance again. I love this lady's ass on this one. Feeling got no rhythm, though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Get that ass over here, bro. Children know children, I'm a cheat a friend. And waste the chance that I have been given. So I'll never get on my boat. Get that ass over here, bro. Dance with you. Oh, wow. I love this scene. Dude, it's the 21st night of September. Do you remember? Here you go, girls. I love this quick. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard each other with the words we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have left this dance forever. But nothing's gonna dance with me. Please stay. And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, but no, you're not a fool. Should've known, cheat a friend. Waste the chance that I have been given. You're never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh. I love this video. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now that you're gone, that's been so long, and it had to be wrong.
I'm gonna go down to this high school and try to get 5 dudes to shoot loads of shit. I'm at the airport right now. I have dry cum in my face. But if you watch her videos, like, well, she's obviously for real.
Yo, no one gives a flame fuck about your shit. Worst stream ever, Ralph. Here we go, girls. It's technically whenever. I should have done it at midnight. But tonight is 20. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Love was changing her mind, remember? And then changing the miles away. Miles are with you. We're just playing on the snow, singing as we dance to the night. Remember, the changing the night away. Maria, say do you remember? Maria, dancing in September. Maria, brother, brother, dance. Na bana bana dana bana 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 dana bana 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 dana I'm so window and the hands of the mom see you as we hang you down. Remember, there's no girls here to stay. And on September, when the love we share September, no you can now remember, they go to share away. Hey, Maria, say do you remember, Maria, dancing in September, Maria, dancing at the body dance. Said Aria, say do you remember Aria, dancing in September, Aria, loving up the holiday, but singing, then the flower was singing. Do you remember living this night and day? Then it said, Maria, say, do you remember? Maria, the never just remember. Maria, and I said, Maria, say, do you remember? Maria, the deadline in December. Maria, the very Friday. What's this bullshit? Look at this athleticism. Yo, baby.
That's down from over 700. Wow. Jeez. I know I've lost the whole fucking fat guy, I'm still fat. Not that much of an accomplishment.
I like this part. Here it goes. Shit. Overtime. I didn't probably do you tell me to draw the line. You got my body now, you got my soul. When I can think about it, say no more. Oh, I'll do anything that you want me to. Yeah, I do almost anything that you want me to. Yeah, but I can't go for that. Oh no. I can't do no, I can't go for that. Oh, no. What is the fuck? What is up with all of the YouTube comments, top comment? I mean, who's listening in 2025? Fuck.
Stomp on the gas, the car goes sideways. Start spinning wheels. 550. It's lightweight, it's got a live rear axle, so it handles like shit. But it's fun. Just stomp on the gas. It's a pure American experience. It's not sophisticated. It's not the best way to get around, not the best handling, but goddamn, that shit is fun. Yeah, you stomp on the gas. It's 550 horsepower and it's supercharged. So you hit a supercharged line and you hit a V8 supercharged. V8 and the line in here.
That's getting it done.
Dude, it's like a different thing. It's not just driving. It's not just getting in your fucking Yukon and, you know, going to the supermarket. There's something extra fun about it. Very irresponsible.
It's like James Bond, like some dangerous shit that happen any time.
It's just fun. It's just fun. Even if you're not speeding, it's fun. Just the rumble,
you feel the power of those cars. You should hear my turn single when I go around this.
Turn single?
It's like, those are the cars, fucking man.
Yeah.
You're alright, Ryan. You're bringing yourself over. You're turning on me. You're moving to Glendale. You got the hand. You're
Is it the next move, Glendale?
Well, my beard says yes. I want to go to the beach. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the beach. Something that's called. I just the vibe. The vibe and the beach is like peaceful, man. Everyone knows everyone. It's
totally agree. Yeah.
It's homeless and it's stinky. I was like, yeah, it's Santa Monica, but you can have like Playa del Rey, you can have most sites. Traffic is white people. It's a white people that go homeless people. The homeless person that's there has white people as a great person that white people.
Yeah, right. I'm the bullshit.
I am tired of the bullshit. Man, this shit with fucking Arizona is bullshit. Give white people a bad name.
Yeah, the whole, yeah. You know, the real problem is we need to kill these fucking crazy assholes in Mexico. They're just gunning people down for cocaine.
Dude, 28,000 since 2005.
They got a bad problem down there. And it's totally
all of Iraq, U.S. loss is 5,000. Let's put it in perspective.
Yeah,
that's crazy. And that's the ones they know about. That's not the heads in the desert. Okay, lots of that shit.
There's a lot of that shit going on.
Mexico's dangerous. I like
yeah, it's the border towns especially. It's really crazy right now. Most Americans are blissfully unaware of what's down there.
They have no idea, man. If you go to like Laredo, Texas, man, you are out just leave the door. It used to be nice. You used to go across the border. You go down to like
And did you know that when it comes, that each I can be seen. And baby, I can make you a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your roses in bloom, I lie here the moon on the grave. I went home. My heart went up sliding. My radio can't easy. Baby, I got made to a kiss from the road all the way. Ooh, no more I get you a stranger feel. Yeah. Now that your roses are blue, I like his blue on the grave. Na 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 na. Man, kiss my rose on the man, kiss my rose on the man, if I love when did you know that when I come, my eyes will go on there. My daddy can't be baby, I can make you do a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels. Yeah. Now that your rose is the moon, I lie in the moon on the grave. Yeah, na, 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 na.
There's people all around. You know, my kid is in my wife's arms. You know, what the fuck? Okay. And we went down there to go see all my cousins, aviation.
But did you know the West Phone? My eyes become large. My did can't be free. Oh, baby, I can pay you a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get at you, the stranger it feels. Yeah. SR-71, bitch.
Check that fucker out. And it was the
Look at this athleticism. Folks, I really want to just tell you, this motherfucker's so athletic. Look at that, man.
So then it couldn't have been 30. This is what they did in 1 hour and 54 minutes.
But then you know that when it goes, my eyes become large and the two shot can't be seen. Baby, I can pay you till I can't find my more on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels. Yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, hey, hey, like make the moon out again. Baby, I can pay until I kiss my rose on the green. Ooh, the more I get of you, stranger it feels. Yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom, my line hits hanging on the grave. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Oh, the more I get of you, stranger feels. Yeah. Now that your roses and bloom, a light hits on me. Oh, lovely. Na 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 na, kiss my oh, okay. Ooh, I'm gonna get you. Stranger feels. Yeah. Now that your roses and bloom. My hands are as I made it, I guess I'm gonna get greatest ever.
The economy is $10,000, and it's just to save a few hours of your time. That's really what it is. And it'd be because of the novelty effect of it.
I remember I was watching some talk show as a kid, and there was an actor.
What a fool, baby. Randy, dog, no one gives a fuck about magnesium. Who? That was the Sandy. There's a boy on a western bay, and he serves 100 ships a day. Oh, this girl, dog. Do it again. Do it again. Dude, that's a Sandy dancer. The little girl. It's a boy. Oh, it's a port. Oh, fuck. There's a port on a western bay, and it serves 100 ships a day. Though the sailors drive their time away to talk about their homes. And there's a girl in this harbor town, and she works laying whiskey down. So the things there's another round. She serves them whiskey and wine. The sailors say, Brandy, you're fine, what a good wife you would be. Such a fine girl, those eyes. You say the sailor from the sea. Takes a weighted chain, made as fine as silver from the north of Spain. Lonely senator, a locket that bears the name. The land that ran in love. He came on a summer's day, bringing clear far away. No, we couldn't clear. He could not stay. No harbor was his home. The sailors said, Brandy, you're fine, what a good wife you would be. Such a fine good life. What's it do with the port in the harbor? And yeah, Brandy used to watch his life. That he told the sailors stories. He could feel the ocean falling rise. His agent glory, but she had only told the truth. I was an honest man. And Brenda does her best to understand it. Back when the dark closed down, Brandy walks through a silent town. In front of land, she stood around. She didn't hear him say. She hears him say, Brandy, you're fine, what a good wife You would be such a fine I love you, my lady. See, there's a lady on here. It makes me cry. Like some of these comments that I read on YouTube videos are so sad and so beautiful. No, it's like who's here in 2011? Whatever. Fuck you people. But this lady, Sandy dances or Sand dances. My husband used to listen to this often and sing, Sandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be, and smile at me. He passed away just over a year ago from ALS. You're an amazing person, Sandy Jones. You make me cry. Why you cry? Because Sandy Dance's husband used to sing, Sandy, you're a kind girl. Dog, no one gives a flying fuck.
What's going to be profitable out of this experience? What military applications is going to come from this experiment? If there's none, it's real hard to justify when the economy goes to shit. They close things like that.
I hate crying. It sucks. But sometimes it's healthy. Worst stream ever.
The whole Area 51 is the most fascinating thing to me. That they entered the whole area that they denied.
Yo, what up, baby? How you living? Your beard looks great, son. Dog. That shit is so confusing.
Just trying to prevent people out from the top. However, when the servant in Rich Galusa's house put a whole cup of water on top of an earth,
they shot that motherfucker.
What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat with whole cup. That looks like that's water. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Robert fought and seeing a head.
Sandy, you're a fine, what a good wife. You be such a fine, good wife. The love of my lady. Here's the sea.
But sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and
Sandy,
squeezed it or
there's a greater chain made upon the silver and all God's fingers. A rocket, wicked, with a bad name of a man and branded. The seven said Brandon, you're fine, well, look at wow, yeah,
Once they had satellites, and satellites start flying over, taking
which
photographs
are
of it, and you can see like the whole
soft,
facility,
cotton
lake, and you can see all
people
these,
set them
these
aside
air hangers, like
to
they
make you
do
feel
some
better.
nutty shit out there, man.
And that's called
that's
looks
what
and
they're
muscles.
making, like,
Set it aside, I'm not going to use it. And what happens if a person he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his movement to do at one of the insulated top. Where it says it doesn't lose its muksa, it's still muksa. We cannot prove this from the Brisa that says that you're permitted to do at one. And be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the Brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as at one. And once you do at one, perhaps the Isser muksa goes away. You show that you don't care about it now. Then what's the hidden?
So
they can't
that's
touch
what they
muksa.
saw
Of
in
course, it's
1996 and shit.
muksa. Not necessarily this. This is Gemara.
The answer to a lot
Going
of
to teach
this
us,
UFO bullshit.
you know, it's so nice and soft, but if you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muksa. Mashmallah, it is muksa. You take a pillow and you stuff it with muksa, stuff it with the soft stuff. That's makif passage. Who says this is very right on the shop. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a huge pillow, and it's already stuffed, and the mukha and the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makif passage.
But, you know, look,
You take
we
clothing
are people, okay, and
that's
we
uniform,
have
you take a
aspired to
scissors and
travel,
cut out
and we
a
supposedly
hole for the
have been
neck.
to the moon.
That's
We
makif
have that
passage.
sort of capability in
But
our
take a
primitive
sword
stage of development.
and
Whereas
chop
there's
off the
a
top of
culture
a barrel.
100,000,
That's not
200,000, 300,000 years older than us.
Look at the barrel is not the one with the barrel.
So
It's never one. You just put it together, and now you're taking it.
2 or 3 million years older
The
than us.
person
They're
has
going to be
an
so
axe,
fucking far ahead of us.
and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick.
Bypass all
It's not
the
a
ideas
permanent handle, it's just a stick.
come to a resolution.
Says the
on all
Lord,
the
as
ideas
he's
on
using the
interrupting
axe,
life and genetically
you're considering
engineering new
one.
life.
The handle
It would
and
be
the
like,
axe.
yeah, of course you do.
Handle
So
and
we
the
go
axe.
use
Someone touches
we go
one,
there and we
the other one
introduce our
touches one.
genetics into these
But once
monkey
he's
genetics.
done,
And
these monkeys have this crazy thing happen where their brain doubles
then
over a
they
period
are
of 2
considered
million years and they become
individual
humans.
items. They're independent of each other
Did that
because
happen?
they
I don't
take
know.
that stick.
There's a lot of fucking stories on all
This is
all
different than
these
halacha.
different
If somebody
stories from
has
so many different religions,
a
so
lot
many
of
different
clothing
ancient
to get
texts,
to the
all
laundry,
have
and
to
he
do
wants to make sure that
with
they don't
some
get lost, so he
higher
sews it
being
together.
coming from the sky.
Or if somebody has a lot of pieces of matter, he has a lot of pieces. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or let's say
It's not an either
you
or,
take
you know what I'm saying? It's not an either or.
clothes, garments that are made out of leather, and you sew them with fish stuff.
You
They
come
are
from a long line
shocking.
of assholes.
This type of
You know, we were the
Once
guys
you
who ate the
start
last bit of
undoing
food. We were the ones
the
that
stitching
didn't share their
for the laundry
you
or for
know.
the shopping, it's no longer the
I
common
know
one
what
for
you're
the other.
saying, but not
Yeah.
But over here, it's
you know,
different.
all you have to do is get a group of cool
Over here, a
people
person
together to
wants
the assholes
the
that
stitching to
survive
be
as
there
well.
just in
You
case
don't
he
have
has
to
to
be
throw it
an
into the
asshole
laundry.
smart.
He wants it to
Be
be
the
together
smart
with
people
the
that
handle of
together
the
figure
axe.
out the
He
answers.
doesn't care about the
So
handle.
just
So he
because
uses
we're
it as
here
a
doesn't mean
tire.
we're the children of assholes.
But isn't it crazy
Look at
how
this
that
athleticism, folks.
Hold on,
This is
hold on.
really impressive on his athleticism.
you know,
Even if it's a
from
part of
the
the science,
good,
it has
man.
a halacha just like in itself.
everybody
Eat
in
this,
Europe,
please,
there's
you know,
clans,
sweet salmon.
there's
Dude.
barbarians,
Talking
Look at
about
this move.
fucking Huns,
West
you know, we like
what has compartments that you put salt in on
No,
the side.
no one gives a shit about that
It's
stuff.
considered like a cure itself. So the more you cook their chicken meal, they're independent of each other.
sweeps in,
They're just
it
compartments.
takes almost the whole
Once they're
world.
made, they are independent of each other. However,
Grasp that.
yes, they're sharing.
He was
I'm
fucking
out.
gangster.
We're talking about a two-pairs here. Furthermore, so the only way furthermore becomes tummy is if the tumor is in the inside of the two-pair, not on the outside.
What you can do is go back in
This
time.
assurance goes inside.
Well, you know, if you
Touches
imagine
the inside of the sphere, then the entire thing becomes tummy, including the compartments.
See what
Where you throw salt and
technically,
different
you know,
spices.
since we're just
Or the
reflecting
candle.
light and that's all
If
our
you
we
clean
are,
the sherry,
okay, and light
the
travels
interior
that
space of that sphere, then the pure does not become tummy.
we all just reflect
The rest of the compartments do not become tummy. The pure itself becomes tummy. Typically, the becomes tummy. Now, from their space, over here we see the wine. Because we want to show that this whole tumor that transfers the compartments is only you don't want people to burn their tumors to touch it based on this tumor.
if you could
You're not
go
allowed to burn
faster
your
than the
tumor
speed
too
of
much
light
based on your
to the
above.
time
So
and
therefore, we
then
make a distinction
powerful
saying
enough
it only becomes tummy with manga by touching physically, not through the ear space.
I want to
you
know.
could use just
If you
a
have
satellite
scissors that come
technology
apart,
looks down on the
or a
earth
carpenter's
you can
plane
see
that has
the
a blade on
reflection
top
of the
that fits
earth
right into the
from
wood.
that time and
During
visually
the
prove everything you
as
wanted
you're
to.
going back and forth on a piece of wood,
If you
shaving
went
it down,
faster
as
out
you're
in
cutting with the
space,
scissors, then it considers one,
and then you have a
and if
telescope
someone touches one part,
that could
one blade,
look back
the other
and
blade
capture
becomes
the
tummy.
light that's coming off the earth.
However, when it comes to Kazan, sprinkling,
you would
making this device
theoretically
color,
be looking at Earth at
you
that
have to make
point,
sure to get the
the
people
reflection of
on
light.
both
So you
parts
can
of the
see,
thing.
looking at Earth at that point
Why
in
is that?
time.
yeah, so at the speed
Because
of
when
light,
I so
Earth's
they are
history
considered
would
one,
come at you.
only the Shasmalach,
I mean,
only
you
one
visually swatch it.
doing
So
the
you
works that
You would
it's
be
intended to do.
1,000 years in the future.
When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered. Therefore, Kapam said this is full in both cases.
theoretically,
It would still
Kuma,
freeze.
to say that
It
they're
would still
both
be the
coming
exact
is a
same
point.
distance between the Earth
Hazal,
and you.
to say that they're both not far, that's also a point. Therefore, you have to imagine both. But Kuma, you only have to touch one in order to both link coming, have a
reflects
wonderful
off of
day.
it, so you can catch an image of what it might not be a perfect image.
Right, so as you're going, say if you're going a million miles an hour, it's a million miles away.
Yeah. No. If the light from 1,000 years ago.
I know what you're saying. As you
It's
move,
bouncing
if you
off
move,
there.
the idea behind it is if you move into the future faster than the speed of light, what happens back here moves at a much, much, much faster pace.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the light that bounces off the earth,
Right.
okay, has an image, and that image is the same traveling off the earth at the
That
speed
is
of
not
light.
what it says.
If you go out into space
The Chodesh,
at faster than the speed of light,
Okay, so you can look
you gotta
back
listen to
before
this.
it.
yeah, you can look back at the image of the earth
If
with
they
a
are
powerful
going
telescope,
that
right, and
means
see the history of Earth
moisture that
come
comes
forward.
Whoa, okay, so you're saying that if you go
when it comes from
forward, like
more heat.
some fucking insane, like if you went faster than light, say you can look back if we have the kind of technology that will allow you to, even though you're billions of light years away, however far away you are, to look back and see the Earth and get close to the ground. So you can, even from 100 million light years away, you still have full view of the Earth.
It wouldn't be full. It would be obscured. There would be there's dark patches, and the only light that bounces off is the sunny side.
You can see the sunny side of the Earth.
Yes.
You couldn't catch anybody because people do fucked up shit at night.
Mission says,
Almost all the real fucked up shit happens at night. You wouldn't get nothing. You have no proof on me, motherfucker. Yeah, you saw a shadow in the window, bitch. You don't know nothing.
I'm not saying I'm gonna go for court. I'm just saying.
I see what you're saying, though. That's a total story right there, else.
Could be tough.
Yo.
The idea of time itself is very tricky.
What up?
Especially because it's limited.
Yo, Psych. Psych, can you hear me?
When you get past our
Psych.
physical bodies and all other physical bodies, time is just
Big dog. How you living, pimp? Psych. Psych, can you hear me? Psych, you living like a pimp?
What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abai says, if you're careful from the fuck,
Silky. Silky, can you hear me?
The story is that the Romans said, whoever wears tefillin, puncture.
Just a degenerate gooner. Well, join the club, man. 18 plus only. That's what I'm talking about.
And we saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, what's in your hand? He said, I have the wings of a pigeon. So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, pigeon wings had an X. Gemara says, but why do you say pigeon wings? So Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. A pigeon fights with his wings. So the Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you perform at Tamana with hides, the skins of animals. And hides are not muktzah. You can do atmana with wool shearing, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle
Pigeon is a dog.
of the lid and you pull it up, and the
Sick.
shearings fall off themselves. That's kukul l'achriyat. It's with shinim. Elizabeth Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot because then the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you cook the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever's in the pot into your bowl. Yonis ben Elazar says that our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer.
Dude, there was a giant spider in a cup, and I had to get it. That bitch could have killed me. It was giant. Something from Australia.
That hides that are tanned, the finished product, they're awesome. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are makabel are hides that are tanned and finished. And Tysus points out, if they are finished hides, you don't even think about designating them; they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah because he's makbid, doesn't want people to remove them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion of why is there 39 malachas. One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building a mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Yossi ben Lekunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachtai, and melechas 39 times. Now it's not going to help you count.
What up, pimp? How are you?
Because if you count, you'll come up with more.
Hello.
For instance,
How's your day going, Silky?
Rabbi, hello, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Mute yourself.
I didn't mute myself. I can hear myself.
Hello. I'm sorry, I muted you. Fuck.
Yeah, you did. What up, Silky? How you living, pimp? How's your day going, Silky?
I'm doing all right. I'm watching an alien movie right now.
Excellent.
Things are good.
What alien movie, my friend?
So there's a new series that got released. I think it's called Alien Earth, and I'm watching the first episode of that. It's cinema length.
Dog, I've heard about that series that it's very good. It's on Amazon?
Yeah, I think it. Well, yeah, sure it is.
I
I
got you.
got it somehow.
Say no more. Say no more. I've got you. Excellent. All right. How'd you find out about me, Silky?
Fuck, I genuinely forgot.
Okay, so it's been a long
I've
time.
been here for a little while, so like that's been purged from my thoughts, you know.
Absolutely. I understand. Well, you know you're always welcome here. Enjoy your show. And if you need anything from me, I'm going to be here all night and all day. Okay, big dog?
You bet. Are you doing okay yourself, my friend?
My friend, I'm kicking ass. I'm taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Thank you for asking.
Fuck yeah. I love that energy. I love that attitude.
Absolutely. All day, every day, baby. Sideline to sideline. Sun up to sundown. I keep the positivity rolling.
You know what? I just watched a movie with my family. It's called Big River Man. It's a documentary.
Doug, I've seen it. It's that motherfucker who, no way, he swims the Amazon River. Yeah, dog, I've seen that.
Holy shit! Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't expect. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Holy
dog.
shit.
I watched it like within the last 3 months with a friend in here, and we enjoyed it. That guy's wild. You know, he's an Uber driver in Arizona now.
What?
That
Martin Shkreli's in the Arizona?
yeah, so first he did the Danube, then he did like the Yellow River, and then he did the Amazon River, and then he moved to the United States and became an Uber driver. And I've heard people who have ridden in his Uber, and he gives them a copy of his DVD so that they can watch because they don't believe him. He's like, like they'll be like, "Hey, what's new with you?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing." They'll be like, "Are you? What do you do? What do you like to do?" He's like, "Oh, I like to swim long distances." I'm like, "Oh, okay. You ever do anything like super long?" And he's like, "Yeah, actually, I hold a Guinness World Record for the longest swim ever." And they'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'll be like, "I swam the Amazon River," and they're like, "Get out of here! You're my Uber driver." And he opens the glove compartment and gives them a copy of the DVD.
Damn. Well, I mean, I don't have any like content from it. Post 2006, there's a documentary movie, and that's what I just watched.
Yeah, I love that movie. In some ways, it's not.
You know what I was watching the stream with?
What'd you say?
So I'm accidentally broadcasting both to you and like a server that I'm in right now.
Oh, okay.
There's a bunch of people in there, and I don't want them to know I'm talking to you.
You're good. Shout out to them. Yeah, he has a fascinating story. It's kind of sad how much he drinks, or I found it sad how much he drinks. And okay,
That's fair.
You know what surprised me more than anything in that movie? You would think if you swam 2,000 miles plus, you would be in really good shape. You'd have like a body like Michael Phelps. Not at all.
Yeah, no, I had the same thought. I'm like, what if Michael Phelps did the same thing? But like, Michael Phelps can swim really fast for a short period, but we don't know what he's like in a long period, you know?
Right, and I feel like Martin's fat helps him with buoyancy, so perhaps he could even do it a further distance. Yeah, that's a wild documentary. I can't believe we have both seen it because it's not like super popular.
I feel like, I said the same thing with my family. I'm like, why is Martin Shkreli not more popular?
Yeah.
I'm gonna invite one of my friends.
Please do.
I don't know why. Can any of you hear me still? I'm in 2 streams right now. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, obviously not you. Obviously not you, Mr. Rothschild.
I understand.
Is there a a less formal name I can refer to you by?
Just call me Rabbi.
Rabbi. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna drop. Wait, shit. But I don't have access. Can you DM me a version of like your link that I can share? I right clicked on live stream. I click copy link. It didn't work.
Yeah, I'll do so right now. Just a moment.
It does it like. I don't want like shit to get directed your way. I'm not sure why it doesn't work. I kind of
You're good, pimp.
assumed it would.
All right, no big deal. You're gonna have it.
I'm also using.
You're gonna have it in right now. So you've got it. Check your DMs.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog.
Okay. I right click, copy text. How about paste? Okay. There we go. I don't know how they hear me. I clicked the mute button. Oh right. I was streaming. I was streaming my Firefox. I had you open in Firefox at the same time I had the Alien movie. So I don't know. We're like a tiny. There's like a tiny group of people.
Very well. What are your interests?
Mostly fucking around and finding out that things aren't all that bad.
All right, I get you.
So I don't know if you want me to be like insanely honest. Like I see people like you on the internet, and I want to be sure like there's no assholes fucking with you, basically.
I appreciate it. I need all the help I can get.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I might be one of the assholes, but like I don't. I like a good giggle, but I don't like a good giggle when people are getting hurt.
Word, dog.
What is this? Okay, hold on. I'm introducing a friend to you, and he has no idea. This is Rabbi Rothschild. What can I say in like 40 characters? Just something to type.
Yeah, he streams his life 24/7, 365 for world peace.
He streams his whole life online for world peace. Is that like
Perfect?
That's not so many characters. I don't know if you're gonna do it, but honest to God, honorable goal. That's a good goal.
Thanks, big dog. At least
You fucking bet.
At least I tried.
Yeah. By the way, he streams his life for world peace is 42 characters.
Okay, well then just instead of saying he, you could just say streams life world peace for world.
No, 42 is good. You know 42, right?
Yeah, that's
It's
the
from
number
the
in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
It's also what I lose track of my body count at.
It's your body count. God damn, you get laid.
No, it's not my body count. I lose track at that number.
Oh, what the fuck? It's more? What the fuck?
Yeah.
You're fucking holy shit Donald Juan over here.
You've got that right. I'm a pickup artist, baby. What do you want me to do about it?
Well, with like ideologically, personally, I don't believe in pickup artistry, but I also respect dudes that get laid and who respect the women. Just enough.
Oh yeah, no, definitely respect the women. Ask any of the women I've been with, any of the 42 plus. They'll all say that I'm the biggest gentleman they've ever met.
Oh, that's great. Okay, fuck yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, I'm super into consent, super into love, super into seduction, anything that a woman wants, but nothing she doesn't.
Yeah, I fucking misunderestimated. Listen, there's a lot of shitty people that call themselves pickup artists. It's good to hear. That's good to hear. I have no other questions.
Excellent.
Do you play the video games sometimes? Do the multiplayers?
Yeah, I play a lot of.
Do you have like a Steam?
I do a lot of mini games in here every night. Miss Aquarius is also in here.
Oh, yeah.
She and I play games on an app called Play-Doh that has like a variety of games. So we play bowling, but then there are other people in here. I have a friend from Australia, and he and I, and I have another friend from Canada. The three of us, so and other people will play like three, like the three of us or four of us, and we'll play games like mini golf, chess, checkers, Scrabble, Battleship, Monopoly. What else do we play on there? Archery, darts. We play like a Pokemon game. We play poker. We play like all just you name it. Like if it's a mini game, we basically play it. And then I also play some Grand Theft Auto. I play.
Yeah, you play? There's a Grand Theft Auto multiplayer.
No, but I just play that on my own.
Yeah.
And then I play.
Okay, that's fair. I love single player games. I fucking love them.
Well, there's Grand Theft Auto Online, which is multiplayer.
Okay. Yeah.
And then
I'm sorry, I'm talking to again two different people.
You're
at the
good.
Same time.
You're good. You're good. You talk to that person and get them in here.
I'm asking. They're aghast right. They have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't think.
All right. Well, you're a convincing person. Work on them to get in here.
You're a charming. You're an interesting guy. I was.
Oh, I know that, baby.
Okay.
Everybody who meets me tells me that. I appreciate the high praise.
You're a fascinating fella, and honest to Christ, if anybody is being mean to you, I kind of want to make sure they don't.
Oh, people are mean to me every single day. I might get made fun of more than any person on the internet, but I am someone who doesn't let it get to me, and I let it roll off of me like water off a duck's back.
Or off a duck's back, like those little stickers are real oily, aren't they?
Yeah, they have an oil that they exude that helps keep their feathers somewhat waterproof.
Yeah, it's interesting that they have like those secretions.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna DC here. If you want to see the person I'm talking to, just DM me and I'll give the info to you. Otherwise, goodbye, other room. So I guess full disclosure, I do find some wacky people on the internet, but I try to keep it respectful.
Don't we all?
There are some really shitty places online, and I would be upset if I saw your stuff getting posted there, because I don't like it when people get hurt.
Well, that's okay. I mean, anybody who is a dick to me in here, they could be muted or they could be banned or whatever. But I give people as many chances as I can. And then I also have an appeal server. I also have an appeal server of anybody who, like, they get out of line or something. Like, I'll get somebody, this happened recently. Somebody came in here, or actually they DM'd me, and they're like, hey, I'm sorry, I was drunk the other night making an ass out of myself and got muted. Is there any way you can unmute me? I was like, yeah, sure. But you've just got to understand, like, we're trying to have a conversation and you're making animal sounds. That's annoying as fuck. And they were like, I know, I was drunk. I was like, okay, I understand. No harm, no foul.
Okay, well, I'm a little drunk myself. That's fair. There's no reason to fuck with you because of that. But like, do you know? Fuck. There was a schizophrenic man named Terry Davis, and he committed suicide a few years ago.
I don't know what this is.
The last few years of his life, he was harassed by people on a forum called 4chan.
Oh yeah.
And they made up like things to tell him.
Yeah, that's a toxic place. Or it can be.
Oh, it is, but like the people on there will go all over the place. So I saw that and I was like, what if they fucked with like Rabbi Rothschild? And I was like,
I want them
geez.
to. I want them to. I want the attention.
I don't want you to have the attention though, because those people, like, they would only be happy if you died.
That's okay. I mean, I don't pay attention to them. I don't read the comments. Basically, the only way they'd ever have any discussion with me is in here, and they'd have to be kind. And if they wouldn't, I wouldn't pay attention to them. And then they would tell their other troll friends, and then they'd watch my old videos and they'd recognize, like, this person's cool as fuck.
So, I guess, like, trolls should decide, like, what are you skilled at doing? I do computer shit, and you seem like you do too.
Yeah, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store, Google Play. I've also had large...
Do you know any Java or Kotlin development stuff?
I know some.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Like, if somebody was like, I just want an app to just show some stuff on the center of the screen on Android, could you code that shit up?
Yeah, but the easiest way to do it nowadays is just to use like a template that's already been created.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why? I
once made some shit on the center of the screen. I was so fucking proud of myself.
Why remake the wheel? Or why reinvent the wheel? Like, if it's already available, like, and frankly, apps are kind of old technology in comparison to the best way to drive sales and such is to have like it's like a responsive app that works in a browser.
Yeah.
That's what Starbucks uses. That's what Uber uses. So that's the best way to do it.
Well, yeah, I actually am best at the web stuff first. So, like, I learned JavaScript, but I was really curious about native stuff because that's going to run faster, right?
Theoretically, if it's coded correctly.
I try to respect browsers when I code JavaScript. Like, I know it gets abusive, but I try to go for the minimal stuff. Oh, have you seen that stuff recently where they started making web transitions into, like, not even JavaScript, but, like, baking into the HTML? Like CSS, right?
Right.
Like, they recently started making scroll transitions so you don't need JavaScript. It'll just be in the CSS.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's really cool. Do you follow like Stack Overflow or any of those other development websites?
Yeah, so I have an account. I don't post, but I lurk on there a little bit. They're quite interesting. They're like one of the last forums available on the internet, and they're a great resource. Same with GitHub.
Yeah. Are you aware of Lemmy?
I've heard of it. I don't use it. What is it?
So you know Reddit, right?
Yeah.
Lemmy is like a decentralized Reddit. If you make a site, it will open on the internet, and you can connect it to every other Lemmy website, unless they block you or they're like being super secretive.
That's tight. Yeah, because Reddit Reddit is very censored.
Yeah. Yeah. So the guy that made Lemmy is like a Marxist-Leninist, which is like pro, I don't know, pro early Stalinist Russia.
Right.
But he made the software, and a bunch of other people that don't really like him use the software, and they connect with each other. So there's sites like Lemmy.world. There's even a Lemmy NSFW. All these sites, they can get together and talk to each other, and it's like a little decentralized Reddit.
That's tight.
Yeah, if you go to like Lemmy.world, LEMMY.world, it's like a little mini Reddit.
Very cool. I love Reddit, man. It's one of the best.
And,
It's one of the best websites on the internet.
Yeah, and it's like, what if Reddit was made by the people and not by the Reddit company, especially after
they got bought by Condé Nast.
Yeah, I don't know who owns them now.
It's Condé Nast, which is a subsidiary of some other company.
No shit? Okay. I thought they were still their own site, but like... Okay, so it's mostly politics right now. There's not a lot of stuff on Lemmy, but like, you could make a server. Like, if you know even a little bit of like Linux, or if you can buy a name cheap, you could own a server there.
It's a thought.
Do you do like any server stuff?
Well, this is a server.
What is? Sorry.
This Discord's, it's a server.
Yeah, but like, do you run any servers that you own yourself?
Not anymore. I did.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, but you do web dev. You do a little bit of JavaScript too, a little Java, right?
Correct.
Have you ever fucked around on Linux?
Yeah, some.
If you fucked around on Linux, you might be able to run like a Lemmy server. Like if you buy it, like there's two steps. Step one is like buying some server space. You can get some from like DigitalOcean or Namecheap, and step two is actually installing Lemmy on it. If you install the Lemmy software, then you can you can have a whole Reddit that connects with the rest of the web.
That's very cool. Hey, just one moment.
Yeah,
Silky. Just one moment. Yo, what's up?
Sure.
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? I am. It's been very successful. Seen like a 15x on it. Word dog, how about you?
Wait, what the fuck? Have I been serious? How's it going now?
How's that been for you?
I'm talking to Rabbi Rothschild right now.
Oh, that's great. Hey, you should join my Discord. The link is in my profile. It's discord.me/rabbi. We're talking with some other people right now. Yep. They're a programmer. Yo, there he is. Yo, are you the guy from Twitter? Yo, dog, are you from Twitter?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. How you living, pimp?
Chilling, bro.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, I'm low-key sleepy right now. I'm not trying to hear.
Okay, you're good. I'll make it quick. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I'm always live. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. How's that sound to you?
Good for you, man.
I appreciate it. Excellent. What's good in your world?
Nothing, just chilling, making money.
There you go. Hey, Silky, are you in Solana? Silky, he's here. I'm not sure what he's doing. Okay, well, very well. Do you find a lot of success with Solana?
Yeah.
All right, well, that's good. What's on your agenda for today?
I'm gonna go to sleep. It's not late.
Okay, well, feel free to sleep in here if you want.
I
Silky,
Okay, so who? I'm sorry. I just locked in. Okay, well, it's the rabbi. It's okay. So I was on. I can focus on stuff that's like 3 feet away, but not stuff that's 10 feet. So it's not double vision or the.
Right? So being able to synthesize different modalities together is very exciting. This is a very successful path that you're on right now, and you have this kind of deep knowing, like when you.
I was just straight. I cannot beat those two doorknobs together.
As it is, specifically as structure as it presents itself.
Sorry, Rabbi. I just my brain is finally locking back in again. I'm in that stage of alcohol content ingestion that makes it hard for me to think.
you're good, pimp.
You're good yourself, Pam.
Well, absolutely. I sling dick like it's going out of style, baby.
I like your style, that's for sure.
Who doesn't?
Well, it's still pretty hot, so keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. All day, every day. Sideline to sideline.
Every day.
Sun up to sundown.
Fuck yeah. That sounds pretty fucking good to me.
Absolutely.
You have a Steam, big guy?
Yeah, I do.
Does anybody ever like send you games to like play around with?
Yeah, or they like volunteer to buy games for me to play with them on there.
Yeah. I was gonna fucking say, like, do you have any playthroughs of like games that you just got gifted or?
Yeah, somebody wanted to buy me, and I think they did, perhaps. It's called it's not an alternate reality game, but it's something like that. It's like ARG or something like that.
Yeah, that's the acronym.
Yeah, and they were really excited about it, and I hadn't heard of it. And then the next day, somebody came in here, also talking about ARGs, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is crazy! I don't hear about this for my whole life." And then all of a sudden, yeah, I hear about it 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah,
sure.
So that's cool. But frankly, like I'm focused on building robots and going viral, so I can't really sacrifice a computer to just be a gaming computer, and that'd also be somewhat a waste of my time when I could be programming. So like right now, I built robots that are promoting me on Twitter automatically, and they're working really well, fortunately. And I just have to keep them running, and I get a lot of people in this server from there. In the past like 72 hours, I've gotten like 30 people in here, which is fucking really good. 30 people to stay. I've gotten more than that to join, but a lot of people, they'll join and not know what it is and then just leave, and I get that. Or they're not 18 and I have to kick them out. So basically, to get that many people in here has just been phenomenal. I'm really proud of it. And these bots, I'm gonna go viral with these bots, guaranteed. The reason why I say that, I not only get people to join the server, but then they tweet about me, and that's the more publicity I can get, the better. So that's good. And I would love to just take one of my computers and make it a gaming computer, but again, I feel guilty doing that because then I'm not spending time utilizing my computing power to the maximum amount. I feel like
all you gotta do is download one of the. I mean, like, you still gotta have fun, right? You still gotta relax.
Yeah, I do, but that's why I just play games on my phone.
Yeah, well, why not? Like, I mean, your phone could have been a computer too, so why not? Advertise yourself on your phone.
I
Play
can't.
computer games, which is more interface for you on a computer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't automate that, so that's a manual process, and I like to have things, and I like to have things automated, and also
No.
it's like an old.
What if?
It's like an old
What
iPhone.
if you got?
It's like an old iPhone.
What if you got?
Nobody wants to watch me play like on an old iPhone. So if anything, they can. Snooky, what happened, big dog? There he is.
I'm sorry, I fucked up. That's on me.
You're good, pimp. Anyway,
Wait, who?
You're good, pimp. You.
Oh, wait, you sound better now. I must have chosen a better audio stream.
All right. Well,
would you, if I bought you a copy of Blood on like Steam, would you fuck around with Blood?
No, not right now. I'll be able to buy all those games once I go viral, and I'll be the biggest gamer on earth. But for right now, I need to focus.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't have to buy the game. I would buy the game for you.
I understand, but I need a computer on which to do that, and my computers are currently dedicated to automation.
Okay, so like I'm watching you on your stream right now. It's not a big game. Like it was made in 1997, so it should run okay even on a new. It doesn't need a lot of power.
I know, but my whole computer is automated. Basically, like, once my macro recorder starts, I can't touch it, or it stops the automation.
Oh, the whole thing is. Oh shit! Okay, I get it. Like if there's a way to automate that, then you have to figure out how to. Like your whole desktop is like shit's moving around on it.
Precisely.
Okay, now I got you. I know what you're talking about. Is it like auto hotkey or auto it?
Similar. It's macro recorder.
Okay. I've never heard of that, but I imagine because like you said similar, like you and I are talking about the same thing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Okay.
It automatically creates a Twitter account for me. It automatically populates the fields of that Twitter account with my information, and then it automatically goes to the newest people who have tweeted anywhere on X and reposts their content, and then that causes them to check out my profile, and then they join this Discord.
And like it makes a whole profile, and like not even Twitter gets you.
Yeah, well, they used to. So I created 2,000 Twitter accounts manually, and that was like last year. Was it last year? No, 2 years ago. And I became like the number one enemy of Twitter at that time. But they have Like, and then they turned on they increased the difficulty of the Arcos challenge. They're like CAPTCHA, which basically made Twitter unusable for any automation, but also just as a user, you would get just Arcos challenges all the time. But they seem to have become more lenient on it, and because of that, I am taking advantage of it while I can. So it
Well, I don't trust Elon Musk very much anyway. So if you can take advantage of it, fuck it, yeah, do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And so I can target any keyword I want to get people in here. So the keywords that I do are Jew, Jewish, and crypto. Basically, anyone who has any of those in a tweet or a reply, I repost that. And then that gets a lot of enemies in here, and it gets a lot of allies in here. It just depends.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's really funny what it retweets or whatever, but because it's just unrelated to what I do. But nevertheless, it brings me attention, and that's what I need. And then I get a bunch of people who follow me, and they're just throwaway accounts, so it's not like I care about getting followers on there. And it does that for like 100 cycles, or until the account gets banned, whichever comes first. And then it just starts up all over again. And I'm getting it to the point where it's completely automated. It's pretty well completely automated right now. I made some strides this afternoon to do that. I had just like one little glitch in my programming, and it was not working correctly. And it's like I had to find this bug, and I found it, and then it's not working marvelously. So I'm pretty proud of that. And what happens is I get random individuals who come in here, and I'm like the guy who just came in, he was from Twitter. I get random individuals, and I ask them, "How'd you find out about me?" And it's really so varied now. Like in the beginning, it was like all from the same area, but I get people in here from YouTube, from Kick, from Twitch, from Twitter, and then also from
You
Discord.
have a Kick presence? Interesting.
Dude, I have the biggest Kick presence on earth. You ask anybody about me, and they know about me. I've been banned on there, but I'm the most notorious um, spammer in the history of the platform. To the point where the owner of Kick, his name's Eddie Craven. He and I are Discord friends. Like he's like accepted.
What?
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
Yeah, he is. What the fuck?
Yeah, so I did an interview with one of his streamers, showing them where their app was broken, basically, in their sign up process, and sent it to him. And he appreciated that I was trying to fix the website, and like befriended me on Discord. And I know it's his real Discord because it's the one that owns the Kick streaming platform, the Kick Discord. And so, um, yeah, you ask anybody in there though. Aiden Ross has done interviews with me. I live streamed my life in Aiden Ross's Discord for like 16 months straight. I'm the number one streamer all time in. I'm the number one.
So I respect you. I hate Aiden Ross.
That's okay.
Is there anywhere I can see that thing? Like, do you have a link or a URL? Like anything I can see it on?
It's on the backlogs of my website of my YouTube profile. I didn't highlight it, frankly, because at the time I didn't know who Aiden Ross was. I just had like a bunch of people come into my YouTube, and they're like, "You're live on Aiden Ross's stream," and I'm like, "Who the fuck is that?" And frankly,
he's an asshole. I'm sorry, he's an asshole, but he's a famous asshole.
That's okay. I mean, he asked me like why I put my life online and everything, and I was like, I'm very open. I'm like, I'll show you my driver's license. I showed him my passport, showed him my credit card. He was like, dude, I'm as open as you can be as an individual. And then I became like a legend in his Discord, and I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. Basically, those are like some of the major people with whom I've streamed. And then I'm the number one. And then so anyway, I've done interviews with Sam Bond, Ori, just like some I Show uh, Straight Savage, just some like streamers that they have on Kick, and everybody knows about me there. If you mention my name, you'll automatically get a ban. I've spammed so many people on there. There are Reddit posts about me about how much I spam.
I might have seen a couple of those.
Yeah, so I developed. I developed.
DM me. Can you DM me like a link I can share? Because I tried to make one a couple times. I fucked up both times. Wait.
I sent it to you.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah, check your DM.
I'm sorry.
You're good, son. I'll be right back. Just check your DMs.
No, you got it. You're right. I'm pasting it. Okay, I posted it in 2 places. I'm gonna see. I saw the most insane video that you posted, I think. That made me follow you. I think it was set to Careless Whisper, and I was like, anybody that uses like a 70s song to say join my Discord, they must not be that bad.
So you're ready for something new, is what I'm looking at here. So your path is evolving. So this is a path that you actually started 7 years ago, not 11 years ago.
Eat strangers life online, world peace. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
What did you start doing? What did you stop doing at 7 years ago?
Well, I'm a huge fan of a couple of video games. If you felt like playing them, I would buy them for you, and I just like to see you check them out. If you ever figure out how to stream, that'd be pretty fucking awesome.
So, absolutely, you're actually a natural healer, so that came from your father's side of the family, likely.
Okay.
Likely as well.
It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird.
Been very uncomfortable, likely with it, etc. But now that you're moving into the healing arts, that's exactly the direction you should be going in. And you're ready to expand with this as well too. So I think that the kind of all the lovely quality through your 40s and early 50s. Actually, I would have said your 40s were pretty good, but turning into your early 50s.
So, my friend, if people are like, "Are you okay?" Well, what do you say to them? Hello? I'm sorry, if you're off to sleep, I'm good. Like, you don't gotta. Alexander, you there?
All right, very good. I wanted to give you this one question in from Aaron. Wanted to know how to instill more confidence without inflating your ego.
So let's just talk about what makes the ego. Right? So the ego is your identity. It's how you identify yourself, and it's the part of the self that's conditioned that, like, everything that you know about yourself up until now can create your ego. In the sense of how I see myself. So when you are, and confidence for me has never come from I think it's coming from my ego. It's false.
Wait, I just got a message.
So I found my own personal confidence.
Just click away link back. What's the message on? Rank ups? Yo, you just leveled up to level 5. Okay. 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 Is that good? Is that bad? Is that what is that? It's like how immaculate. Oh, Rabbi. Rabbi. Yeah, are you sleeping? I'm gonna fuck out of here, okay? I'm gonna fuck out of here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good night. Good night, sweet prince.
Let's take a look and see. Let's look and see. You're saying you're not sure where it's going to go. So, all right. So, do you want to give me a little bit more information because it says here that there's a question of time. So, timing. That there is an unraveling of some kind that's going to take time. What's that mean to you? Does that make any sense to the question that you just asked me?
Yeah, it does. And he has committed an act of destroying his life.
It's destroyed his life. Okay. So he's committed this act. So unfortunately, and I'm going to be just very straight with you, this is going to take a long time for his, I would call it rehabilitation, if you will. And for you, that you are putting blame on yourself in some way for this too, and it's nothing to do with you. I don't know if that makes any sense, but this is showing you feeling that maybe you could have done something different and this wouldn't have happened. Would you say that's true? Yeah. Yeah, you have to stop that. This has nothing to do with you. This is an act of in the moment your son did this thing and there is either a death on the other end of it or something that there's a deep loss and you are the one left hanging holding a bag going like what did I do to make this possible for this to happen and you didn't do anything. So first things first, you have to realize that you've done all you could to raise this young man, and his action is something that's going to change his life. It will take quite a long time. I do see some legal things involved as well too that will, eventually work out, but not right away. So I don't know how else to describe this to you, but you're going to have to watch the clock go by and find a new way of coping with this. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
This is not your fault. Okay.
That's the one, Paul. Good boy. All right, let's go west of the Rockies to Seattle. Holly Marie is calling in. It looks like Holly is looking for a reading. Go ahead, Baron Reed, you're on. Holly, go ahead.
Hi, Holly. Good morning. Hi, can you hear me okay? Sure can. Okay, perfect. Thank you for taking my call. I would love a reading about what's going on with my life right now, with my career shift. Take a look. I'm a photographer, and I had a really bad car accident. I needed a spine surgery on my neck, so I have not really had that opportunity the last 5 years to do that, and how my joy and music has been my joy, and so I'm just trying to figure out how that say get started. Let me look. So a change in the wind, which is describe your situation, means something that happened that has nothing to do with your choice, right? So this was a change that happened to add you to give you a new direction. You do have the higher power card, and you do have the never-ending story in the protection position. So kind of interesting that you just kind of finally realize that the pity pot isn't serving you. Right? It's not feeling sorry for yourself. It's like, well, what can I do since I can't do this other thing? You're still going to stay in the arts, is what this suggests, right? It's definitely you're staying in the arts. How you're going to do it is from home. You have the home card, and then you have the in card. So this is partnerships. So the way you're going to move forward in your new direction is to work with other people. This isn't just you and yourself, right? So it's definitely going to have some level of, I guess, technology attached to this, but it isn't you alone. So you're going to join up with others to get this off the ground. Does that make sense at all? Yeah, definitely. And it will be accessible in a kind of interesting way because it's going to be multi-dimensional. So you're eventually going to do, like, let me just finish up because I see what I call an installation. Multimedia installation is where I see you land on something. I'm not quite sure why I'm saying that, but you're able to put all these pieces together in such a way that's going to be really impactful for people. They have kind of like filming, well, like really what your purpose is, and in the music industry, and it's not the music industry. I don't think we're going to enter the music industry. The industry of music has changed so dramatically. This is you creating music that really is going to heal people. That's going to have a life of its own. So don't think industry. Think sound here. Okay.
Very good. Let's go to the wild card line. Michael is in Boulder, Colorado. Looks like Michael let the reading. You're on with Glenn Aaron Reed.
Hey, Michael.
Buddy,
Hi. Hey.
man, I've been looking at this all my life. I'm a VIP of visually impaired person. I've had a lot of rehab in the last couple of years. That's something moving. I'm generally to open up a book agency. What do you think?
Cool. Let's see. Okay. So, booking agency for live bands, is that right? Or for live music?
I know it's everything, but I can do man.
Any kind of thing. Yeah, I get it. It's multi-thing. So, I'll be honest with you, it looks like you've been quite disillusioned by certain things, and what you're doing is you're actually going to be serving a population of disillusioned people that you're going to be able to bring their health back online. I guess that is the best way I can say this to you. So there's a partner coming into the picture. Is that correct? Do you have a person that's working with you directly on this? Yeah, well, the partners kind of come in. It could be a financial partner, it could be somebody who's going to help you run this thing. But it really is, it's an interesting thing that you're doing because it is about bringing hope. So, yeah, bringing hope. I just keep saying hope. Take the risk. I would pursue it. I would pursue it and do it alone.
Okay. Very good.
That person comes in to help you.
Yeah, very good. I think you're helping a lot of people here tonight, Glenn. There's so many people calling in for readings here, and let's go back to the wild card line with Patricia, Rochester, Minnesota. Patricia, you're on with Glenn Aaron Reed.
Hi, Glenn. Hi, Patricia. Hi, I'm calling because I'm a widow. I've been for a little while, and I was wondering when my higher love is going to come in front of me. Let's see. Let me look at this. This has been 8 years. Is this correct? 8? Has it been 8 years? Yep. Oh, 7 years. Okay. Was he sick for a year? Right. Okay, so 7 years was when your husband crossed? Correct. Okay, because I pick up 8, so was there the year previously where you felt that he was not available to you? Was he sick for a year before he died? Because that would be at 8 years. Yeah, I would get caregiver. Thank you. Okay, so I definitely get it. I just want to make sure I get my timing correct, because sometimes time is not accurate.
Who you be with?
Okay, so nobody now, or nobody yet, and it's showing that it is time for you to accept, like you're ready, but there's definitely nobody around you as of yet that's worth being with you. And now you're just now coming out of this concept of, how do I put this, of comparing. So, comparing who he was, etc., to this potential person. It's more of a friendship coming in first that turns into a connection.
And the Gemara remains in on take
this person already.
the pasuk by Yahweh Habaisa referring to Yosef and Tzaddik. He came home last is Melachta. Melachta can mean work, a malacha. It could also be referring to the Avera with Ishes Metifa. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk by Malacha Haisa Daya? By Israel did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha can refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim, add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Mandamar, that says that 39 malachas are connected the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plan, they would read. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Eitzah, going from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, from the ground to the wagon, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, from the wagon to the ground, and from wagon to wagon teaches us
wagon to wagon, sideline to sideline, sideline to sidewall, sidewall to sidewall.
Wonderful day.
I know you have the book coming out, The Art of Manifesting. If people want to find you online, where can they go?
Yeah, Jesse Collector, read
Shabbos Dafka, we learned that you're committed to have these examiner the shearings of wool.
Check it out.
One shot according to Rava, he holds like Rebbe, as long as he don't says anything, the shearings, it's also do those shearings, but if he doesn't get them, he say, I want to use the shearings.
Yo, dog, what up, Court? How you living, pimp?
Somebody sets these shearings aside, he says, I want to.
Court, can you hear me? Court. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Court, remember that time I was talking to you and you were like dead ass silent? Pepper Ridge Farm remembers. Court, what's good, son? Court, who's your...
Hello, Rabbi.
What up, pimp? How you living? Nice to meet you as well. How'd you find out about me, son? Oh, dog, that was the best. When I was like, hey, dog, come to me. And then like, oh, fuck you. Shalom, Diego. What up?